Futures back to the downside this morning as we await the final reading here for core PCE, just coming through for a month-over-month reading here. Looks like consumer spending, the first one to come through here, 1.8% versus 1.4%. A little bit delayed here on these PCE readings. There they are, 5.4% and 5% on the year-over-year number, up 0.6 versus an up 0.5 reading expected on the month-over-month PCE price index. Again, those are the final readings after the preliminary yesterday showed the same movement to the upside. So more data indicating maybe there's more fight left in this inflation battle, sending the market overall back to the downside as we saw early on yesterday on that note as well. Looks like the low from yesterday coming into play right now for the S&P. Again, if you're just joining a little bit late there, 5.4% versus 5% on the year-over-year PCE number. Again, that's the number that Powell continues to refer to as their preferred method to look at how the inflation fight is going. So to the upside we go for both. A ton of things moving around here in the pre-market to get to. We'll talk about Block, obviously, SQ with a nice report, nice forecast. Beyond Meat, moving around 40% short still, 35, 40% depending on where you look. For BYND, back to the upside. Carvana reported as well. We'll talk about Microsoft with a nice note, and NVIDIA catching an upgrade as well today. It's Friday, February 24th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Market extending declines here off of that PCE reading, now 1.38 for the NASDAQ. Session lows, same story for the S&P 500. There's the SPY just trying to hold anyways. That low from yesterday, 396.50 coming into play once again. Decent volume to the downside again. If you missed it there, we can jump back over to this real quick. 5.4% versus 5% on the PCE year-over-year number, up 0.6 versus up 0.5. Month over month on that inflation data. Again, this is the final reading. So more indication, Sharif here as always, more indication of maybe there's more to go as far as this battle continues.
Sticky, Brendo. Sticky inflation, yeah.
Already the word of the day?
I know, right? I'm interested to see what's this composed of. Where do we see the inflation? Do we see it in services? Where is it the most sticky? I'm also interested to see how the consumer was spending. We're worried about a hard landing, so we're also watching consumer spending and consumer debt. So those numbers coming out as well, Brendo, keeping an eye on them.
All right, Fed's Mester was out early on this morning as well. They're sending them out earlier and earlier and earlier to make some comments pointing to the same thing. More work to be done. Saying, you know, we've come a long way, more work to be done, higher rates, same old story. Quickly, here is the March look at the CME Fed Funds Tool, 70% now for the quarter point. There's 30% for the 50 basis point move to come in March. Just a couple of weeks away, guys. Good morning, Friday. It's going to be an interesting one. Downside once again here, pre-market.
Yeah, look, PCE, it's the one the Fed looks at the most, so you got to pay attention to it. We're triple bottoming on the NASDAQ if you look at the last 3 days, so the number took us right to the low, and it's trying to bounce off it now, so we're starting up down 1%. That's a heck of a lot better than Carvana's doing. They're down. They're kind of like the Lucid of today, where the earnings weren't very good, and they're going to get crushed. Beyond Meat's on tap. That one's headed to the upside. Well, I'm going to get this out of the way because I won't talk about context logic probably for the rest of the day, but that one to the downside as well. I've been watching these chips closely because such a strong move in NVIDIA. I'm going to be put to test with this number on PC. It's going to be a struggle for the market to be going up. I do like some dip buys. One of them's Palo Alto. I feel like I might be getting that faster than expected because it's a big level that we could be taking down here. But hey, it's going to be a wild market. To be sure, it'll be a fun day regardless, especially for you, Fahad. But yeah, not the start we're looking for. Now 1.5 down on the NASDAQ already.
We're going to see if we can rinse and repeat the same trade as yesterday. We'll try an NVIDIA 230 level coming in. $7 winner yesterday. We'll try to do it again today. But yeah, sticky notes out. Shout out to Bears vs. Bulls. Shout out to everybody there. I tweeted out a bunch of those headlines as well. So check it out at Trader TV, Sean. We're going to rock and roll. Market's down that 1.43%. We talked about that yesterday. Is there going to be a free fall Friday? Well, now you have sort of the recipe to do that. We were only up 1% yesterday. You can see right now down 1.5 and continuing to go lower right now. As I'm going to watch out for Apple at 147, I think that's a slippery spot there for Apple, and that's the number 1 idea. So it's 8:35 right now. Lots of action today as expected, and we're going to be here to trade it with you. It's going to be a busy Friday here and short week, so that's nice. Get to start the hockey again ASAP this weekend, so it should be a really fun one. Weather getting hopefully a little bit better around here, and hopefully you guys are enjoying yourself as well. Good earnings today. We'll see what Beyond Meat can do around $20 as well.
See how this goes square as well, or block. Back to the upside, trying to hold anyway, some key levels here. That is the dollar index. This is a daily chart. Thanks, Brad. Just taking out the high from yesterday and the high going back to earlier in the week. So move to the upside here for the DXY on that note. There's the spike in the 10-year back to 3.94.5. It looks like was the top. And then the 2-year just kind of hanging out, but back towards the highs. This is an hourly chart for both of these. So yields moving back in the wrong direction if you are a fan of equities going higher on a Friday.
The Dixie making a new high, or trying to make a new high, and the ES trying to make a new low. Come to my screen, Bradley. This 39.75 is the area that we held yesterday. That was the low. That's where we're kind of flirting with now. We held up there momentarily, but I don't know, man. I think we could see newer lows today.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on how these are moving around as we move forward here in the pre-market. A ton, as I was mentioning, to talk about this morning as far as earnings are concerned. A few mentioned there briefly. We had CBNA come through. We had Beyond Meat come through. Highly shorted name, obviously, in positive territory. Block, an interesting look here. We had moved to the downside. You know what, why don't I grab Bitcoin here, and we had to move to the downside overnight in both Bitcoin and Ethereum. Once again, we're back below 24,000 over here, so holding as well back below 24,000. Same story for Ethereum. Obviously, there's a crypto tie, heavily crypto tied. Is SQ guys struggling a little bit right now?
Well, I mean, still up 6% though, right? So. Look, Block, not for whatever reason, it does follow crypto, and we've seen it time and time again. So you always are dealing with that sort of aspect of keeping your eye on what's going on with Bitcoin. Is it up? Is it down? Is it around? But I just look at what happened here with Square, and it's got a nice looking chart. I kind of feel like it's making an awkward channel down that you can sort of see here. Let's just do it. So it's kind of making like this interesting channel down, and the question becomes, can it find some support if it regains that bottom? That's kind of the longer term aspect of it. What I was hoping to see today, I think that's pretty obvious, would have been a breakout of this channel to the upside. Even if it got through, I thought 10% would be good. Suddenly this feels like it should be resistance. So if Square is going to get up and sort of retest that 80, and this is essentially just going toward the fact that the market's down. We had that PCE number come through the wrong way. I think that's now resistance. Question becomes, where can you pick up a bid? I'm not even looking at anything on a bid here till probably, 77 makes some sense given aftermarket levels, and then 75 above the breakout from yesterday's close. But that top end does feel like relative resistance on Square. If it can't get through that channel, it's kind of a lazy line that I drew, but you guys got the point of it there. It's already been in one. I don't want the long above it unless it's breaking out of that channel, that's well into the 80s at that particular point. I think it 80, probably needs to break at least 81. I think it's a strong long above those levels. But after that number, I am now looking for a pop and fade in Square. Sometimes the market can give you a little bit of a dictation as to what you prefer to happen. In this case, the shorts are starting to come in here. And major levels just broke on a lot of stocks. 170, the low just got taken out on Meta. The 90 level's already gone on Google, or Alphabet, I should say. But Square, yeah, that channel on the daily, it's hard for me to ignore.
You're not going to be able to see this because we are sponsored by Surge Trader. But right now we do have Microsoft decent position at 250.50 here. So, wasn't really expecting this to come in. When we wrote this sticky note down and we looked at this, we were looking at 250 level, but that just popped in right now. So we are long Microsoft off of 250. I think I like this level here. It's 250, 251, but now you're starting to break lower and lower and lower. So we're not going to be in this name if it does take. There's 250. This is why we're long. So we're long Microsoft right now, decent position. Didn't think this would come in, but that's what we're doing right now. Long to start the day here in what is a falling market. It probably should not be a long at this point, but that just came in a little faster than I had thought. So let's wait to see if we can get something out here on the high side. If it does print a little bit higher, we could have just got some, I don't know, we could have got 94s, but we're starting to print a little bit better now. So let's see if this Microsoft trade may work out for us here after all. Long Microsoft right now, 250.50. And let's just see if we can get a couple prints to the north side here. A little bit of a bump up, and we could have something. You know, PC's coming and going. Let's just see what happens. There it is. We have a nice little profit spot right here already. Let's take something out if we can get hit and take a piece out. So there it is. Yes, sir. Nice little trade to start the day with a long on softy. So, hey, party's just started here, and we're good to go. Let's get more out, though. I'm not sure where this name is going to go today, but we're going to try to get some more out here of Softy. Wow, this is a really good trade. Like I said, we had a little more shares than we even thought, but now we're getting out on Microsoft for a nice little 30-cent win. So it's already starting here early, guys. Hope you guys have a couple good trades off the bottom.
Just seeing this Warner Brothers tick back to the downside as well. There was a note aftermarket yesterday on WBD suggesting they're going to make multiple, not just one, but multiple Lord of the Rings movies. Again? For
This is an interesting
Warner Brothers, but just saw that pop up on Volume. Wanted to mention this. Adobe falls on this coming, I think it was actually aftermarket this came out. DOJ looking to block the Figma deal. This came out, I want to say fall last year. Adobe announced that they were going to buy this Figma company, which is similar to Canva, if anyone has used Canva, that free service, but that coming from Bloomberg. So Adobe down 5% this morning on that note.
Yeah, interesting. This DOJ has shown its propensity to go after companies when they see any signs of anti-competitive behavior. But apparently, Adobe reached out to the U.S., UK, and EU regulators in advance to kind of see if this was going to jive. So trying to do their homework.
Yeah, it seems a little bit surprising here. I mean, they're not going to let Amazon, or it seems like they're not going to let Amazon buy Roomba, and now Adobe gets the same note from the DOJ on Figma.
Yeah, look, the deal that I'm the most interested in, whether it happens or not, I think for most people because the spread's so insane, is going to be ATVI with Microsoft, quite frankly. But Adobe was probably already headed for a test of 320 anyways, and I don't really see this as being much of a day trade. Like, it's actually, look, if it holds support down there, you could probably make the argument of some kind of like a bounce or swing it down at 320. But I don't see anything terribly interesting necessarily with Adobe. This has been true. Been saying this for a couple of years now. One of the first things that happened when the new administration came in was a challenge of big tech deals. You knew it was happening. Every deal takes longer to complete, is under more risk. That's why if you're convinced, like the Buffetts are, like Warren Buffett is, that the ATVI deal is going through, then you can get paid out handsomely because that's at $95, and this thing is trading down here at like 76. Even when they get good news that potentially Activision is going to say and do all the right things with Call of Duty and making it available, it still manages to fade every single move back into the downside. Like that one's trading at an unbelievable premium. I think there's actually a trade on this. Every time it finds a consolidation level and holds it for a couple of days, I actually find that you're able to start scalping if you wanted to, but you always want it to be in a bit of an upswing. So the Adobe thing, not terribly interesting. Maybe if we see 320 at like lunchtime, that would be a good bid there. ATVI, I'm always waiting for the day that it breaks 80. I always feel like if there's an 80 break, and there's good news on the deal, I would probably just take that breakout trade because there's so much room for it to run. I like the risk to reward, but that's in the future.
I like Adobe. I think any kind of a move to the downside for Adobe is probably a good opportunity to buy them up. But again, 330. I remember talking with Tony about this. He was long this name around 300. I was just trying to check. Yeah. But no, he's out of it now. So anyways. Here's what the daily chart looks like, man. I mean, I think Adobe is, someone put in the chat there that it's like a forever company. I don't know, but, we did dip down. It was on this move here that he got long back in. It tipped down to 280, 290. I mean, you do have this level here at 320, so I think that you can hold that. And then you're pretty good, but you're below the 50 period now, which is at 350. It had a beautiful run off that bottom, $100 up, 35% from that bottom. Now it's coming back in, but you know, the days of these high-flying software companies seem to be over with right now. So let's just wait to see. I think it's a good opportunity to buy, but I really think there's at least another $10 down here to 320-ish. So that's kind of the levels there of concern for me on Adobe. So if you're looking at that, then that's a key level there, 320. So we'll wait to see what this Figma deal and all that kind of stuff means to them. But hey, they wouldn't have bought, I think it was $30 billion. They spent a lot of money on that. So we'll wait to see what happens here moving forward. But the market is heading to the downside. Obviously, we're down over 1.9% right now. And yeah, that free fall Friday is indeed intact. That's a big move, big move, big move to the downside. So yeah, if you have any dry powder, which we've been selling some names recently, you guys know that. I don't know if it's time to pick it up today. The S&P is now healthily below 4,000. You're at this 39 right now. If I just zoom this back out here, here's a move down. This is 4,000 right here. Nice move to 39.60 and continuing to move down on the ES. So ES, NASDAQ, both reeling a little bit right now. I think you're going to want to look for shorts. Look, we still have 45 minutes before this market is even close to thinking about what it wants to do off the open. So let's let it probably slip down the remainder of the afternoon of the pre-market here, and then we'll see what happens at 9:30. But hopefully we can get a little bit of a bounce as some stocks are at key levels, like that softy, like Apple. So we'll see if they can hold.
All right, let's bring in, if he's ready, guys. Give me a thumbs up. Yes, Michael Noss is here from Trade Ideas to join us on a Friday for a little bit of a look at an area of the market that we don't really pay a lot of attention to until they move. And we're talking about shippers here today. Michael Noss, talk about why we should be paying attention to these.
Yeah, not an exciting group, right? It's not like anyone gets up in the morning and is exciting about the new, technology that the shipping industry or something has put out. But even with what's going on in the market, I've been watching the show, so I saw the number and the market selling off. The shippers here and the names I'm going to talk about are actually holding up pretty well. So the thing I love about this stuff and relative strength is that if we're going to get a bounce in the market, if we're going to get a reversal here, these may be some names to look at. So the first chart I have here is just a chart of the S&P 500. And, even without today's candle, you can see over the last, 4 or 5 days, we've been pulling back a little bit. But one thing that we do at Trade Ideas, and one thing that I do myself, is I want to go, okay, when the market is selling, what are they, in air quotes, the big names, what are they not selling? And in this case, I found an ETF called BOAT, which is the next slide here. And basically, this is just a global shipping ETF. So it's got shippers from all over the world. You can see it, it gaps a little bit because of that. But at the same time that the whole market is selling, this is actually making new highs over the last couple months, 6 months or so. So what I want to look for is that if, the market turns, we can kind of go through and say, okay, well, for some reason during that downturn, no one hit the sell button on the shippers. They actually hit the buy button instead of, hitting the sell button on pretty much everything else. So the next the next slide, I have a scan here. And this is just basically how I find these. I just sort by how close things are in their 5 or 10 or 20-day range, how close they are up to that top. So again, when the market turns and the market starts to move higher, I have some names to look at. So I've got 4 names to keep an eye on here. First one is DHT. You can see this one after earnings. That yellow vertical line is earnings. Had a nice up move and then some good consolidation. One thing I want to point out with a lot of these, and this may be some of the reason why they continue to move higher, is there seems to have been some big institutional shorts in these names. They're much more heavily shorted than I would expect for safe and quote unquote boring names. So maybe a short squeeze coming in this industry. So DHT, for example, 7% short. The next one here is STNG. Again, if you just compare this chart to the chart I just showed you of the SPY, for something boring like this, I have from April 2022 to date, it triple. Like, when does a shipping company, have that kind of move with a 10% short float? So again, I always say you want to look for stuff that's heavily shorted, that's hitting new highs, not the stuff that's hitting new lows, because that's when the shorts get nervous. Next one here is ASC. With another, again, insanely bullish chart and a nice push off after earnings and then some consolidation going on here with a 7% short. And lastly, for you bottom pickers, again, I've always been taught to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces. We have ZIM, Z-I-M, with a 20% short float coming out of this nice rounded base. So I'm not a macro guy. I don't know what world events is causing this, but I haven't seen a divergence like this between the overall market and a sector in a very long time. So this sector really, really has my interest. Again, assuming we don't have this free fall Friday that it looks like we may.
If we're sitting here, discussing the fact that we don't typically look at these on an ongoing basis, that's probably the case right across the board, which also provides an opportunity for anyone who is actually paying attention to something like this. As you said, from a macro standpoint, we can tie this back to whatever you want, the supply chain issues, whatever. There's still obviously a higher need for these types of services that are causing these things to move back to the upside as the overall market is not. What was your time frame be on something like this, just until it shows you it doesn't want to continue?
Yeah, so the divergence has been going on for about a week or so. So it means two things. It means it's either this is the beginning and we have this kind of long-term divergence that's going on, and by long-term, for me, long-term is like a month. Or if it's just getting going and just this breakout is occurring, I think at the very least you're looking at a week or two. And I think you're right, Brendan, basically that it may just be that this is a sector that kind of people left alone. Maybe they've been leaning on the short side of this for a little bit too long, and they're using the pull down of the market to cover. But I kind of implore people, we all like to talk about the NVIDIAs and Teslas and, the fun stuff that's in the news. But in my experience, some of the best trades you can have are the place that no one's looking, because you're not fighting the large institutions in this way where, a lot of them are playing in a lot of these, I guess, more interesting stocks.
Exactly, the angle I was, going towards is the fact that, there might be cleaner, more defined moves and more directional moves, as you've seen and pointed out this morning. Great stuff. Michael Nuss, CMT over at Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend, sir. We'll talk again next week.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's jump into this, why don't we? Just to kick things off before we get to Arun and the futures, here are some analyst moves for you this morning. Upgrades and downgrades. Shopify, it's been on here a couple of times this week to the upside. Block back to the upside. It's worth noting with any earnings play, there's multiple. This is just one, but multiple moves for SQ today. MGM resorts to the upside from Barclays as well. Domino's, Moderna, Xpeng on here, and Yeti as well. What's wrong with Yeti?
Yeti. The Yeti's fantastic. I like the product. I have one at home. Well, my wife uses it, so she gets better use of it than I do. But like Shopify in particular, I was just looking at Amazon, because Amazon's at the 50 period on the daily as well, but so is Shopify. This is one that for 3 days, 4 days now, if you count today, $41, holding the 50 period, at least attempting to back and forth. Like the day that you break away from this range, does it really matter? Like 43 up, maybe it's today, holding beneath that 41 to the downside. That's what you call like a break of the range that you want to have in either direction. So Shopify is sitting right there for you. Amazon, I was just looking at Amazon, so I'm going to talk about Amazon because this is actually bouncing. Above 94, that's the 50 period simple on the daily chart. And you can already see the bottom there once, not yesterday off 94. Again, this is a pretty big bounce spot. If Amazon can't get above 94 at the open and holds down here, that is like almost like a range bound, sort of short into the level, see how far it can break to the downside, because I don't really see any levels that are obvious other than 90 even if it were to go any further. So at the open, all of a sudden Amazon's on my radar for that 50 period. Shop would probably have to break 43 up for me to really, really like the long, although I guess if it just holds the 41, there could be a long there as well. But it's Amazon that's got my attention, even if it's not on the upgrade downgrade list.
Yeah, I actually, you guys know Amazon's been like, one of the best stocks for me pretty much for the last year. So I think that we'll trade that again. It was the #1 stock net-wise on the show yesterday, and you could just see it was just a short. We had some longs there, and then we shorted this little break right there. We had this play downside move all the way down through 94, all the way. By the way, cheers. Anybody out there? Good morning to everyone. Got a refill there. Thanks, Michael Noss, for coming through, by the way. Always some great ideas. It's too bad. We actually want to talk to him about gold there and what's going on with that, because that's starting to head to the downside again. But there's Amazon off this 95, so I just want to do that again. I still think the market could bump here into the close. Why do I keep saying that? Into the open here today. So for me, I'm actually not going to short Amazon until we climb a little bit. It's just some of these moves have been pretty dramatic for Amazon back to the upside. But you can see, even though the market is reeling a little bit here, let's go Microsoft, by the way. I'm surprised that's not bouncing even more right now. I'm still long Microsoft right now. We haven't got anything out other than what I've already told you. But I think Amazon has the potential to rip our faces off. So I'm going to wait for a 95 and just see what happens there. That's 95.03. Yesterday's close all the way up here to 95.60. I think that's the proper out if you're going to short anything here on Amazon. So, that's the level that I'm going to look at is 95. I actually have an offer right now at 95. I'm actually going to cancel it right now and wait for that to come through now. Okay, here comes Microsoft. We're sitting upside right now. We have 50 cents in the money if it gets printed out to 251. So let's wait to see. We are still long right now. Microsoft right here at 250.50. We let it fall into it. I like this level. We talked about this here on the 20-minute chart. It's held 250 over and over again. It's a screaming short if the market opens up and wants to hit it low. So that's fine. We'll reverse it into the short. That's why we take out profit, right? You always got to make sure that you take something out. Our outs are 70s, 77, and 82. So we have some good outs so far. We're waiting at 90 to get another piece here for Softy. So a little bit of a bump up here on a little nice rally back for the S&P and for the NASDAQ right now, trying to climb. Nice bounce off 12,000. Let's wait to see if we can hold it. We're at 12,010 right now and still trying to climb. So here we go. Microsoft, though, for some reason having a bit of an issue here. I think we'll get a piece out here, maybe 75-ish, and then we'll go from there. But so far, so good on some of these longs.
All right, a few people talking about these little tiny ones once again today that we were looking at yesterday. Here's this OCEA from yesterday. It started in the pre-market at $5. It topped out at 27. So that was interesting. Halts on the way up and then just completely collapsed on the way back down to $9. We're at 785, down 27%. Decent volume, it's worth noting, behind this move back to the downside. This seems to be the one for today, at least, or maybe starting out as the one for today. Still a long way to go. Up here, 8 million on the free float for CING. There was positive results for an ADHD treatment from Singulate.
Interesting technicals here, Brendo, on both. We'll continue with what you were just talking about with CING. That 220 level, that goes back a ways, guys. That goes back to March of last year. That wasn't broken. It was tested this morning. Let's see if we can get back up there. But 225, keep your eye on that for a level. With respect to OCEA, wow, what an inside day we're having. We're much nearer the lows than we are to the highs. I say we continue and retrace a little bit down, maybe into 6. But hey, anything's possible. The close of yesterday, though, guys, at around 11. So keep your eye on that. If we do retrace back up, 11 likely will be an area of resistance.
A ton of volume in this one as well. BAER coming back in a little bit here, trying to hold $8. I haven't found anything on this, so if anyone has, feel free to pass it along, but it doesn't seem to be a catalyst on this. Just, again, tiny float. It's about 12 or 13 million, depending on where you look for BAER as well.
Yeah, well, that's a catalyst in and of itself these days. It is what it is. Like Sing's a smaller float. I'm calling it Sing because why not? 7 million, 8 million, 7 or 8 million on the float on this. It's just, if it actually holds this consolidation, I was having this talk with a trader yesterday, with the ones that can turn into a halt fest, earlier is always better than later in terms of finding yourself an entry, because then you can manage risk, relatively speaking. If it breaks out the top, you could be risking 30 pennies, which that's not that unreasonable if you think you can moonshot. The problem, as Sharif mentioned, was that overhead resistance. If there's a resistance at 225, then suddenly that's right on top of the 2. That makes a long in the 180 at the open a little bit better, 180, 185. I think your risk towards a little bit better. But if these start going into crazy hauls to the upside, that's when I would back off them because you want to trade early and then be benefiting from the move instead of chasing it to the top. And just try not to chase these once they've already gone a couple of 100%. It gets a little bit difficult to chase. But this one holding 175 Sing at the open, that actually looks pretty solid. Just put your stop underneath, and that's a reasonable way to try and play the breakout.
All right, Bed Bath & Beyond, again, a name that's going to continue to do a little bit of volume, but I mean, look at this. It just keeps on making, you know, boom, 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 all the way to the downside. We keep making lower highs as we're going, and then right now we're testing 145. I think this is just imminent here that these guys eventually go down, I guess, to OTC market. But Bed Bath & Beyond, even yesterday, we didn't trade it yesterday, which is kind of a shame, but there wasn't much happening. It's just kind of like any of these pops, you just kind of want to short it. But then this is why I'm not really here. Off the open, it was a huge move to the downside, and then we really didn't do anything all afternoon. So unfortunately for a name that, you know, is generally well traded, you know, probably not really into that one today, Bed Bath & Beyond. And then you go over here to AMC, which is another name that's been more movement on AMC, and I think that this name has a chance to stay above $6 here. So let's wait to see what happens at 590 level right there that we touched down yesterday afternoon, and then bounced up to 670. You know, some action there. It's also where we closed the day before. So I'm looking at $6, 590 here for AMC. There's a lot of consolidation down here also at $5. I don't know, only down 2.25 right now on this name. So we'll wait to see what happens with AMC. But I think there's some bouncing moments here for this name as well. So 590 could be tested here on a downside move. And if you like the 6 long, then you can grab 6 long and out 590. I think that's, you know, 10 cents worth of risk in this name seems reasonable to me. Just looking here at any of these imbalances as the market comes back down. Microsoft right now, by the way, is going to break. It's a good thing we got some more out at 75 there. Here, just go over to Microsoft quickly here. There's not much on the imbalance locator is what I was trying to show. But there we go. We got a piece out at 75, and now it looks like the market. Remember I was telling you it was really strange that Microsoft wasn't going when the market really battled back? So that's, you know, able to get it out. Now we have half left, and it looks like it'll probably be a net trade here because here we go. Drawing it will be down actually as it's going to break through right now. Look at that bats. Someone basically chased this thing down. I mean, I can buy off that if it breaks. That's okay. Well, they're trying to break it. There it goes. Now it's broken, but not really. Like I don't know what happened to that size there. They must have just got. I was waiting to punch that size long. But I think it just got done in the dark pool there and now has disappeared. So let's see if Microsoft can hold that bottom a little bit right now off this level. I don't know if it's going to be able to. We'll try to buy a little bit more here. But Microsoft got chased down there. I should have bought that back. But I think it all got done in the dark because I didn't see that level get wiped out there. But 250 just held. Should have got low. I was waiting to punch that guy long. And I don't know, someone beat me to it. So Microsoft trying to hold 250 right now. That was close.
All right, let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market as we head towards the open. Under 30 minutes to go here. I was just saying to Sharif beside me here, Arun, we're kind of begrudgingly going down so far with this number at 830, but what are you looking at as far as support?
Well, there's nothing. I'm removing all the lines because there's markets that are going to respect horizontal levels or sort of support and resistance levels. And then there's markets like this, which are going to be expanding. And this is what you're seeing in the last few days is the highs and the lows of each move are expanding. At that point, you can't use horizontal levels anymore because they're not going to hold up well in that situation. So all you can do at this point, and given that we've gotten a deep move off this number, is to now start figuring out where the levels for today, intraday, are going to be, and not using any historical levels or the last for the levels from the last few days. So for now, with the market being as negative as it is, and it's, you know, it still looks somewhat negative here as it's trying to bounce off these 60s. We'll see if whatever the high point ends up being. I suspect somewhere between 75 to 80, maybe we'll see. But 75 to 80 could be put in as like a interim top that we can work with, and then continue to ride the move down until it finally turns. So all I can really say at this point is let the market discover its prices and if it's going to maintain this type of movement. Yesterday we saw an aggressive sell-off that was a V-shaped turn right back to the upside within the range, but it was an expanding range. Now we have that clarity. I think we can kind of prepare for this a little bit better. We still have one more number to come out. We still have actually two more numbers. We still have the Michigan consumer sentiment which also has the inflation expectation attached to it, and also the new home sales. I don't know how much the new home sales are going to do for that, but at least the Michigan consumer sentiment is going to be something to watch at 10 a.m. Until that point in time, all I can really do is let the market give you the prices that it wants to work with and work with those prices. And then at the end of the day, dump them all and come back on Monday and figure out what to work with then.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow, Monday morning. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday. First segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV to get 10% off. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that every single day, guys. Super easy. Scan the QR code, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, just like Fahad did, and you can have that every single day for free. Has everything you need to know in the pre-market to get you going in the morning. Let's jump right into what is on there this morning. We'll start things off with Block. Decent report across the board. I mean, the forecast a little bit better than expected. Some of the numbers a little bit light, but overall, it could have been a lot worse here for SQ.
Yeah, growing. That's the idea here. Cash App business up 64% year over year. They actually have 51 million monthly users. That's 16% growth year over year. Their point of sale business is growing. That's up 22% year over year. These were like more pandemic plays. Remember when Square was up at $300? Now it's retraced. I mean, they're still growing, Brendo. Just need to be a bit more profitable.
Yeah, the processed number, 53.16 billion in the quarter, was up 15% as well, I saw, which was a bigger number right across the board than they were expecting. Crazy price action after. The initial reaction was downside. We get all the way down here to 70. Here we are flirting with, anyways, $80 for Square once again, guys.
Yeah, look, I actually think it was a good report. Definitely going to be a solid one. It's just that I keep looking back at that channel, and I always want something to break out as opposed to, sort of trade in sort of the same range. And above 83 on the daily gives you a breakout. But when I zoomed in, and I kind of drew this before, so this is kind of what I'm looking at on Square. I want it above and breaking out here. That actually sets up to be closer to 81.5, 82. So if it gets above there, I think it's got a ton of room to run. Otherwise, I just want to play out in front and then work with the trend that it's been going with here. And I don't think we see anything like the 50-period moving average today. I think that's an automatic long. If you got anywhere resembling near to it, I would probably go. I'd be all over 75 before I wait for 73. So I'm looking at that channel. I want longs only above, and I want a short in front of it. For now, that is giving me like an 80 to 85, 80 and a half short. And just a quick note there, because the position board's now on. I was sort of saying I've been looking for pops in Carvana to be able to get something to the south side. This one is a breakdown on the daily as well, so it's been going to the downside, you can see, but the flat bottom break here beneath 940. I want to short to 9 and 9 and change. If that doesn't work, I want to short it in this range as well. I'm really only looking for shorts beneath those levels. If it takes out the second, I would be very, very patient because it is a squeeze candidate. But Square needs to break that channel for me. Otherwise, I'm really just looking for the short off the top.
Well, beyond meat, shall we? Depending on, as I mentioned when we came on there, depending on where you look, it's 35 to 40+% on the short side still for this thing. $19 was a little bit of a level in the aftermarket yesterday after the huge pop to the upside. 19.5 coming into play as well. So we're stuck in a bit of a range, but huge move. 12% here for Beyond Meat, announcing more cost controls, upbeat revenue forecast. There was a lot of analysts with positive notes on this, including Bernstein down here raising their price target to 18 once again from 10. That's a huge hike.
They're using all the right words, Brendo.
Yeah.
Efficiency. They're looking to get costs down 22% in 2023. They actually expanded 9% in 2022. They're doing all the right things. Let's see what they do. They're, like you wrote in the note, they're down 63.8%.
Yeah, it's if you zoom out a little bit, it's not a good looking daily chart, obviously. But if we get some retail, some social media starting to grab onto this thing today, this is a stock that can get going pretty quickly.
Yes, because 37% short. And that's the story is the short interest in Beyond Meat. And obviously this is more of probably of a long-term type of thing. As far as I'm concerned with Beyond Meat on a long-term standpoint, you've got price, you've got taste, you've got health. The moment that any one of these alternative meat companies can come up with figuring out all three of those comparable to obviously real meat, then it's a no-brainer, and these are going to get widespread, and it's going to make a ton of money. You can probably get away with 2 of the 3 if one of those is price. So, but we're not there yet, and that basically leaves, okay, well, how long they're going to be able to play this out? Can they get more efficient? Can they cut costs? Yes, they've managed to do that. Margins improved. That's a number that I think you can get behind, and I think the squeeze, any potential squeeze, will probably have to look at the margins and say that was a good look. I was kind of keying off of this 19 area early, but then once the market started breaking down, I kind of felt, oh, no, like if it dips to 18, it maybe catches a bid. Everything about a squeeze kind of means it has to break resistance. So if it doesn't take out the top here, now I like 20 1/4 just because it's above the afternoon high, but if it's not the 20 1/4 break and you're looking for a long and a potential squeeze or shorters covering, that's either at 18 or maybe right 19 at the open, which wasn't necessarily something I thought was going to come into play right away. So I don't know if you get that 20-25 breakout at the open anymore, given how weak the market is. But that would be something worth eyeballing. It's all about the short interest. If it gets to, what did I write down for the short price if it breaks out? I had 21.50 if it were to really break out, and then I would consider, maybe a turn there. But if anything, with this move, if it gets to 21.50, I would play that beer. I wouldn't want to be sitting in front of that level on the daily. So I like 20 1/4 because of yesterday's high. I tend to think if it gets to $18, that's where I try to pick up a bid.
All right, so Beyond Meat right here on the sticky note. We talked about this 40% short sale could rip here. Watch $20 breakout. We're going to take that long through 20, and same level there. We have an $18 support level. So if you're looking for any sort of notes about it, check out the sticky note there, and let's talk just a little bit. I mean, here's Beyond Meat right here off Trade Ideas. There it is, 41% short float, market cap of only $1 billion. I mean, that's pretty cheap considering where we've been on this name. I think it deserves a lot higher bid than where we are right now. But again, just going back to yesterday's close of 17, that's why I look to pick something up at 18, then hold it back down here to $17 if that's something that does come in to play. So I really like Beyond Meat breaking through 20. I think there's a great opportunity for that. We did have an opportunity to take more profit here on Microsoft, and we didn't. It just stopped at 250. We loaded back up here. Remember, we're in at 250. Out at 75, in again here at 10s, and we could have got out again at 50, but we spit in the face of that profit, and we should not have. So we'll wait to see what happens here for Microsoft. But I do want to talk about, because we don't show this enough on the show here, which we're still not showing enough. There it is. Thank you, Bradley. This is our YouTube. Or maybe you can see it's a little bit. There it is right there. This is only for 100,000 subscribers. So, what we're going to do is hit this right now. This is going to get us a lot of subscribers right now. Let's go.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
So there you go. So, Hola, right now, she's Hawaiian, if you didn't know that. No, she's not. There we go. But, let's get this back up. We want the next level. What's the next level, Brad? Platinum? You get it?
It's $1 million.
Gold. Okay, so we're going to try to get gold rocking through with this. So here we go, man. This is our pride and joy right now. But it's 100,000. I mean, come on. We hit that real early. So let's keep hitting the like and subscribe button, and let's get this going a little bit higher there. I did clean it a little bit. I need to do a little bit of a better job here as you go. There.
You know which one gets more subs.
There, you can see my layout.
You know which one gets more subs.
The Fahad dunking one?
You know it.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
For it.
You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs. That's right.
The laugh track.
That's right. So there it is right here. Thank you so much for continuously supporting. There you go. Now you can see. Oh, there we go. There. Now you can see like a little bit of what. There's me and Neil's screen.
That's
so we
cool
can see
as
the screen.
Hell.
This is what I'm doing, man.
I like that.
Producing, giving content, all this kind of stuff. There it is. Thank you so much for the support, the like, the shares, the everything. Now get this. No, I'm not throwing it. Get this out of here. Thank you so much, guys. We'll keep this. You know what? I think, unfortunately, we've got to turn this guy around. We'll keep this here for some good luck today, unless it gets in our way, which it may do that. But, all right, let's go back over to Brendan and talk about something else.
Yeah, we need to maybe find a better home for that. It's getting a little dusty in its current location. Here is CVNA, another highly shorted name, obviously, on the board this morning after earnings, reporting a wider Q4 net loss. It was almost the reverse, though, the price action, if you look at it from aftermarket. It was almost the reverse from square that we just looked at. Goes positive initially, and then here we are this morning, downside for Carvana.
Yeah, an absolutely ugly dailies chart. But to be honest with you, there's a good reason for that, guys. They bought a lot of inventory at last year's highs with respect to the cars, the price of cars. I mean, anybody in the market for a Tesla knows you're paying about $65,000 for a car you were paying $100,000 for last year at the same time. So they're obviously invested in this. They're underwater, and they're not using the trigger words, Brendo. They're not saying cost cutting, and they're not saying all these right things. So endless, making them pay.
Yeah, if it's not going to be a short squeeze related move to the upside for Carvana, it might not be anything below $9 now.
Well, look, you said the word, short squeeze. That's the reason why it would go up today, quite frankly, because Sharif already sort of gave you some fundamentals for it, but like approaching $1 billion loss, I mean, come on. The reason why this could go up is because I actually saw multiple numbers. I'm just going to go right over and show you guys on Flow Checker. I don't know. I see 85, I see 55, I see 60, distinctions without a difference. Anything that high, you've got to get out of the way of it when it breaks the key level. So I am short 880 right now, but if you see what's going on, there's a reason for it. Like, I like all the shorts. I like the short probably at least until 940, but that's going to be 2 trades. If it's breaking down, it could bounce off the 50 period, which is literally $1 away, so that's plenty of room to go. And then I'm just keyed in on whatever is happening here at 885. So with support to resistance, and if we can hold this area here, fine. I'd give it to this next level up, which is 905. So I want the shorts in here, maybe add a little bit into the open at 9. And if it breaks out this area 905, get out of its way and wait for the next level to short up. No reason to take an extra hit there. Just allow it to calm down, and then I'm going to go with the rule that I made up for myself with Intel. If it is broken out, whether it's 905, whether it's broken out the pre-market highs, if that happens at 930, then between 930, off that open, I want it to settle down for a few minutes. If it is squeezing up parabolically at the open, I do not want to get involved right away. I am looking to short a pop if it goes parabolic, but I am not looking to do that at 930, probably for at least the first 5 minutes. If it pulls a lucid where it only goes down, fantastic. But you have to have yourself an out when you're shorting this name. Very, very important. I just took some out because it bounced off that low at 65. And every time it consolidates, I want to get something out and try and short some pops here. Just be careful. This is a pure squeeze play if it starts breaking levels. And then also a short covering day, because it's about as bad as it can get, and their shorts have been crushing it, and going to look for some exits too.
Yeah, they lost $7.61 per share, so not a good one there coming through there. Lost over 800 million versus 89 million Carvana. So yeah, what's going to be a weekday for them? You know, I don't. Like, if you're going to trade this name, I think you're trying to go for some home runs here today, whether or not that's to the short or to the downside. This thing could be down 20%, 25%, or you could get that short cover. For me, it's not my cup of tea. You know, we don't really ever make too much money on these things. I'm going to wait. Well, we could. It just has to go one way, right? So let's just wait to see if it explodes one way or the other. Right now, it's just kind of hovering around. I feel like it's dangerous to play in this level here for Carvana. I just, you know, if you're going to look at a 3-minute chart, I mean, again, I don't really see like a level where I would be too concerned if it blew back up to the upside. I mean, maybe $11, something like that. But again, like, you're not going to short now and then get out if it breaks 9. Like, you could easily break 9. So it's just like, what is the risk reward here? And I can't.
Lucid yesterday.
Yeah, Lucid. Yeah, exactly. Lucid, Intel. There's lots of different things you could do on that, right? We wound up making money yesterday on those names, but we're going to hold off on this. As it keeps continuing to the downside, I think that's the right play. Just hold the short and see how bad it could get for Carvana today. So downside move getting pushed right now on this name. I like the short here, but again, you know, I don't really have a level on where we could stop. On a daily chart, I mean, you have consolidation. We're already... It's going to be, hold on a second, it's because this is zoomed up so much. You have consolidation right here at 6 630, 650 into that area. So I could see us stopping around there. So that could be an area to pick some up. So let's see what Carvana is going to do. I mean, it's going to bleed the rest of the day. So hopefully you're able to make a little bit of money. I know Neil has a little short now. We're going to wait to see what happens if it does pump back up. I like that. And again, it's just about finding levels. The NASDAQ right now, good shorts all around. If anybody's short anything right now, NASDAQ taking out the day's low now. So good trade. Carvana short. Not a great trade here reloading Microsoft, but again, we're fine with it. It looks like things are starting to break. What is Apple? I'm trying to wait for the imbalances to come out because I feel like that's really going to push these things lower. Here's Apple right now. We did break that 147 earlier. This is a short that I really like. I'm just very cautious of taking something in the pre-market on some of these, bigger cap names. Let the market open up and give us a level. If 147 is key, like we written down here on Apple, that's right where we are right now. Microsoft, 250, right where we wrote down, right where we're at right now. So looks like we're going to open up above or below these key levels, but we're going to open up right at them. I mean, look, there's still 10 minutes. The market could absolutely tank or rip in the next 10 minutes, but it looks like some of these trades are going to come for us fast and furious. I've canceled my NVIDIA bid down here at 230. I still like that trade. Well, we have NVIDIA coming up at the end, but we hit a nice long yesterday right there off 230 and got it out at 237. So that was a $7 winner. And like I said, the number one, actually, I said Amazon was the number one stock, but I'm pretty sure NVIDIA was. So we'll look at that 230 again. But if this market's going to drop down today, you could see a lot of profits being taken out of some of these names. And the most high-flying names are the ones that'll probably get dumped first. So I'm going to wait for NVIDIA to see if we can get a level on that. But the market right now is pretty jittery, bouncing off these bottoms. But I don't know, man. This could be that day that all the bears are looking for. We could be heading pretty southbound, and it could start in 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's an interesting look. We had both of those on the board here this morning, and both of those coming through with analyst moves that were very, very positive, both in Microsoft and NVIDIA. I'm speaking of. Wedbush on Softy, pointing to cloud growth, better than expected. That comes out pre-market. We gap down anyways. And then NVIDIA at the bottom there, Goldman Sachs going to buy, saying AI is just starting and basically unlimited upside for both of these. So maybe Goldman and Wedbush didn't realize that there was inflation data this morning.
Yeah, maybe not. Interesting little note there from Wedbush about cloud. I mean, we've been hearing a lot about cloud lately and how, growth is slowing down and they're still not profitable. So it's kind of awkward that they're coming out with that now. And here's my thinking. I think that most companies that are going to really want to deploy AI are going to use cloud-based systems. They're not going to buy their own GPUs. They're going to use those of Microsoft, Azure, AWS, etc. And so they're maybe betting on Microsoft to be the one that wins out in some of this AI cloud war, Brendo.
Just watching Alcoa here as well, guys. There wasn't much of a move on this, but the White House saying the U.S. will impose a 200% tariff on aluminum articles derivatives from Russia on March 10th. So that's just coming across. But AA, it did pop up there, back above 47, but not much follow through for Alcoa.
Yeah, that aluminium, that could be trouble there. I had to say it. Sean said it first, Prad.
Yeah, I said it first. But Prad's right, actually.
No, he's right. He said it under his breath, so I'm not going to say it out loud. Aluminium. But I'm looking at, I like the 50 period moving average. Sometimes you got to get it mixed up. On Microsoft is at 247 today. Were we to get a free fall and it doesn't hold this level, I am liking that level to the downside. Well, sorry, for a dip buy. But this is a line in the sand here for Softy, but kind of like the way I feel about Amazon, it's going to test above or below at the open, and the consolidation here is almost perfect. Because if it consolidates, breaks lower, it's obviously, I think it can be shorted to 3. If it consolidates and breaks out, then suddenly you've got 51 to 53 with the risk to the low. So I like that for Softy. I think I'm going to be bidding at 247, but just a quick update. You've got it. So I've been taking profit on CVNI. Just got 850s. It's already starting to bounce back up. So if it bounces back up, I'm going to try and grab some more short. But it's now 924. I might, if I don't get filled in the next couple of minutes, I'm going to cancel those offers because I don't want to get filled on the open to the upside on Carvana in the final minute or two there. So if I don't get these fills now, then I got to cancel those. I don't want to be getting those right at 9:30.
All right, I'm just going to tell our guy to remove those from the stream. I don't know why they're still there at the bottom. All right, so I just took more profit there on Microsoft. So since we're going to talk about it, it is bouncing up. The problem is you have 1 minute until the market on open imbalances are coming out, and that's going to be for the NASDAQ. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be sell side. So I'm a little nervous about this because one sell side push, I'm going to get out anyways, right? So when it comes down, I'm going to take that out. If these come as a sell in 40 seconds, then this is going to push down. So that's why we take a piece out there at 50 on, or whatever price I got, 48s there, 47s right there on Microsoft. So here it comes. We're just going to get 30 seconds. These are going to update. I feel like we are probably... I don't know. Right now it's not a trade. Whenever you're in something and it's going to be affected by whatever these imbalances are, like unfortunately I have too many shares, not too many shares, but more shares than, probably I should have at this point. So if this breaks down through 250, we're going to get out, and I feel like it's probably going to do that. So let's watch out to see if there's a sell imbalance coming in 3, 2, it could be a bid, right? 2 and 1. Nothing, maybe? Okay, yeah, there it is. So there's a little bit of a push down. It still does not break 250. It goes to 03, 04. Yeah, so I don't really... NVIDIA's a decent sell there. Not really creating too much movement to the downside, 230, 260. But yeah, so for right now, Microsoft's holding, but it's holding by a thread. It's most likely going to break. I don't see it on here, but I would say it's a sell. We don't have a net number. Bed Bath & Beyond, there's a buy. Wish is there as a bid. That's Context Logic, of course. Palantir. Shout out. Wow, I got to talk to Daniel from Yummies because he shorted $10 on my Palantir call, and he said, "Where is it going?" And I said, sub 8. So I'm going to actually ask him today if he got out of that. All right, there's Microsoft. So there's the dip down. It just broke, and then look at the spread. So we just got taken out of that, and then the spread opened up a little bit. So what are we going to do? Good out there. We actually got 250, so nothing wrong with some of the outs. But yeah, that spread opened up pretty good there. So let's wait to see what happens here with Microsoft as it looks like it wants to break lower. Look at the spread, 50 cents. So a little risky there, but net will be okay, and waiting for this open in 4 minutes. We tried it. Looks like it failed off 250, guys.
Ace back downside here. I just saw a little bit of volume coming back in. Trying to hold $60. There was a move on with the overall market for both Ethereum and Bitcoin. So we did break further to the downside here, back to 1630, holding that support level. This is an hourly chart, FYI. So holding that support level from a couple of days ago on ETH. Bitcoin, same thing. Trying to hold below 24,000 right now. So weakness across the board for crypto at this point as well, guys.
Very quickly here, guys, because NVIDIA, there's 2 levels to work off of. You go on the daily chart and you're going to point out, like, it has, we'll call 30 to 31 because of the higher low that it put in yesterday. And then the morning bottom was 31, and they made a later morning bottom at 30 even. The top end here is actually 39, but yesterday it was 38. So the 38 to 40 channel, that's resistance till proven otherwise. The 30 level is support till proven otherwise. And then just to go to another chip name, Goldman Sachs likes them, but if they break this, if the market heads lower and you break 230, then that's a bit of a failed breakout on the higher time frame. And I want to quickly go to Intel because it has a flat bottom break that's happening right now at 25.30. It's been trending down. Obviously, everyone knows that. Every single day has been a short day on this stock. 25.30 breaks. The bottom has been 24.50. So now you're into that bottom channel where I think there's going to be support between 24.50 and $25. I don't know exactly where, but that's why I'll be looking to pick it up. I think the short on this stock has to be on this flat bottom break. So it's right here, right now at the open, beneath 25.30. I think I'd only give it to about 50. I'm looking for just an inkling of a pop to go short this, because if it goes too far to the downside, it's running into very big support levels, and it's getting trickier to short closer to that support.
All right, only 2 minutes to go, man. We're getting ready to rock and roll. It should be a good open here. We're getting also ready for the haircut that happens at 2:45 with Fahad. So I want to thank everybody that continues to support it. Over $11,000 raised right now for charity there, Turkey and Syria, boots on the ground. That's what we're talking about. Thanks for Fahad and to all of our viewers for getting that ramped up for us. And it just means a lot that we continue to give back to you guys. And well, not to you guys, but to the community. And thank you for everybody helping it out, make the world a better place. All right, so Apple right now is something that we're looking at as well. 147. I was talking about 250 there on Microsoft. I got back in small there at 250 just to see. We're going to give it down to 249.50. But yeah, it's holding 147 here, so it's going to be an interesting name. And then there goes Beyond Meat a little bit. We don't, I talked about buying 18s, probably should have bought 19s. We're going to wait for 20. I like a 20 break on this name. And if 20 breaks, checks how many shares. Okay, decent amount. But we'll hold it back now that we have that 19 bottom. So looks like it is going to break here off the open. So let's wait to see if there is a little bit of a rally cry off the opening print here. Yeah, I'm just seeing Alibaba to the sell side. We talked about that yesterday a little bit. That continues to be low down here near 90. So that's pretty disgusting, down 4.5% as well. Shopify, we talked about that at that $40 level. So, some names, bouncing around a little bit, but CVNA, I know you're in that one, so you'll have some good coverage on that. That's okay, all the way back to 870 right now. But yeah, all right, so Beyond Meats looks like the one I'm going to get into first, and Furious right now. $20. Let's go. Let's see what happens now.
Let's go. We got it. Under 10 seconds to go. We'll see if the market can catch a bit of a bid here. I'll be watching some Amazon. Got some CVNA, which is starting to pop back up. Pradley's on the bell in 4, 3, 2, and National Tortilla Chip Day. Bring it.
Really? It was Beef Patty Day in Toronto on Tuesday. Yeah, believe that or not.
Nice.
Right now. Okay, big time wins right now on Softy. We're making it all back and in droves. We just got a great little fill there. Let's see if it can hold this bid and start to go back up to the upside. Microsoft trying to make a winner on this one. 250.70 here. Let's see what's happening. Microsoft trying to go right now. Beyond Meat coming back down. We got a good fill there on Softy. It just ticked 251. Let's see if it can go higher.
So I want the over under $94 on Amazon, but if I'm kind of feeling distracted right now, it's because Bayer already halted to the upside. So if you're tracking that Bayer, it's BAER. I want to trade Amazon at that 94 level, but it's tapping 11.16. It's halted at 10.95. Auction price is saying basically flat for now. Ooh, just got ticked in at 75s on Amazon. I do not want this breaking that 24. It's the 50 period on the daily as well. So that's a pretty big level for this name. We'll see what happens there. I'm still in Carvana on the pop. I did not add to the position. I was waiting for it to calm down. It's already back into the downside. But Amazon, new position for me as the market going down. Again, actually still in the range, and Bayer going haywire.
Yeah, we're still pretty good here actually with today's range. Not much happening. We still are long on Microsoft. I was debating. I mean, the thing is, I'm long Softy, so it's going to be tough to go short on Apple. But I mean, maybe not, especially if they both break. We should do that. So, but for right now, yeah, it looks like Apple is getting lower than that 147 level that we sort of had indicated there. So that's going to be something to look at for Apple. Microsoft still holding above 250, so that's pretty key. And then our Beyond Meat, honestly, is just dancing right now and not doing a whole heck of a lot. So I'm not into too much. Well, I'm only into one name. You can see that on the bottom. And then NVIDIA went off that 230 level. I mean, what's going on with the charts? But we didn't get that bid. It only went to 231 and change. Here goes NVIDIA. Nice little move back up to the upside. Maybe this is an AMD kind of day if we're going to miss NVIDIA. But let's just wait to see. The market's still pretty low here, trying to catch a bid. I'm not convinced yet.
Yeah, what's actually catching a bid, and it's not the one I want, it's the stock I want, but it's not the price I want. PanW is already at 186. I liked an 83 level, the higher low from yesterday. 80 is not going to happen, I don't think, but it is really strong and holding 185. I talked about the breakout, but that would be at 189. That's too far away. So the next dip, looks like I want that pre-market low on PanW. I'm going to go for like the 185 area to see if I can catch a dip buy. I know I like this stock for strength, and it's one that I do want to be long. Carvana's starting to calm down a little bit after that open. Still a New York stock, Neil. After that open. And here it comes. Like, it just got to 9 again. So another push into 9 has not broken my stop. Now I want to adjust risk a little bit, see if I can get something on this next little bit of a curl. If it was going up, I wouldn't, and breaking out, I wouldn't want to take the short, but still beneath that $9 level. So in the pocket for me to be able to add to this short position.
Yeah, Microsoft's still having a problem to go, man. I think we should probably. I mean, we're 30 cents. I mean, we're 30 cents in the money. Most people would take that. I probably should as well. So there we go. We'll take 30 cents right there. We took it. Now it's starting to go. Okay, that's good. I'm still happy that we took it out. Let's go a little bit higher than this right now. Let's go to 251, like 40, something like that, into here for Softy. See if we can get breakthrough that 251. I don't know if we're going to go, but we're almost $1 now in the money on. Well, we're 80 cents in the money on Microsoft off that initial log. It's the only trade we have, man. We're talking about making sure that we make the right trades, make one or two of them, and try to get the best one. So here we go, and again, we'll spin it right now off that bid for Microsoft, starting to get going now. We are long at 84s, 70 cents now in the money on Microsoft, and I still think there's a potential for this to get going even more than this, so we're going to hold out for that. Apple right now taking that 147 again. So this is probably, this is the level that I wrote down as a short level, but again, we're dead right on it because it's just bouncing around it. So we have to make our decision on what we're going to do. I'm still not confident in this Microsoft being a winner. So it's a winner now. It's like I said, 70 cents, but because we're going to get out if it breaks 249.50, I think this is well worth the risk. There goes Beyond Meat right now. We're long at 2010. We wanted this long. Let's see if we can get something out on the upside. But again, it's not a huge position, but we're going to wait to see if we can't let this go up maybe 40, 50 cents and look to get something out if it breaks back below like 1930, something like that. But we got to let these names work out here for us. Beyond Meat breaking higher. Let's see if we can grab this one now as well. Well, we did grab it. Let's see if it can make a move to the upside here on Beyond Meat.
Yeah, you're still just all over the place at this open. I got greedy with Amazon, did not take any when it came down to the bottom. If it takes out that 94, I want out. That's it holding the 50 period. I did get the reload in Carvana because that's at least giving you the opportunity in front of that 9, was just able to get a reload in there, and we're going to get some out the next time it pops into that 70 range. I just got Intel as well. So while we're battling the bottom end of the range, I'm not really thinking flip long unless we break out of it, but Intel was the other short that I definitely like. Beyond Meat just triggered me. It's a distinction without a difference. I think it's a squeeze play one way or the other. So the only long I have is I like 2025, but that was just because it was yesterday's top in the aftermarket. Distinction without a difference there. I think this one has a chance to get to 2150 as that's going up. Bear opened up. It's going to go to 12. That's going nuts.
Bang for you for Professor, bang for you for Stano, bang for you Bears versus Bulls. Let's go, man. Hit the damn siren because this is what we're doing all day, every day. There's a nice little take for Beyond Me. We got out at 40 there, and we're still holding. We could have this come to the downside at any time, but let's see if we can get a nice little upside move here for Beyond Me, and let's try to go 2 for 2 today so far. So that's what we're doing right now. So far, so good. We're not stopped out of anything, but this Microsoft trade is a little nervous for me because I have a feeling that we're going downside, but the market kind of doesn't want to give me that right now. So we're trying to hold on to see if we can be right on this name here. That is, of course, Microsoft that I'm trying to look at right now, trying to get back down in. That's why you take profits on Beyond Meat up there at 40. We're only out of a third. This could be a nasty trade for us, but we're in it, and we're going to wait to see what happens now for Beyond Meat. It just rejected that 50, but we're giving it a shot here to get a little higher. So Beyond Meat right now trying to work out for us. And so far, so good.
Yeah, we shorted the pops, and the pops were good on CVNA. That first level, 905, it pops right in, tries to take out that consolidation there. We get the short into it, and then it flushes down into the pre-market lows. I'm going to get some out there. You always want to pay yourself out if it trends. $8 is going to be in play for sure. I like it a lot, but I got to show you guys Bayer. We always say take profit when you can. Goes up, halts up, opens, makes a fresh high at 1250. And it's halted down. So this is kind of the risk of these types of names. What goes up must come down, but not me, clown. Brendo.
Nice move for more earnings, guys. Farfetch, FTCH, 10% on the day after beating expectations. Aftermarket move just got rejected at the high there, back to the downside, but 10% almost.
Hopefully 11 to 12, but. Like, you could have made money on this. So just what I'm saying to Sean, like, if you actually had the halt, it gave you $1. But if you had a stop at the halt price, you get stopped out there. That's not terrible risk to reward if you're taking that shot. It's just if you didn't get any profit, it can be frustrating. I want to come back to Amazon very quickly because I got one leg out 1950s or 93.50s. And then it's right back up, threatening that 94 area. So that's definitely the key price, that 94. All kinds of rejection of it. But if it gets back above, this is a pretty decent chance at a jailbreak. Oh, goodness. The 50 period is right here. So above that, that's it holding the 50 period and trying to jailbreak to the upside.
All right. Citigroup taking $50. I was looking at a few different things here right now, but we're just, like I said, man, one good trade, 2 good trades, however many it takes. We're going to try to make it. But look at this, man. Microsoft again bounces off 50. Like, come on, give me a break. I hate taking a profit on this, but I mean, do I? 75 cents. I hate taking that. Let's go again, man. Let's just hit it. Let's hit the alarm. Let's get the energy going a little bit here. Today seems down a bit, but it's Friday, so that's a good idea. Let's get it going. 250.70 right now. Nice move back up here to the upside. Buy, 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 buy. We did get dumped out when those imbalances came out, but we bought it right back. Then we got that low take that we wanted, and here it goes now, 85 cents in the money. And here goes Beyond Meat again, right back to this level of 40. It just topped out at 60 right there. We're just going to hold out for it, man. Hopefully it gets higher and higher and higher, and we can take this trade even better than what we're looking at right now. Coinbase coming into play again right here as well. All right, up to $61 here. Wow, right into the 50 period. That's what sort of sparked that idea on the 1 minute into the 50 period. A huge move back upside for Coinbase. Yeah, I mean, that 63 is still a top. It's only 940 right now. We've already made the two trades that we're really pleased with. Our net is doing quite well. Let's see if it can continue to go up. There it is. Finally, we'll do it again. Bang again for you. And the cash cow coming through. The dropping down the cash. It's Microsoft's now $1 in the money for Microsoft. So hopefully so far so good. Carvana going to the downside. What's up, Brando?
More earnings to talk about, guys. Into it. They said all the right things, including... Yeah, get ready for AI for finance coming. They mentioned that in their earnings report. So straight to the upside so far for INTU.
Yada, yada, yada finance. Why not? That's what gets you go to the upside these days. But one that went, you'll see me reversed. You're above the 50. You're above 94. We did scalp some out of Amazon. But once it held that level, now I'm looking to see if it holds a channel to the upside. So obviously you have the bottom at 93.25, you have a higher low at 93.50. Can it bounce off VWAP? Can it make an upward trend? CVNA has so it's short sell restricted, but it's got a buyer as well at 850. There is all kinds of buying, still New York. Is all kinds of buying. It happened in the pre-market. It happened at the open. It's happening again. So it needs to break this before anything can happen down toward the $8 level. I still like to short here, but anytime I reload this, it is automatically taking some out in front of 850 until something changes. That's obviously got some strength there. I like the break of yesterday's high on Beyond Meat. I think 2150 is the target for me. There we go. Let's go to the daily chart. I think 2150 is kind of that target. So first level would be it getting to 21, and then buy dips back as it gets back to 20 on the way to 2150. There's a decent chance 2150 is just a break on its own as well, if this one wants to continue going. Of course, as soon as I say it, flush Carvana down foot. Oh, there's a buyer at 850. Until something happens, and then immediately it breaks that buyer and is heading further to the downside. This one is getting absolutely toasted. So much for the squeeze. It's almost identical to Lucid, where your only chance on Lucid yesterday was to catch it right at the open in the consolidation, and then it made the flush. The same thing's happening here over in Carvana. Not a good quarter. Even the 60 to 70% short interest doesn't seem to matter.
Yeah, no, not a good quarter at all there for them. But we're gonna I love that short, so that's a good call there for sure. All right, we went back long. Well, we went long into Meta right now, so let's take a little bit of profit here, if we can, up into the teens here for this name. We're long at 96 only now for Meta, so let's just see if we can get it going back to the upside right now. We've taken a little bit of profit. We just missed that teens fill though. Right now, let's go over to Brendo.
Get ready for round two, maybe, on this lunar. We went all the way up to 137 2 days ago. Just halted, guys, for the second time this morning after a reopen there. LUNR trying to go again.
I might consider paying for shorts on one of those at some point. But look, it was ridiculously expensive, so maybe I don't. There was an up-down. When I say up-down, I mean like a break of resistance and then reclaim resistance on Intel just there. That's usually a short setup for me, and I'm already short, so I want to add to it here. Look, if it breaks out, let's call it 25-40-ish. If it breaks that out, I'll get out of Dodge on Intel, but I'm giving it a chance to work down to 25 and then lower. Maybe this is the bottom. It would be on the daily if it bottomed around here, but every day's been a good short, so I'm going to revisit that one here. You just broke 21 on Beyond Meat.
Let's go.
This could, if it breaks 2150, could halt. Definitely could halt. But I'm not gonna play off of that. I just think really I'm gonna get out if it gets there. That's my play. I'm going to get out of Beyond Meat if it gets to that 2150 level. Look for the dip buy at that point, and then if it holds above, that'll be the bigger breakout. I did get that Sing stock as well. So CING, it made a break of the opening consolidation. So I kind of like that long, kind of in front of taking the breakout at the high, and then I can just give it to the low, and then if it breaks the top, I don't have to worry about buying it at the absolute high of the day.
All right, guys, so let's go like that, man. That was a good idea, right? This is why you want to try to watch out for the sticky note. There's Beyond Meat long at 20 bucks. So we talked about that. We have that exact price. So, so far, so good there on Beyond Meat. I like that Niels is holding that long. Let's see if we can go even longer into that name. We have a couple outs, though. We took one at 45 and then one again at 75. So let's see how high this name wants to fly. But there it is right there. The one-hit wonder for Beyond Meat back up to the upside. Let's see if it can go. The one-hit wonder to the downside, though, today, unfortunately for me, is going to be this guy right here, and that is not Beyond Meat. Meta just dropped out there, right? So Meta dropping out to the downside right there. We had to get out. Well, we didn't have to get out of it, but we did. Meta did not work. So we tried that long, didn't work there. So now Meta suffered a little bit there from that long position, but we'll see if it wants to hold it. Doesn't look like it. Microsoft again went right back up to 251. Could have got out, didn't. So a couple missteps here as we go on these names, but I'm pretty cool with it. Just rather had made a little bit more money on that Microsoft by getting out near that 251. We'll see if we can't do it again, though.
Yeah, so I want to add one thing to Sing. I will take some out in front of the high of the day. Like I'm not holding the entire thing for the top. If it gets up to $2, it is reasonable. I have 87 long. Makes some sense to take some out. If it gets to that high, then hold the other half for a top break. I want to get to Tesla very quickly for you guys because it's breaking the low of the day. It just broke 195. 190 that's a big level on Tesla if we get to 190. Just going to go to the higher time frame for you here. They could bounce off this, but beneath yesterday's low, I think you've got a bit of a gap the last couple of sessions. So any kind of pop, this does play for a short setup. I just have Intel and Carvana short, and I'm kind of kicking myself for liking that 50 period. No, I'm not kicking myself for it. I'm going to play that every single time, reverse into the long when I see a level like that holding Amazon, but the short's actually still valid. It's still above the bottom, so it's not a complete disaster yet, but I'm hesitating to add to this unless the market finds a bid at the low. And I'm talking the NASDAQ because the ES, the ES is already beneath the low of the day and continuing to fall. Sorry, just going to go back over to CVNA for a quick second there. I did not just get anything out when it made, well, I got a little bit out there when it made that move to 820, but it just popped right back into 850. So when it does violent moves up, I'm looking for places to reload, but that's got to be closer to VWAP or 875. And then make sure I'm grabbing profit at the support levels, which for now looks like $8.25. So going to get another bid in front of 825 on Carvana.
All right, so we're starting a short now in Apple. We missed that ultimate top there. We talked a little bit about that before, missing that top. We'll get a piece out on Microsoft as well, because why not here as we're trying to make sure that we capture enough profit on Microsoft, because being short Apple and long Microsoft is not necessarily a good recipe for success right now, but we'll still continue to watch out for that. So here's our new Apple trade. The bottom of the day right there is 40. We can put a bid there just to take a piece out in case it gets back into that. But let's try to hold as much as we possibly can. We're 50 cents in the money on Microsoft. We're 20 cents in the money now on Apple as that's starting to get to the downside. And then Beyond Meat, not really doing too much, but still hovering around some levels here that we've talked about. So hopefully that can come into play. Let's wait to see what happens with Apple right now, down to 146. Oh, sorry, that's still Beyond Meat. There's Apple right now on that short. We double shorted that into the bottom now. So let's see if that will continue to pay dirt for us here on AAPL. Yeah, good trade anyways. Hopefully it just remains that way to the downside. And that's about it, man. So far so good. As we spin the money today, we're going to go 3 for 4. We did mess up on Meta by going long. But again, small little paper cut there, but still a cut is a cut. Just hopefully it's not too deep, right? Apple, good out. Let's see if it holds. I'm shorting this name until 147.
So remember NVIDIA is getting close. It just broke 31. It broke 31 and got to 86, 230.86. Then made a bit of a bounce here, but I'm still looking for that bid if we can get it. I just got the stock that I think was the strongest the last couple of days, or one of the strongest last couple of days. I just got into it for the first time today. That's going to be PAN-W. So PAN-W just came into play on the dip. I like the 183 level, but I decided I want to take 85s in front of the 84 bottom that it showed me. There's a wick bottom there, so I'm going to give it to 84. I'd rather take a separate trade down at 83 instead of hold this all the way through. So I'm now long PAN-W. Somehow Amazon manages to hold. I have my stop just underneath the 93.50, so it's really not that far from stopping out, but the stop is in place, so I can manage that one relatively easily. But the PAN-W was so strong after earnings, I just want to go long off support till it's not a long anymore. And it's got to show me that it doesn't want to bounce every single time. If it gives me the first buck, I'll take the first buck off this 85 bounce. And then I just want to check back in on Intel, because it always feels pretty solid when you got the top on Intel when it does this, but sometimes it has trouble breaking the low. So we'll get one out here. Got another one, 25, 10, and 25 even, which I expect to see a brick wall at 25 even on Intel. Doesn't mean it can't break, but I expect some support there.
Yeah, it's a brick house. Okay, Microsoft right there. Yeah, it's a brick house. Nice little downside move here happening for Microsoft. So it's okay because we still are short the big guy here, and that's going to be Apple. But again, Microsoft bouncing off that 250. Remember I told you we got out, so there it is again. We had a bid still sitting there, but that's just washed in and out because it was at 250. So now let's see where we go on this name. Hopefully Microsoft can settle down a bit, but we still are net short here on this name, and there goes Beyond Meat again. So let's just go like this one. Ride the bull on that. Sticky Note Nation, stand up right now because you guys are hopefully huge on this Beyond Meat trade. You know we hit that trade, and there it goes, man. 21.50. Good call, Neil. You nailed that one. So there it goes right up to the upside here. We're still in this bad boy. Let's let it go. You're taking more long. You're getting out.
Well, I don't want.
This is a good level.
I don't want the top break. I want it to dip here.
Yeah.
And then get 21s. I'm trying to. I talked myself out of taking 21.50. So we'll see. If it dips back in, I still think it's a long to the upside on this. It's one of the only things going. Like, you find relative strength. This is obviously the relative strength. So I'll go for the dip buy if it starts holding at 91. But I said I'd get out at 21.50, so I took the money. It might be the wrong call. We'll see.
I love this. Rob just refilled it. Look at this. This is a new cup. Dad, I like this cup. I like this cup. I told the professor to stop. Well, I didn't tell him. That was just a joke. But stop using my King of the Grill mug right there. But I saw that was used yesterday. I just figured it was professor. But I like this dad mug.
It usually is.
Right, yeah, the professor.
Not to out him, but.
Oh, no, I've seen him with it. That's why I'm just saying. I'm just joking around. But yeah, thanks for that mug right now. That's a good one. All right, here we go. To the downside comes Apple. We're waiting at 146 flat. We're trying to make these winners, guys, come through here, right? So let's continue to watch all this. Let's continue to hold. But right now, Apple is coming back down. I'm waiting for a 146 flat. Is that silly? I don't know. Like, I mean, we haven't been here in a while. This is a 20-minute chart. Don't know why it's loading up. Let's just keep holding this short side here as the market, Neil, as you know, taking the lows or close enough to them right now. But wow, this Beyond Meat is really a nice move to the upside. Now, 21 and change for Beyond Meat, heading to 20 deuce right now. Huge move up for Beyond Meat. Glad we have this one, and glad you guys are with us with this name as well. Beyond Meat to the moon. Neil, I'm going to do this one. It's not AMC, but it might as well be. Maybe this is the new AMC.
It's a squeeze.
It's a squeeze play for sure. I'm just kind of joking around, but here we go. Nice little move to the downside, upside for Beyond Meat. Sorry, not downside.
Yeah, that's going up, but everything else is going down.
Yes.
Well, just about everything. Not everything, but yeah, NVIDIA, it made a bottom here at 230.50, so I did grab one leg. The real level's obviously 230, so I'll hold off on adding anything until we actually get a test of 230. PanW's bouncing and trying to hold the bottom. We'll see if NVIDIA can do it. That's going to be a big one. We know this is a monster level. If you crack beneath, I don't like even dollar stops. You guys already know this. NVIDIA kind of qualifies for that. It's too big. Like, it'll trade with a 5 to 10 cent spread. And anything that sometimes opens up a spread, I don't want to have a stop at 19, 199.99. Brendo.
Just noticing some of the Chinese ADRs, guys, back to the upside. There was more headlines regarding China-U.S. tensions increasing this morning. So there's gaps to the downside right across the board for these. But JD seems to be leading right now. Decent volume, little relative strength versus the overall market.
So there's the up-down on NVIDIA there.
Yep.
What happened? Oh, I misplaced my stop. I hate when that happens. So I went to put the stop under and accidentally punched out. So it happens. Whatever. I'm just getting back into it and then re-putting the stop in there. We're going to go for just underneath the low because that's where the stop would have been anyways. So I'm back in on this bad boy, but that was an accident getting out and I had to take the elder, which it would have probably been anyways, to be honest with you guys. PanW, Amazon, Sing doesn't count because it's small cap, NVIDIA. Need the market to catch some kind of a bid, but at least it's relatively strong names. Amazon holds the bottom and is now trying to break back out again. So if it gets above here, I'm not really taking anything out till it's above that 94. I need this clearing the 50 period. That is the level to watch. And NVIDIA is now screaming. This is going to be annoying because I actually don't have a full fill here because of this nonsense. So I got out accidentally, got the shares I wanted at 30, but I don't have everything because I accidentally took this out here at 230.50. But I'm still long. Just took some out at 231. It's a good level. It's now turning into a great level on NVIDIA, but the market is still relatively weak, so watch out. If we do have a bit of a curl, it could get violent. If NVIDIA takes the bottom again, it might be kaputs. Just saying.
Yeah, I've gotten off of that, man. I've gotten off of NVIDIA. I just don't, too much risk there. Microsoft's broken down below, now bouncing off that 240. Meta's right here as well. I just think that there's a lot of risk now going long, but Meta's bouncing, so that was what I wanted to get at. Meta trying to bounce back to the upside. We did have that trade early, but we dumped it. It's coming right back to that level right now. So let's just be very, very careful with what we're doing here on Meta. I do think that there is a decent opportunity right now to take a long somewhere. We just got out of some more of our Apple down there at 27, so hopefully that will come into play at some point. But right now, Apple down here at 27, that's where we just got out. But I'm looking at 146 break. Hopefully we can get that break, and then we'll work on it from there. But for right now, 146 looking pretty decent. Bed Bath & Beyond. Beyond Meat right now continuing its climb, man. We just touched 23, Neil. That's like, the percentage gain here is pretty huge. Let's just keep the movement going to the upside right now on Beyond Meat. I don't have a target. I didn't hear. Did you get out? I mean, I got
out 21.50.
Oh, you did? Okay, I don't.
The only number I will throw out there is just the most obvious number ever.
Yeah.
$25. When the stock does that, you just say, okay, 25. That's the next level up. It's just the symmetry's there. And if I get another pop to 21, I'm getting another leg out in NVIDIA. This was what we call a falling knife. So if you're catching a falling knife, be quick, be nimble, don't be caught. Basically just getting stabbed and run over. So either way, I'm just getting another leg out. I want to hold the VWAP, but this is a lot weaker than it was the last time we bounced off this in the morning, which was literally yesterday. Brendo.
One from the semiconductor group just popping up here on an earnings beat. Smaller loss for this one. NVTS just taking out the highs, $687, a huge level. This one up 18% on monster volume, guys. NVTS.
I'm thinking, I was going to say, you're looking up Carvana. I'm thinking about this Beyond Meat right now. It's just a huge move. I might just wind up getting this out, guys. Excuse me, up here, right about now. If we can get this out, I think there it is. Let's just ring the register right now. We just got out at 60, I believe, on Beyond, 50, right there on Beyond Meat. So it's a good out for us. We're obviously pretty happy with this take so far. So let's just continue to watch out for that and then make that money if we can, any way possible, man. Beyond Meat right there, out, and so far so good on that out. So let's just wait to see if we can get a nice move now back to the upside. That would be great for anybody long, but we are ringing the register right now and taking that out. So good out for us. Let's see if it is the right play. But we just topped out a couple times at 23. Hey man, that right there was $3 on 20. So you're looking at 15%, I guess, exactly, with that victory. So it's a nice move to the upside right there for Beyond Meat. So let's go, man. Good trade there. Pretty happy with it, needless to say, Beyond Meats.
And if you like that, oh, shoot. Damn it.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Go. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
So I didn't even pay for shorts on Beyond Meat because, quite frankly, I didn't think it was a short at $19. However, at $23, I'm now going to go pay for locates. I just want the optionality. I want the option to be able to short it if it goes completely insane. It's literally 3 cents per share, which is, quite frankly, basically, stock's up 30%. 3 cents per share is free.
Yes.
For shorts. It's not literally free, it's really cheap. So I'm gonna go ahead and pay for that. If I see 25s, I'll go for it. Doesn't mean it has to happen, it just means I like it. If it does, I'll take a shot at that. Amazon is now finally starting to hold the higher lows. I did grab some out there, now I'm just sort of dealing with the reload there. The breakout didn't really work out, so I'll take that out flat. This has been the support, so now I'm just have the 60s long, which makes more sense. Get rid of that. If it wants to hold resistance up there, now I'm long the lows. And if we break out, I'm holding into the breakout. So Amazon, we took a couple of scalps short. That was okay. The long, I think, feels a little bit better now. NVIDIA is still trying to go, but it's just not nearly screaming up the way it was before, but it's holding that 230. So far, so good with that one. And then just to come back to Intel, I know I'm long NVIDIA, short Intel, but I have no problems with that. Like, that actually feels right. right? Like that feels right to me. Intel's still at the low of the day, Nvidia's trying to bounce. That's how it goes. So if Intel breaks 25, I want to still be in position, but I'm gonna pop a bid at 25.02, maybe 01s or 02, but I'll pick 02s, and if 25 has a monster level, I'll get out some and then see if I can't hold for a break. I do expect there to be a bit of a bid there. Carvana, as mentioned, it's still holding the bottom, but there's another big wick here. 825 got taken out, now back up. If it gets to VWAP, I'd look for a re-entry around VWAP, and then if it takes 870, get out, wait for that $9 level. This is a nice downward trend on Carvana. If you got this one, it's kind of flush city. Short interest isn't everything. It has to break out, has to break resistance to go higher. That's what Beyond Meat did. That's what Carvana is not doing.
We're going to try to start, yeah, we're going to try to start. Good out so far. Well, we'll see. It's a good out on Beyond Meat. It's now down through 22. We got out at 22.50. Still more to come on that name, obviously, there for Beyond Meat. All right, so we're going to start an Amazon short. I still like that 94. Now we like the 94. I know Neil's been hitting that for a bit. I was waiting for it to settle down and give us the trade, and now the trade's here. So short 94, especially into a market that's below the 50 period. That's generally something that I like to look at and talk about that over and over again. So, you know, so far so good right now on that trade. But all right, so we're gonna, not so far so good, I'm not in it. So we're gonna short this until it breaks that top of 94.15. But right now, there's other things happening. So let's go find out. You like this one, Fahad? Let's go find out what's happening now. Yeah.
All right, hold on to your hats here, guys. We got another inflation-related number coming up here in 10 seconds. University of Michigan sentiment set to come through here. 66.4 expected. There is an inflation portion to this. We'll also get new home sales, but that doesn't matter. 67, so higher than expected on that as well. 66.4 expected. Comes in 67, so 2 in a row to the upside there as far as, again, there's a portion of this number that is an inflation expectation down here, 70.7 versus 72.7 on the 5-year. Looks like flat so far, hasn't come through on the 1-year there. For the U of Michigan sentiment, there it is, 4.1 versus 4.2. So that is actually downside for the 1-year inflation expectation there, final from the University of Michigan. Overall, pretty red board to show you here to kick things off after 30 minutes. 1.5 for the S&P, the Dow 1.3. The NASDAQ leading, though, 2% almost there for the NASDAQ 100, 1.8. For the composite. If you're with us pre-market this morning, we got you caught up on everything you need to know as far as Block was concerned, as far as Beyond Meat was concerned, after annual revenue was slightly above estimates. Cost cutting coming through from Beyond Meat, helping that one as well. Yeah, temporary suspension of deliveries for the 787 Dreamliner after a manufacturing flaw for Boeing has that back towards day lows on the session, guys, for Boeing. Happening now, brought to you by TD Direct Investing. Personalize your investing experience with advanced features like heat mapping, customizable charts, watch lists across a range of investment products and accounts. Open a TD Direct Investing account. Get up to 12 months commission-free trades. Offer ends March 1st. Conditions apply. Check the QR code on screen right now. Link in the description as well. Shout out to TD. Guys, back to you.
Shout out to TD. Yeah, good job there. We have actually a reel out with TD Bank. Go check that out. TD Direct Investing coming through. But look at this Beyond Meat trade, man. I mean, good level out there, 22.50 it seems like. So there it is to the downside. Hopefully you guys had that. We'll slap a fail on not being able to get short, like Neil mentioned there, but good thing I think that you mentioned.
Didn't come close.
Did you get it? Oh no, you were trying to buy them, and then yeah, that was your 3-cent story, right?
I paid for it. It's just it didn't break the high to give an entry.
Just quickly, we just had 2 new members. Sometimes we miss these. So welcome, Patrick Doyle. You've now found the best show on YouTube. So we'll do Dada for that one because Brendan just gave that news. And what's up to Kent as well. Thank you for joining and welcome to the party. I hope you guys had that Beyond Meat trade. More of those to come as you join and watch us trade. Amazon right now, ho-hum. Just a small little win to start this trade off right now. This is a quick one here. Back down into 50s. I'll take a bid if we can get that 52 level again. There it is. We'll take that again. Spin it. We're huge today already, so let's just keep this this movement going here right now. Apple's trying to make moves downside, not doing anything. We're still waiting for a 146, but the futures continue to make moves downside. So let's just keep on holding Amazon. We want more shares, guys. A lot more. Hopefully we can get up there and get them if we get into the 80s and 90s is where I want to start that trade.
Yeah, I'm about to pay for locates on Bed Bath & Beyond. That's starting to go again. Every single time this has popped, there's been a short. I'm not saying it'll last forever, but the obvious area is going to be like 165. You can sort of see it there, yesterday's highs. If it gets to that price, oh, I have to hit accept. I always forget that you have to confirm that you want them. So I'm going to try to get 165 in front of 170 for short there. At some point, this stops working, and then it actually runs you over for good. Yeah. But until that happens, we're going to keep going to that well. Going to the well until the well runs dry. The well might be running dry. I thought 25 would have a bid on it on
Watch
Intel.
Apple here, too.
It ends up getting down to 25.05. So pretty close, but
out?
not necessarily any cigar for me. I need to get something out here because this could be catching a bid, obviously off 25 even. So I'm going to get another leg out here on the Intel short.
So Meister right now, blah, 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 blah. Rate peak matters more than meeting to meeting moves. So if I was any smart, I'd know what that meant, but I don't. So we're going to wait to see rate peak matters. So they're just worried about where we're going for the maximum rate, because I guess that means that they can raise
the terminal. Well, you should just a terminal rate.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, so I don't know. We just got more short Amazon into there. We're now short at 78. Let's put a bid at 70 and then another bid in the low 60s. And then we'll put another one in the 50s. Maybe we do get a move to the downside right now on Amazon. There it is. Give me that bid. Missed it because we just shorted 80s. So yeah, when Fed is speaking, you know, it does become a little difficult. There we go. Yes, sir. It does become a little difficult to make your play, but we're making it. We've already made it anyways. So Amazon to the short side. Hopefully we can have that come through. We're still waiting for 94 to pop off right now. Hopefully it'll flush down a little bit, and then Apple. We just took a short into VWAP, into everything right there. I want to give a big shout out to my guys on Discord. Love you. You're safe with me. Don't worry. There we go to the downside. Watch out for 147. The key for me out now, we'll watch Bed Bath & Beyond as a professor there, dropping knowledge. 147.20, that high rate there is where we're going to get out. So if Apple gets a little carried away, which it's not, that's going to be our out. And I just got to set my orders up a little bit here, Neil, because I don't have enough to get short.
Yeah, so I just got the first leg in Bed Bath & Beyond at 64. It's putting a little bit of a, so it's SSR, by the way. Well, no, it's not SSR today, so people can actually hit the bid. I think it's not SSR. No, it might be. It might actually be. Let's double check it. But if we get past 170, I'm definitely going to be getting out. I did get something out of Intel, but Carvana also made a bit of a push. Now, Carvana got up to VWAP, and because I was setting things up for Bed Bath & Beyond, I missed the VWAP sort of curl on Carvana. I'm still in what I had from earlier, but Bed Bath & Beyond making squeeze. Let's see what it can do. I still have NVIDIA, but NVIDIA is again. It's bouncing off 230, but the violence of yesterday's move, it almost instantly went up to like 35s and then continued on. Let's go up to the 15-minute chart. There we go. Instantly up to 35, and then a big move up to like 38. This is hugging this level here at 231 and can't seem to get away from it. So not much of a move when you look at it in the bigger time frame. Pure scalp trade for now. I'm not reloading it until I see this market break out. I think I want to add if NASDAQ gets above 12,000. If the NASDAQ never really gets there, that's not enough confirmation for me to be adding to the long at this particular point.
All right. I'm working. So by the way, I mean, I don't know if you guys are here with me or not, but Amazon, again, man, keep bringing it in, man. I'll take free shipments for a long-ass time on Amazon, man, as this market coming in right now. So, I mean, this is what we're doing. We're just keep on doing the good stuff. Bang, right there for Amazon. That's for you. This is for you, Blowgate. Again, boom, right in there. What's up, Bevan? What's up, Smoke the World? You're right there. What's up, Comp SRX1? That's for you, my guy. Look at that. You want to talk about reloads? I mean, there it is. We're waiting very, very patiently. We talked about Amazon, how much we've loved that name over the last little while. So, yeah, man, it's back, and we doing it again, baby. Wow, there it is again. If you haven't yet, let's do this.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
I now realize it's Ola, not Aloha there. Ola right there.
Yeah,
so shout out to Katrine. Thanks for doing that. But yeah, man, it is, am I allowed to say it? It's Bang City over here today. Apple, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, Beyond Meat, taken to the woodshed. Look at Beyond Meat. Look at that out, 22.50. Hello. What is going to be the trade of the day? I think it might be this, Beyond Meat moving around. Or is it going to be Amazon? Be patient, man. Patience pays. That's the one thing that, wow, Amazon. Let's go again, Neil. It's O Canada. We love it right here. This is a big day. Look at Apple as well. Hello, Apple. Hola, Apple, right now. Nice little move to the downside here for this one. The energy's here, and we're ready to rock and roll. This is a big day. It's Friday. It's my 7th favorite day of the week. No, I'm just joking. I have no idea. We talked about that yesterday. I love Fridays, but it's going to be a good one, especially when this is coming through. Let's spin it. One of my best days this week.
Let's go. I mean, the shorts are definitely paying off here. I obviously put attention into Bed Bath & Beyond when it started to go to the upside. It's right back, starting to come back in. If it gets to 150, then I think it can be toilet bowl flush. I'll short every single pop until it breaks 170. As far as I'm concerned, this is in that bucket, man. CVNA back at the low of the day, so that's back under cruise control. And then we're back under cruise control in Intel, guys. It's gonna break 25 today, and the low is 24.50. 24.50 is the low. If you go out to the daily chart, there's still room for this to make another flush, and it might be doing it. And one of the reasons why we do not hold that 230. We actually broke down on NVIDIA just now. So NVIDIA takes me out there. We had the reload. It could not get past 32s. I got wicked out here. If it makes a fresh low, Intel is toast. For now, it's holding on. But I feel a little bit better about PanW than anything else. PanW just finds support. Well, the market's tanking. It's making higher lows. Stock is a beast. I don't know if we can get that 189 break, but it's through VWAP. I want 187s on this, get $2 to $2.50 on the next leg of this trade, and then see if we can go from there. There haven't been too many good longs here today, unless it's Bed Bath & Beyond. Kind of okay on NVIDIA. All good on PanW. It seems like this stock just does not want to break any of the lows from the open. Just to come back, I know you guys are watching some other names out there. Tesla. Tesla did not get to 190 on the latest flush. It's catching a bid at 93. So I still like a 190 bid on Tesla. Just going to have to wait for it to get there. Not there yet.
Man, when things are going good, you can get greedy, right? And I mean, right now, we just put this trade on Amazon. I mean, and there it is, man. It's a huge monster trade to the downside. Here we go. I mean, I'm bidding 86s right now, which is the bottom of the day. So yeah, greed can be bad, but in this case, it is very, very, very good. Nice downside move here. I mean, if we don't, are we gonna, look, what is happening with Amazon right now? This is bang. It's an oh my God. Maybe Dada Brendo has something to say about Amazon because we are absolutely destroying this name to the south side. It's a good thing we indicated that at 94 and we didn't wait for that 95. This is a monster move down in for Amazon as we just continue to wipe it through, right? This is what I talked about with the guys behind me. If there's a name that you continue to trade well every single day, why would you ever leave it? Amazon, you my baby. Let's go, Brendo.
All right, so Mester still on Bloomberg making some comments, guys. Here's another timestamp to be aware of, 10:15. We'll also add Jefferson to the mix here. More comments coming. And then at 11:30, Bullard set to speak as well. So a full slate today of Fed officials.
Bullard, eh? I hate Bullard because Bullard always seems to say something that the market. I shouldn't say that. He often says something that catches the market off guard and sends us to the downside, which I suppose he can't do today because we're already down. PanW, there's a reverse. Didn't get to 187. I want to buy dips on the stock until it breaks a low, but I can't ignore that huge curl. The second it challenged the resistance area, I thought it was cruising to it. I then put my stop. It's a 3-minute chart. My stop is very creatively right here at 186, 20.25. I will try to buy the bids again. 185 looks pretty solid for the higher low. Oh, Bed Bath & Beyond just got some out at 156. 156 is VWAP on Bed Bath & Beyond, so that one continues to you know what. But the next leg up is Intel just got to 25.02. So I put my bid back in there. Actually, I had canceled my 25.02 bid because I thought it was coming into VWAP. It's back in. 25 could break. It is not nearly the size I was expecting. Not that size matters on a stock like Intel because it's done 7 million shares and it's only $25, but there's nothing there. Like, what is 50,000 shares or 500,000 shares? It's nothing. On something like an Intel, it's continuing to flush to the downside. It's not going to be good for these guys, but the bottom is in. if we get to 24.50 on this name, what goes up must come down. It's been a good buy a couple of times. Third time, I'm not necessarily sure is a charm. If this takes it out, I'm not even sure where it's headed, to be honest with you. We don't really trade our own personal account, but I don't know how much I would float this beneath 24.50 without the dividend.
Okay. That's too bad because we had that NVIDIA there. We canceled our NVIDIA, by the way, at 230. You know, would have worked. Obviously, it went up to 231 there. We were going to hold it back down to 228, but then that's, you know, the risk to reward there on NVIDIA. I mean, we're short already, and I mean, this is why, honestly, we're probably like hands off right now for a bit. It's 10:13. Let's let this market settle down. We've already, like I said, we're well up today. It's cooking right now to the downside. Amazon, Apple's trying to cook as well, back down to the downside. Tim Cook, Apple, you know, short. Believe in yourself and believe in your abilities. There's nothing really else that I can tell you guys about trading, and that is like have confidence in what you're doing. When things are working well, throw more shares at the ideas, right? So that's what I'm doing every single day, throwing more shares and getting less shade. Look at it. Look at this move on Amazon right now. It's absolutely collapsing right here to the downside. So again, something that we indicated early. Neil brought it up 94. I was like, I'm going to wait for 95 or until we get a level to develop, and I just tweeted that out. That's exactly what happened there. There's 94. So I had much more confidence to put on, you know, a huge position in Amazon to the downside. So I mean, that's what we did right there, and it's now $1.20 in the money. I'm just going to put a bid now. If we can get some, there we go. Let's take a 67 out again. Let's just continue to take some profits on this one. Apple's the one that's not really moving, to be honest with you, here at 146. What's up, B?
Just watching Lyft, guys. Huge print here to the downside as we made a session low there. There was 50,000 shares on the bid. They printed the entire thing all in one shot there. So Lyft, relatively weak, down 4%.
There's another stock that just had a garbage quarter.
Yep.
Sometimes I search for the nicer words to say it, but
yeah, I appreciate that one.
there isn't even a better way to say it. Like if you didn't prefer Uber to Lyft, if you had to make a bet, if you didn't prefer that a month ago, it's not even in question now. Like there's only one you can have, and the other one you just got to forget about it. BBBY, that's Bed Bath & Beyond. Last I checked, it was still on the NASDAQ, Neil. So I have scalped this, not everything, but I have been scalping out on the way to the downside. Part of the reason is it didn't really give the full fill. I actually ended up only getting a quarter of it because I thought the top would be a little closer to 70. So I almost felt like it had more room to go. That's a better way of putting it. I might have gotten too much out there, expecting it to make another press up and then I would get more short. That's not happening, so I'll have to slow down. If it gets to the low of the day, every time it does this, you know what happens. It makes a bottom and it just sits there. Makes a bottom and just kind of sits there. So I'm expecting if we see 145 again, it might just go sideways, and then that was your move. So we'll take it. I don't mind that. Like that would be a 10% move. I just really felt we were getting more shares because typically it makes a bigger move than that. Going back over to NVIDIA, I didn't really think about flipping short, and I'm glad I didn't because NVIDIA's, why is it still Bed Bath & Beyond? There we go. That was actually the wick bottom. Like that's me. And it's now reestablished 230. NVIDIA is still good off the 230 level with the market flushing. Any uptick in this market, NVIDIA once again is the long you want.
All right, I'm just zoned out watching some of these stocks here. Just watching, I mean, so we did get out a little bit there. I mean, I'm just trying to trade the same names. Well, I'll look at some other ones if there's anything you guys want. There was something there about Apple coming through to the downside, so I did get a piece out there, but again, it's just kind of bouncing off 50, so we'll still kind of remain where we are. Talk about Google. So let's look at Google here. I saw you guys in the chat wanting to talk about this one. Unfortunately, you know, I've bought some more shares in this name recently, and it's just come down in. So, you know, this name just continues to get hit. I don't know. We could be completely wrong about this name, and it seems like we are. It really got going there. You're down like... You're down 12, you're about like 20% here in like 2 weeks or maybe 3 weeks. What is that level there? Feb 7. So, you know, 2 weeks straight to the downside from 108 down to 88, like $20 off of 108. That's a pretty nasty move to the down. What in the hell is going on with Amazon? Huge, how can I hold more shares, guys? Like I just keep getting out, but whatever, what's working is working. But Google right now, I mean, maybe we don't even look at this thing until 86, and I don't want to say we get to that today, but hey man, $86, nice downside move. There's really nowhere even where I want to be bouncing this thing. It's a huge move down. There's no levels. It's not how I trade at all. You know, has to be a level there, has to be something where I can actually dig my teeth into. And for right now, that's just not happening on on Google right there. I'm just going to throw another bid out there and take a 39 because it's getting too good right now on this name. So we'll just continue to get out there at 39, at 92. We have a very, very small piece left. A lot of outs were here at 93. And unfortunately, we don't have the full bit as it comes back in. So a little bit of a mistake there, but we're still happy with this trade as we go.
So there was a really good bottom that sometimes these come in because the market does something like this where everything is just falling like an absolute rock, and something I didn't expect to happen ends up happening, and it kind of sucks. So I was drawing that channel in square this morning saying, okay, well, this is what it looks like. We're just holding on to shorts right now, which are working, so we can kind of do this. On the daily, you can see the channel that it was making. So even with a good report, needed to break out from here like 81, 82, and then support would be down at the 50 period. At the time, the 50 period on the daily seemed like it would not happen at 73, and then fast forward to the market just dying on itself. And there was this wick down here. So this is where I would expect to catch a bid on Square. If it breaks back down, allow it to even test this again, and then look for the longs on Square. It was a good quarter. It was a good bounce. So I think we can find a long down here. Just want to give one more chance to test lower. Otherwise, you can try it up there. But you always look for those trends. If you identify a trend, work off that trend because it can always be a good one. I still think NVIDIA is the easier name to look for longs, however, and it's back above that 231. So this is holding support. It's just the 230 is still good again. I'm always going to have a stop and adhere to my stop. That's just how I trade because I don't want to get ruined by one trade. But that 230 level is still good.
Yeah, you never want to get ruined. I always say that what you want to do is put about 20% or so of your daily risk into any one idea. I think that's what's worked out for me. So if your stop's going to be, you're going to give yourself $1,000 stop. I was going to say $2,000, but then the math becomes too hard. Yeah. All right, so we're going to go with $1,000, 20%, right? So you're going to want to lose $200, $250 with slippage or something on a trade. So that's kind of how I do it, and then try to bank out properly with all of that. And then what's going on right now? I mean, you're talking about some huge risk to reward wins right now. I mean, our Amazon trade was 30 cents worth of risk. We talked about getting out at 94.10, that high of the day. We are now $1.30 in the money. So that's a big RR right there for that, right? So we're pretty happy with what we're seeing so far in this market today. But Apple, I just want to talk about that quickly. I don't want to throw in my hat here, but it looks like that's basically what I'm doing. We just got a piece out. Now we're pretty light on this name as it's trying to fall in now. So Apple trying to come back a little bit. I like the trade here, but at the same time, it's been bouncing off this. We talked about it again, right off Sticky Note Nation. Welcome to the party if you're here. Apple short 147, 80 cents in the money, never went against you. Beyond Meat, long 20s. Dish well served right there. Microsoft long 250, no, but small loss on that. We can review that when we get back. And then NVIDIA, the long, we didn't even take it on that scrap. And then, of course, live here right on the air, which is why you want to make sure that you subscribe to the show and come back and get those notifications when we're live, because we talked about this short right there on Amazon, and that was well taken and well played, it looks like, anyways, for now. So that's what we're doing, but we do have some more to talk about, and that's with Brendan at the big desk with Happening Now.
Ton of these moving around so far this morning. Let's jump right into a few notable names. A lot of people still mentioning this BAER. If you go to a daily chart, this thing does this a lot. So last time was just back in the beginning of January. A huge move up to 22 and then right back down over the coming days. So $10 gets rejected there pretty hard for Bridge Aerospace. I mean, if you read into this, it sounds like a aerial firefighting company. I still haven't found anything as far as overly exciting news on this, but BAER, one to watch, continues to move around here this morning. I mentioned this one early on. LUNR tried to get going, halted a couple of times, trying to get back to 40. Still, if you look at the daily chart, just a wow, huge move down after the skyrocket a couple of days ago. We're trying to get back to that 40 level, as I mentioned. This one did have some news this morning. Singulate, CING, ADHD treatment trial that came back positive, still kind of fading off this morning, volume dying off on this one as well. And TMBR, Timber Pharmaceuticals, getting an orphan drug designation from the EU on one of their treatments. So positive for them as well, guys.
There you go. Timber. I like that. Timber for Shopify. Well, the market, but Shopify, this was another 50-period play that actually broke, but you got to trade what works, and you got to stick to your guns. And if something sets up, it doesn't mean it has to be in front of your radar, but you can join the trend. It broke 41. That's kind of like a flat bottom break on the daily chart there, beneath the 50 period, all that good stuff. And it just took 40. Any kind of pop off the 40 level, you see the consolidation here around 50, I'll take that short. If it's beneath 41, it's a short, and it's probably next week beneath that price, it's a short. The same way, anything else holding beneath that 50 period, once it takes it, look for shorts day after day after day. Bed Bath & Beyond, it did just get another leg out there. I hit enter after putting it in because it's that habit, and the autofill doesn't really work. So 150, there's a buyer at 150. And I'm not saying this is where it's going to barcode, but typically speaking, wherever like the pop and fade happens, you get the consolidation for too long, and it doesn't tend to fall too much further. So the longer it holds here, the more I'll take out at that 150 level. Now, the reason I have 164, and I always said short around that 65 to 170, but when it goes to the upside like this, sometimes it's really tricky to be able to get more shares because it goes up so fast and then slams back down that if you're not already sitting there, it can be tricky. So you have to have a plan of action before. That's why I sort of said as it was going up, I'm looking for that area into 170 because without that, it'll flash up, it'll flash down, and then it's really tricky on the way down to get any kind of liquidity once it starts falling. It tends to fall like a little bit of a rock. Falling like a rock. Now, Carvana, this is already holding the low, so I haven't really been able to get any shorts that I like in maybe that 865 to 70 range, so I haven't been able to reload this. Might just be holding out for $8. It's very similar to Intel at this point for me, where it's just a matter of can it hold a 25 break? It holds a 25 break is another 50-cent leg to the downside. Otherwise, I want to be shorting the pops here with relatively tight stops above VWAP. It's just that's the only game in town. These shorts for now until we see 230 again on NVIDIA, which might not take very long, quite frankly.
No, it might not. Okay, so I was going to look at Tesla. I mean, we haven't looked at Tesla yet today. It's trying to hold on to that 193 level right there. Well, here it goes. Now it looks like it wants to break. The market is just at one of those levels right now where we're kind of just hovering around. I mean, we called this 5% move the other day when we were at 12.7, and we said we'll probably retrace back to 12,000. But today we get that break, and there's a reason why I'm making all the money short today. And I talked about that yesterday. If we opened up the market below or anywhere near this 12,000, that we wanted the short to test how low we could go from here. So far so good here on the market today to the downside. And I mean, you do get some barcoding happening right now on Tesla. So I think you could short this against 194.50 right there, but then you got to be willing to hold this a buck and change against you, which should be fine. So that's the kind of risk management that Neil and I talk about. Make sure that you have that plan of action so that, you don't want to take 1,000 shares here if you can't hold it back up to 194, right? So that way, you don't want to get snapped out. Boom, I just lost $1,000 and I'm right 5 minutes later. So you want to be able to hold on to something here on that play. I just don't know. The NASDAQ, I still feel like we want to come back here and look at 12,000 again. So that's why I'm thinking that's why we're bouncing here around this 50 level for the NASDAQ. It's not really a big key level for any sort of I've looked at it on a longer time frame here, back into this 30-minute chart. We've already, this is the area, I mean, we could keep zooming back and forth and all around. That's 11,850, we're not near there. That's 12,000. So for me on this NASDAQ, we just sort of got to wait to see if we do get a retest back. The one name that is starting to work out, so first of all, we're very light on Amazon now. We have 5% left of our initial position. So if that takes 93, maybe we'll just get out of that. But what's working now, as opposed to Amazon, is Apple. That's starting to test a little bit lower now. Instead of bouncing off 30s, we're now bouncing off 20s. So if this market can continue its downside sort of momentum here, then I think Apple eventually gets to 146. That's where my target is right now for that name. And I'm debating getting more short. I'm actually canceled all my other shorts here for Apple. I don't, if it doesn't want to go down from here, that's fine. We're now almost out of everything of both of these trades, so I need to find some new ideas. I just don't know if we want to go long yet on anything. So I'm favoring the long here back to 12,000 as we just said, but I'm not sure. It's only 10:30. If we want to push the button on that, there's still a lot more downside movement here possible in this market, especially if we retest 12 and can't go. But right now you're failing at the 50 period, so that could be something there. And I like that you went over there and grabbed that Bed Bath & Beyond. I actually haven't looked at it, but that was a name that's
cheap shorts.
Trying to go through that 157 right now, up 6%.
It's coming up again, actually. Bed Bath & Beyond, it's actually coming right back into the same level. Now, if it does this, you want to be real careful shorting the same price area because it actually held the breakout at a higher low. So this, and remember, it's a squeeze type name. So it's not an automatic reload at like 65, 67. If anything, the better, if you like to short again, which I probably do, it'll be closer to that 70 level if you can get it. But the other thing that's big, well, two things, if I can say it, I always leave levels out on, like I'll throw a line in a chart every now and then when Arun says something, and it's like, okay, is this any good? Well, 40-20 was pretty good on the ES, and then I had this 39, like 50 area. It's actually for whatever reason, it's a couple of ticks above that. But this is where the ES is bouncing right now. So I'm just going to leave that one in there. And notice the bounce and say, what's strong today? Beyond Meat's strong. So that 2150 on the daily chart, it's kind of going, look at it go back and forth on this dip. So it tries to break down away from it, tries to break out above. If it consolidates here, this is what that level looks like on the daily. That's pretty juicy. If we're going to get a re-entry, I like it above that 2150. Now, the consolidation's not bad either. 21 long into it, then hold through the top, but I can't get 21s right now. If I can, and it dips that far, I'll go for that. Otherwise, looking for the break above, get it between 2150 and 22 and play it to VWAP as we go to Brendo.
TCMD, a few people mentioning, just popping up here. 6%, guys, just took out the highs there above 15. There was an offering they announced aftermarket yesterday. Relatively small float on this. It's about 20 million, I believe, for TCMD. But offering aftermarket yesterday, it's done nothing but go straight higher today.
All right, let's go. Yeah, today at 2:45. Thank you again. We've raised over $11,000. The charity's there. The link. I don't know if you guys. I don't have we can put a picture up if you have it at some point. We'll do that, and you guys can sponsor it. But it's for the families and some of that destruction that's been happening over there in Turkey and Syria. So it's near and dear to our hearts, and especially to Fahad. So he will be at 2:45 today. Zoom. Shaved off. We already got the green screen ready to go there.
First,
there is the the sheet on the ground there to have a nice hygienic haircutting experience. Not only that, Fahad is also donating those lovely locks to a children's charity there, which does mean a lot to us as well. So there it is right there. It's Human Concern International. Thanks for that. Name slipped my mind there. Zero, and one of the reasons why we're doing it, unlike Red Cross takes a huge amount of fees. Right here, Human Concern International, zero admin fees. So to me, that's the key right there. 100%. Thanks, Fahad, for pointing that out. Going down through. They've raised over $1 million. There's all the different levels. And we're just going to, well, it's being donated as a lump sum. So the idea is, yeah, as it goes, anyways, there it is. We've already, hopefully we can grab it. That's why our goal is now 15,000. Let's see if we can make a difference to 200 families right there. So we're almost there. Thank you so much for that. And a big shout out to True Trading Group that stepped up and donated. Big shout out to Adam and Mike and all those guys over there at TTG, because you guys showed up, you came in, you gave 150 free memberships to us here, which is just $5, but thank you so much for that. And then matching that 5,000. So prayers up to those guys. Thank you so much for matching that. And again, going to good use there. anyways, just means a lot to us and something special to do. And I want to thank all the viewers for donating. Any kind of amount that you've donated is greatly appreciated. And I've already seen some people there donate anonymously. So, you know, if you
look, if you're
whatever you want.
Yeah, if you're into that sort of thing, you can write it off for taxes. If you're into that, you know, you get a receipt. They're a registered charity.
Yeah.
I do want to point out, because the Red Cross, they're not a big fee. They're not a fee taker. The Red Cross is great. I wouldn't say anything bad about the Red Cross. This is a group that Fahad let us know is completely boots on the ground. And like the second this happened, they were already on the ride over to get boots on the ground and stay there for the whole course. I know Red Cross is great, but this is why we chose it. Like Fahad mentioned it literally right away, that he liked this charity and he knew them there and respected them. So that's why we've chosen them, not to disparage anybody else out there, because there's great charities all over the place, but you've got to pick a good one that you like. That's the key. And we found one that we are in love with. We're in love with you guys as well. So thank you as they continue to come back in. And I love this, because Lava Girl, Fahad, it grows back fast. You'll look great. I'm going to only say this.
I think it's going to look great, like buzzed.
The older you get, it doesn't grow in as fast as it used to. So I'm just saying, that doesn't last forever. That's all I'm going to say.
Fahad's mad young.
He's a young guy, so it's true. It's less true. I can tell by experience that it's less true the older you get in terms of how fast it grows back. But kudos to you for doing it, brother. You have lots of time for it to grow back in. It's a great quaff he's got, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it'll be growing back real quick right there. Amazon, we're almost out, man. If this breaks 93, we're going to get out of Amazon. Amazon's been a great, oh yeah, baby. Let's go right now. Spin it as we just called this. It takes, whatever, man. You guys can see it, right? Real recognizes real. We talked about that before. There goes Apple to the downside. Let's just keep the party going on this and forever. So Apple to the downside, we like it. It's continuing to move here. Let's see if we can't do some more damage on this name. Apple downside right now. There goes Amazon, though. It broke 93. All good, baby. We smoked that trade on Amazon. Amazon, the #1 name on the board today. Brendo.
Yeah, market's not liking this PCE print that we get this morning, including crypto markets back to the downside as we speak. In fact, getting back to day lows here, guys. So if you missed it this morning, both the year-over-year number and the month-over-month number higher than expected. Funny they put an egg on here at the top. Yeah, egg is still incredibly expensive in this country. Anyways, so PCE coming in a little bit hotter than expected, has Bitcoin here back not only below 24,000, but just making a day low as we speak. 23,550 coming into play right now for BTC. That's what's happening to Ethereum as we speak, breaking through day lows as well, trying to test this 1600 maybe next stop off of that note as well this morning. There's the board, 2% kind of a day to the downside for BTC. Same story, 2.5 now for Ethereum, as I said, coming into 1600 once again. Red numbers for the most part right across the board today, guys, for crypto.
Yeah, like if you look at Coinbase could be in the midst of a pretty decent breakdown here. The trend line I just drew, it's kind of not the trend from the bottom, but since its first consolidation, and if it gets to like 57, that would be the bounce off of that little bit of a trend line. So it's got lots of room to go down. It also happens to be the week's bottom, so take that as you will. 57 is $2.50 away from where it is now. So last I checked, that means there's some meat on the bone to be had. So it's trying to make the flat bottom break. See all this testing at 60 even? Yeah, forget about that because it's not really trending. Now it's breaking and holding beneath. Like this is where, to me, it's trying to reject that level and get down. If it reclaims 60, you kind of know you're wrong. So short in here, give to 60. Well, I mean, you know what? I might wait for it to break this low, actually, or actually test that 60. So let's get a better price to 60 or allow it to break the low. Either way, 57.5 is a level. Beyond meat, the first reload for me just happened. It made a higher low. I'm long off the higher low. If it had broken out, I was willing to take the long above 21.50. It didn't. Now 21s are in play for me. And here comes Bed Bath & Beyond. I do still have a little bit left. Did take a couple of legs out there. Doubled up what we got out at 150 because that was holding the breakout price. It is not an auto short at 165 for me. I would wait for closer to that 170 level for Bed Bath & Beyond reloads.
That's so funny. What's up to Justice Watch right now? I told my gal it's either a trip to Italy or a big omelet. So yeah, you know, my kids love eggs, and they've been eating them like crazy. They're not super expensive yet. I don't find, but I know everywhere they are getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, cancel Easter today. There won't be any eggs moving around there for Easter. Yeah, okay. So there it is right now. NVIDIA. I've changed up a little bit. I'm going to go long on NVIDIA. I mean, we already put 230 on here. We should have taken it the first place. It would have been about $1.50 upside, but it only went $1.50. It only went to 231.50. So if we do get this long, which I'm bidding down here at 230 and change, then, I mean, first of all, hopefully Apple can come back in. We told you we did get stopped out of Amazon there, and that's fallen back. But again, we got to take profits sometimes when profits lie. So we did do that. But right now, we're going to try a long, and then I'm just going to try to hold it back to like this 229.50. If we wind up losing off that very bottom, then we wind up losing off that bottom. So that's something that I'm looking at right now. Apple continues to make a move down. We've already bounced off 146. I did not take that 146 trade, but here comes NVIDIA. I'm going to put a 229 level again for this trade. And then if we break back below that 229.50, then let's regroup. But we've already got a level. And as I told you, this is how I'm trading every day. You know, just waiting for levels to break, waiting for things to come in. Apple already resisted that, but there goes. See if I just type in NVDA without even looking and push enter. Here we go, 230, 20s. That's that bounce level. Maybe we could go there, but I'm going to see if another 230 test coming in right now, as there's the fail. I told you that we didn't really want to go long anything, that we thought there was going to be a test back to 12,000, but not convinced. And then we didn't even break the 50 period. So I still think there could be a test back there, and that's where I'm waiting to put on more short, which is why I'm not engaging in more shorts right now. But I do like a long down here as well. So let's pick the right names and try to get long. Looks like NVIDIA is going to bounce a little bit. I'm going to try to test very, very small right now. Test this 50 level. There it is. We got one piece. This is like a 10% bid right now for NVIDIA. If it goes up, great. Maybe we can make a buck on it, and then it would be worth the time. But you know, for now, let's see if it falls back down. Let's take a small little flyer now on NVIDIA. Let's just go to a name that we saw was super strong yesterday. If the bids pick up, I think it can flow back to NVDA. So maybe this will be an excellent trade.
You never know. You never know. The person that's upset about the eggs is Sharif, because he eats like 15 eggs a day, which he says isn't all that bad, but I think that's a little intense. But you do you. So you're getting that push up in Bed Bath & Beyond. I want to be patient. I just put a trail on CVNA. Well, I just moved the trail. This is not where this trail is. Apologies. This is where I'm crossing up to. But if it breaks 860, I want to get out. I'm looking for re-entries on this, and if it consolidates here beneath VWAP, I'll try to re-enter that one. I just got NVIDIA. I was waiting for a little bit tighter. I'm kind of waiting around here for a while. I did get wicked out when we first longed it, never went short. But if it cannot hold the low now, you know, this might not be good. Like every now and then you get a good bounce play that when you go to the third time, technically this is the third time, it might not be any good. I was about to say I'm looking for re-entries in Intel closer to VWAP. So if the market bounces up and NVIDIA works long, then I want shorts up here in front of VWAP on INTC, which I have not been able to get back into. Coinbase just broke that low, so I've engaged in that trade. I do want to get more if it tests 60. I think there's room to $57. That's from the daily chart, looking at that channel that it's in. Also support from 2 days ago. So initiated a short on coin when it finally broke the low of the day. We'll see how far this one wants to go down. Going to have to keep an eye on Bitcoin as well with this trade, because sometimes you get a bit of a bounce when Bitcoin goes up. It happens.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, Coinbase, I can only ever go short that name, so that again is in the contract. So I like that short position there on Coinbase, but yeah, keep an eye. My eye right now is firmly on, as I have a decent position right now on NVIDIA. So I was trying to buy some more 229.80s there, which is funny because it stopped at 85. It would have been nice to put an 80 in the account right now, because then we'd have 40 more cents on top of our profit. But right now we don't have any profit. We're long at 20s. Where's my bids? 24. So we're long at 24 right now. It's actually 24.5. So I'm not sure what it's showing to you guys, but 24.5 right now for a bid here on NVIDIA. So let's just keep on going to the upside. Long NVIDIA 230.53. Okay, it's not working.
It's delayed. It updates.
Oh, it updates eventually. Okay, so
yeah, it's not instant.
Why is that? Why is our trade?
It's not instant.
Not
I
updating
don't know
instantly
why.
there. Okay, but anyways, we're long at 230.20 right now on NVIDIA. That's strange to see that. But anyways, okay, that's what we're doing right now. Hopefully it'll continue to bounce out. My stop is that bottom of the day of 229.50. So if we break that, we're gone. So if we come back and that level's broken, then I will be out. But right now we are long. No idea why that position board's not working. We'll figure it out. Back over to Brendan at the big desk.
Oh, that's too long.
It's not working.
Hey guys, coming up in a matter of moments here, we're going to have the Amazon of the natural resources business coming through, and I'll explain as we head towards that. Dane Hemmerich is COO of IFS Global Solutions and Software, coming through in a matter of moments. This is a brand new listing on the NEO Exchange here in Toronto. Again, the Amazon of the natural resources business. Again, I'll explain coming up here. Let's get you up to date on how the S&P is looking. And I warn you, it's very red if you haven't noticed so far today. Look at that board. Not much in the way of positivity. I mentioned that INTU move this morning. It's all the way back to 3.25% now, but still holding on to positive territory. Booking.com here in the consumer discretionary group in positive territory. That's CE and EIX, both positive as well on the day. Pretty much everything else downside. Tech leads, as we've been talking about over the entire morning here. Software, hardware, and semiconductors all lower. Consumer discretionary, healthcare, industrials, financials, you get the picture. Even energy, yeah, EOG down 5% today. Pretty broad-based decline so far, guys, for the S&P. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Brendan. And someone asked in the chat, where's my stop in Bed Bath & Beyond? I'll go over it again, sure. If you look at the first move up when it broke out the high, the first red candle in the 3-minute kind of consolidated, and then the big move up was off this test of 2065. So, in a higher low here at 75. Once it breaks that bottom, I'm out. I did scalp some out in front of 2150. Ooh, NVIDIA's probably going to get some NVIDIA
Go, dog.
I just got some NVIDIA out there. But yeah, that's where my stop is. We already took a scalp trade of 40 pennies there and want to reload it, but 65 is the stop. But as that was happening, NVIDIA 230 is good once again. So NVIDIA bouncing. It's not a huge move because it's got resistance at 31 to 31.5. So every 50 pennies to me is a point you make a decision. So I'm going to get some out in front of 50, get some out in front of 31, and then see how high NVIDIA can go. It's been a good level. There was one break of that level, but it's been good pretty much all day long.
There it is again, man. It's all about the sticky note. Sticky Note Nation, stand up if you're part of it. There it is, 230.15. We got a piece out and then it updated. So here we go to the upside. A great trade here for us on this name. Let's just see if it can continue, man. I'm looking up here, 231.40. Maybe we can get that on a little bit of a bounce. I feel like it's foolish to get out of NVIDIA right now. We saw such a huge move. And yesterday, these charts, yesterday we had that long rate. It's not going to load up for me. We had the long at, I don't know what's going on with all those wicks, guys. I apologize for that. But yesterday we had this long at 230 yesterday and got it out at 237. I don't think it's going to happen today because it's not earnings day, but
no way.
We'll see if it, well, there's a way, but I don't think so. If it gets back up, the market's going to have to go.
Yeah.
And, that's a take of 12,000. If we take 12,000, this could be at 235. So let's wait to see if that can happen, man. It's going to be a good trade regardless. So I'm going to have one piece out up here, and then I'm just going to hold the rest. Like, this is one where if I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose on it, right? So let's just let this continue to go to the upside. We've got a monster trade on right now, a monster. And it's too bad that we didn't get more shares. We miss it by 4 cents down there at 230.80, or else we'd be ringing the registers numerous times up here. But right now, we have a decent spot. It's a long. Let's freaking go right now, man. This is a big one right now. Let's go to the upside goes NVIDIA. Man, do we have this. We cooking now, boys. Here we go. I'm going to take a piece out if we get in the 30s. I was waiting at 40 there. We just got missed on NVIDIA for that out. Big move, man, $1 right there in 3 minutes. So that's why we're excited. Let's go to the upside. I told you we're using more shares. We've upped our risk on all these names. We're El Fuego right now. It's been a great time trading. These have been some good ideas. And the bulls hopefully can start kicking again right now. 231.30. Man, I love this job if you can't tell.
All right, guys, as mentioned, we're happy to have a brand new listing here in Toronto on the NEO Exchange with us today. IFS Global Software is a Canadian-based software company with operational presence in the UAE. Dane Hemmerich is COO of the company, and I teed this up a little bit, Dane, good to see you, as the Amazon of the mining industry. We're going to get into why that is the case. This is a great story and a great opportunity, I think, in the sense that there's a monster market that's currently in place in this field. Why don't you tell everyone a little bit about the company and how it came to be and where the idea came from to start things off?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me on the platform. Really happy to be here. So IFS Global Software Inc., we're a software company, and we're digitizing not just the mining industry, we're digitizing the natural resource industry, as well as green energy as well. We have two different divisions to our business. So we have our data management business, which gets rid of any paper reporting or spreadsheet-based processes and gives companies real-time data on all their operations and a real-time view at a click of a button. On the other side of our business, we have our e-commerce division, which is our platform called Equipment Hound. And Equipment Hound is essentially doing for, like you said, for the natural resource industry, what Amazon did for retail. I'm really, we're really excited about it and really happy to be part of the NEO.
So when you think about just to kind of explain to everyone so they understand a little bit about what we're talking about, if you think about the oil and gas, the mining industry, renewables, as we said, anytime a new project is started, there's a need for a ton of equipment, obviously, to get that off the ground and then maintain that project as it sees through its lifespan. And then at the end of the project, obviously, that process starts all over again, where that equipment, regardless of where it is in the world, either needs to be moved to another site or the company obviously doesn't need it at all anymore in that location. So what this does essentially is gives these companies, not only companies that are starting a new project, the ability to go and find what they need, but then get it to the location that they're going to be starting a new project. So it's a very interesting concept in that we haven't seen anything like this before. This platform comes up and just an untapped marketplace at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a little bit more on Equipment Hound. It's a multi-vendor system. Suppliers get access to a full supplier portal where they can manage their catalog, manage their orders. And again, it's a platform where we handle all the communications within the platform as well. And we have add-on services like third-party verification, logistics services. So it's a huge benefit for everybody that's involved. Whether you're on the buy side, whether you're on the sell side. So the buyers, you get access to much more visibility into the equipment that's market that's around you. Suppliers, you're getting access to a lot more buyers around the globe. And access to more contracts as well. We're not just an e-commerce solution. We're a bit of a hybrid where we're actually actively searching out contracts as well on behalf of our suppliers and receiving RFQs within the platform as well. So it brings a lot more business to the suppliers that are in there, more equipment to buyers that are looking for equipment. So it's a huge benefit to anybody that's part of our network.
Estimated 200 billion market cap currently, projected to hit 500 billion in the coming years. Walk us through the process here. If say I'm a company and I need some of this equipment to get to from point A to point B, where a new project would be starting, or maybe additional equipment is needed for a current project that's going to be starting. Walk us through the process here that they can use this for.
Yeah, so you could either simply just you come onto the marketplace and search through our catalog manually, or you can communicate directly with us and send us an RFQ for every single thing that you need, and we go out there and find it. On the logistics side, we have multiple partners within the system as well, so we can give clients 3, 4, 5 different quotes on how to get that equipment to them as quickly and as cost effectively as possible.
Revenue model here. Obviously, there's different aspects to this business and different areas to this entire industry, really. Where does the revenue come from, and how do you see that portrayed into the future here?
Yeah, so for on the Equipment Hound side, where we make our revenue is we make a minimum 5% transaction fee off of any equipment that gets sold through the platform. We also add, as I mentioned, we have our add-on services such as third-party verification and logistics services. So if clients make use of all of those, we can make anywhere from 5% minimum to 10% on each piece of equipment that comes through the platform. So it's extremely scalable for ourselves and our company.
Brand new listing, guys, here in Toronto on the NEO Exchange. IFS is the ticker on the NEO. Dane Hemmerich is COO of IFS Global Software, joining us from the UAE this morning. So we appreciate you staying up late to come on to talk about the company this morning.
Problem.
Great to see you. Great to have you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here and hope to be on this platform again soon.
Have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, staying up late, all hours. When you're working, you got to. So appreciate coming through there. Obviously, the market it's at the lows. It is what it is. Like, the shorts have been sort of paying off here. Coinbase kind of did what I thought would on that break. Don't get it all in on the breakdown. Allow it to retest 60 and then try to grab some more shares as it came back in. I did that, took some out because 59 is now a double bottom. I want to rinse and repeat this story until we get either a further break or it's above 60, and then we can get out of Dodge. Bed Bath & Beyond, just update another one. I was about to say, and I put this one in the chat, that Bed Bath & Beyond could hold the trend line here and then continue a bounce, and I took some out just in case that happened. Now it's breaking down again. So I elected not to auto short at 65, the original price. Probably was good for an auto reload. Sometimes that's what happens here. You're like, oh, let's be a little more conservative. Let's get a better price next time, and then there's no better price to be had. It's still coming into the downside, so that is working fine. The only thing that's going to concern me is obviously the longs in NVIDIA. NVIDIA is now retesting the bottom. Did another wick there. Okay, so it's trying to reclaim that 230. I like Phil's tighter to that actual low. The low's 229.50. It didn't really give fills at the 50 level. Kind of thought we'd be able to get those. Still in some long, but let's see what can happen here. NVIDIA is the only thing besides Beyond Meat I think that's holding up.
Guys, we are loaded up right now. Big time loaded up on NVIDIA right down there. We just bought some 70s. Merry Christmas right now to anybody that took those trades. We talked, there it is. We talked about getting those 80s. It came right back, fell into our lap. So let's just start to get some out, man. We're long at 93. Yep, good, it's working. So here we go. Got some out on NVIDIA. It's going to be a good trade again here today. I don't want to go back-to-back NVIDIA trades of the day, but if this holds 230, it's going to be a good one. Right there. Let's go. We're in this trade. I'm going to put an offer in the 60s. Maybe we can get up there again on NVIDIA. But here it goes, man. Nice move to the upside right now on NVIDIA. And by the way, I was just putting something out on Twitter right now. And the thing is that I often post a lot of my winning trades and sometimes not enough of my losing trades. But today I have 2 losing trades. And that is Microsoft right here, and I'm going to discuss it. This was on our sticky note today, and it was just a long off 250. So here's all the longs, here's some outs, right? And then once it dipped back below, there's us taking about a 50-cent hit on the last piece before it drops all the way down here. So, it's not like I'm trying to hide away from the trades. Like there's only so many losing trades on here, and honestly, some days we get smoked, and we've talked about that. That one day where I got crushed on Meta when it just kept on going up, I tweeted that trade out as well. And here's another one on Meta today. Like this is the other losing trade that we have. We took a 169.30 right there, got out at 169 break, that's a 30-cent hit, then tried it again at 168.75 and got out at 168.47, a 25-cent hit. So, those are the trades that I have on board that are losing trades today, and it is what it is. I mean, you got to be honest with yourself and with your trades, and here's a winning trade. I analyze it the same way, and then check out this trade. How about Apple right now? Apple bottom jeans, let's see if it comes through. Breaking through 146 right now. So look, man, I'm trading here. You see all of my fills. These are all in live. There's nothing here that you have to worry about. Come visit our office if you want, located in lovely downtown Toronto, Ontario, Canada, and you'll see what's good. So anyway, shout out to everybody there in the chat that's trying to make a living off trading, because, you know, that's what we're doing, and I hope that you guys are as well. And if not, start your journey. You don't need to make a living off of this. It's nice as a side hustle as well. Be very, very patient with your trades. Study, get better. You found the right place, and I'm glad to be here with you.
Absolutely. I think you're in the right place. We're obviously day trading. Just want to point that one out there. So not every trade is going to be a reflection of where is the stock going in the long term. What do we think about it on the higher time frame? So just about everything I have on, with the exception of NVIDIA and Beyond Meat, is like holding on to shorts that we've just been in pretty much the entire day. So not really much to go over there. But Beyond Meat is trying to break that 2150, the resistance level. It needs to get through 22. We got the dip buy in here. Once it was holding this level, it's like, what is even strong today? Well, Beyond Meat's strong. So buy the dip at 21, give it to this level. I didn't get any more here when we got the scalp trade out. Now I'm just thinking, can it retest the high of the day? At some point, if the market just continues to make low after low after low, even this name is going to give it up. And I paid for shorts. I'm willing to go short this name. I'm just not there yet. I want to test to that high. If it fails the high, it's definitely it's a short. If it makes a lower high, I might look for the breakdown beneath VWAP, but that's not now. Right now, it's about where do I want to get this out. If we can't get through 22, if we got to carry this 2150, I got out there before on the way up, and I'm willing to do it again. Oh, goodness, it wants to do it now. I'm actually at 2140, just under that 2050 level to get trailed out. Coinbase is churning right now. However, I hate you, Bed Bath & Beyond. Or Beyond Meat. But I just got out there. I told you guys I like that 2150 area. It was trying to break it. It can't seem to do it. I'm going to cancel my bid because I want to see it bounce off of 2165, 2170 again before I go for the reload. It's just a short kind of day. Like, look at the lack of carry through in even the strongest name. A winning trade's a winning trade, but at the end of the day, it's the shorts that continue to print. We're now through the low of the day on coin. Just to go over why I like this trade. Well, I mean, it's down 5%, that's obvious. But if you go to the 15-minute, you're breaking this low here in 60s. I liked it once it consolidated beneath and pressured the low again. I think you go all the way back to 2 days ago, and 57 is that bottom. You can also draw a trend line on the daily. You'll come up with the exact same number, a 57 low there on coin. It's just short kind of day. CVNA, not much to talk about 50 pennies in the money. Needs to break the $8 level to get terribly exciting. And then, yeah, the NVIDIA 230 is still valid.
Yeah, we're just sitting here about a minute and a half left. I want to thank everybody for subscribing, so make sure that you...
Hola, like and subscribe
Hola.
today.
I only have 2 on my board, man. That one and mine, proudly, Beal. Right there. So here we go right now, back up. We want a proud one. Let's get a proud one going right now for tomorrow. We'll do that. But right now, big move upside for NVIDIA again, man. It's continuing to go. I was waiting at 66. Why not just take a 56? There it is right now. I mean, we are honestly... really feeling these markets, man, and I hope that you're having a great day today, and it's about to get even better as we get ready to go over to the midday show. PCE be damned, man. We hit that long on NVIDIA. Again, another sticky note trade, and I just want to thank everybody out there that appreciates the energy and the trades that I'm trying to bring every single day. So shout out to everybody out there, man. You know, without you, there would be no me. That's probably not true, but you know, the show definitely wouldn't be happening without everybody out there. So I want to thank everybody for the continued support of the show. And yeah, look, if there's anything you guys need, man, hit us up on Twitter or anything like that. We do get pretty busy about all that, but it means a lot that we continue to have the viewers that we do have, and you guys continuing to give off, you know, some beautiful trade ideas in the chat as well. So thank you so much to everybody. Crypto Gangster, you my guy as well. What's up to Comp SRX? What's up to Crypto Gangster? What's up to Bears vs. Bulls? Shout out to Lion Trade, Ivan Smith, anybody there. What's up, Andy? What's up, Andy? Yeah, I love when I make money too. And for right now today, we're cooking up some profits. And here we go, man. We just got NVIDIA out at 56. Right now it's at 44, and it's a loaded up position. So your boy is here and not going anywhere. And I'll be back Monday and today at 2 o'clock, where we have the haircut. Haircut
2:45. That is the time of day. That is the moment at which we all get to see how Fahad looks without any hair. And if you've seen Fahad, which I know a lot of you have, if you haven't, make sure you tune in. But if you haven't, he's got a great full coif. He's got everything. It's just the hair. He's not shaving the beard just to get that one out of the way. People have asked. It's not going to happen. But it is for the absolute best cause that you can imagine. It's for helping others, so why not? You do just about anything in that particular case. So thank you, Fahad, for that. It is already past 11 o'clock. Hold on to your shorts. You're smiling if you got them, but keep them on. Crypto is not having a good day. I know it's not always happy when the market's going down, but there's a trade to be had regardless, and these guys are going to find some for you right now with the midday, Sharif and the Scalp Team.
Do this. What is up, guys? That is Luca right there. I'm Sharif. This is the Midday Show. Let's get it started, baby. PCE and the word sticky come to mind this morning. Sticky inflation, Luca. Another downward day in the market, breaking that all-important 4,000 level decisively here on the March ES contract. A lot of nice shorts to the downside. Lots of the big tech names giving up some of the gains that they made in January. So it will be interesting to see if we can find any sort of bounce here. Have we made the bottom? Your guess is as good as mine. What have you got on board for us today, Mr. Luca?
Yeah, man, what's going on, everyone? Hopefully everybody having a great day, enjoying the show, and, you know, making money. It's Friday. It's free day going into the weekend. You know, love Mondays, love Fridays. Yeah, I'm just basically in this NVIDIA trade right here, playing off the 230. I think, you know, level from, had the earnings play. That 230 level was resistance from yesterday. We had the trades on it from yesterday. And today, what we're seeing is just mass amounts of reloading on the bid here. So, I mean, this thing is kind of barcoding and staying low. It's sort of riding the 50 period. I mean, you know, respect the channel until it breaks, I guess you could say. But, yeah, 230 is the level. And every single dip that I've seen so far has just been a dip and a rip, a dip and a rip, a dip and a rip. Are we now going for another kind of dip and then final rip up and move, right? So, yeah, I'm pretty excited about this trade. You're not going to see it until I get into another position here, but I'm essentially long this just below 230. That's my average, and I'm just basically recycling over and over again. I think we get back to 231 at least, but what I'm noticing is the fact that we just ripped into the 50 period, kind of rode it back down, popped, and these kind of up and down area, up and down candles right over here are what interests me. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Does it hold the low? Where do we go from here? I have no idea what happens next. If we now make a new low here, I think I'm going to yeah, get myself out of this. So we'll just watch to see what this wants to do. But again, every single time that this dips, you know, within the same candle, it's like ripping back up. So I feel like it's this is some type of robot action where they just want to stop everybody out, get the cheap shares, and then we're going to actually make a move. I think notable on this name, just to kind of zoom out just a little bit, on this one is this 50 period on the 5 minute. So, you know, I'm kind of looking at this trade. I'm looking at the level 230. I'm looking at the 1 minute candle. I'm looking how it's kind of bottoming out in this area. And then what I'm actually trying to wait for, like what I really want to wait for in a perfect world, is a rip through VWAP. I think once we clear 232, this thing is instantly going to be at 233. And so I just feel like if we start to go and actually tap VWAP, if the overall market, I mean, you know, the market's down, we got the number this morning, we got the flush, we got the second leg. But again, yesterday we were sort of doing this, and I was like, okay, we're probably going to go down, and then we just went all the way back up on the overall market yesterday. So yeah, it was just kind of like this. I thought we were going to go back down, but we just like flew to the upside. So, you know, maybe we can do it again, right? So not so much a free fall Friday, but another kind of dip and rip and trap and pop and all that fun stuff. So yeah, let's see if this wants to act up. I'm considering adding on a 232 break if we get there, maybe for a scalp trade, and then kind of taking the majority out at 233. I want to just hold this one. It feels good. We'll see where it goes. And yeah, this is, guys, just to kind of zoom out. Again, I don't know what's going to happen next with this trade. Obviously, never speak in absolutes. But again, just kind of looking at this trade, it's like this was the earnings trade. It gapped up. It ran. It did a dip at 230, and it never really. It's not really selling off through 230. So I think you respect the level until it's not a level anymore. And yeah, we're seeing bids there. We're seeing everything come in, so it looks pretty good. So yeah, you know, if you're in that trade, best of luck. We'll see where it goes. I just like to, you know, take my shots on this level and see if we can get back up to 233. That'd be nice.
All right, guys, I'll go through my trades today. B-E-A-R, Bayer. Reminds me of the company that makes Tylenol, Bayer. There we go. Spelled differently, of course. This one was the tricky one. This one was the halter to the high side. Where are my, how come it's not showing executions on this chart? That's weird. Oh, there we go. Display. No, that's the window. Huh. Okay. Not sure why it's not showing executions on here. Oh, that's because it's lunar. It's not. It didn't change the chart. 1 second. There we go. B-A-E-R. Let's go. There we go. There we go. So this was basically the let's take it on the halt and just punch out. I got 75 pennies on this one. So I did get top wick there. Very dangerous trade. This is when it halted up. I said, look, we saw LUNR run like crazy yesterday. It had like 4 or 5 moves to the high side before it decided to retrace. I said, okay, if we could get something like this. Okay, so I'm getting an alert going off here with respect to BYND. So I got to cut off what I'm saying for a second and head over to that trade as I'm about to get filled. There we go. I get filled short on BYND. We're moving down nicely. We got to hold this level though. Where did I get the shorts at? I got 72s. You know, we retraced into low 60s. In the low 50s, we'll take out half right there, baby. So we're riding that one short to the downside in the 30s. Can we take out a little bit there? So we'll go like that, and then we'll go. Oh, I'm missing it. I'm missing it. I'm too slow on the keys, bro. I suck. Anyway, letting this one go. All right, so we've got a little baby one left. Let's let it ride. I messaged Greg. I'm like, okay, I need shorts for BYND. I looked at Luca. I'm like, yo, I'm eyeing BYND short, and it absolutely prints. I'm only upset about the fact that I wasn't more aggressive to take the 21 break. I said, no, I want to see a new local low being this right here, which meant, an 80 break. That's why my alert went off at 80. I got in at 72's poopy price. But we get a nice little 50 penny winner there, Luca, live in living color. All right, let's get back to this BAER trade. Again, the idea here was to ride the coattails of LUNR and what it did yesterday. But I ended up getting lucky, quite frankly, on this one. Let's just call a spade a spade. I got top wick here because it flushed afterwards. So the thesis here was incorrect. The trade execution, you could say it kind of made up for the lack of a thesis here, getting out real quick. But anyway, this was the trade. The other good trade that I had was on my friend Meta. Let's get to my friend Meta here in 1 second. META. All right, there we go. So this was kind of like a range trade. Let's go to the 3-minute chart. The idea here was I saw a bit of a double bottom kind of brewing on the futures, and Meta looked to be a bit more relatively strong. So I wanted to see if we would get that continuation through. We don't end up getting it. So I play the range, I average out. So this is kind of just, with experience, you kind of know how to fix poopy trades. And this was one of those. My other last trade here was on NVTS. That was a poopy trade. No good on this one. This one was a bull flag continuation theory. So we had that big boy move up, then we had a period of retracement in and around here. This is what I'm talking about, this area here, which is why I took the breakout. Now, it ended up continuing a belt to test 7 and went up to 696, and then, it pulled back. I said, all right, you know what? There's VWAP hanging out around here. If this does a VWAP retracement and pops back up, I can have a wicked ACB, adjusted cost base, right? So I end up adding. It doesn't show me what I want. This is not the right VWAP, by the way. And I punch out through the break of VWAP to the downside. I end up being right because then it ends up being a loser. So 3 winners, 1 loser today, Luca. Not such a bad day for a poopy market day.
Yeah, not a bad day, man. Not a bad day. Things are moving, man. Definitely exciting. CVNA, guys. I know everybody was asking from yesterday. CVNA down 20% today, hitting that $8 mark. So this thing is crazy. Neil calling out the $8 level, just kind of breaking, doing the volume, and kind of popping back above, just very slightly there. This is not what I wanted to do on Tesla, but let me see if I can.
Tesla.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, no thanks. I don't want that trade. I don't know why that went through. Anyways, yeah, so CVNA, down, going back to this one very quickly, CVNA, that's, that's a doozy, man. That's a doozy, this thing. Let me just pull up the 15 for anybody that doesn't wonder or doesn't remember this trade. I'm sure everybody does. But again, this 15 to 16 level from previously, and the rejection all the way back down. Now this thing making lows below 10. I mean, when it was doing this kind of sideways action, volume up over here, you know, once something like this fades, this is pretty much death candle. In hindsight, it's easy to say that you short the pops on this thing all the way down. You know, now at 8, earnings coming through, down 20%. I almost want to sit back and say, you know, the intraday shorts, obviously good. You know, it's SSR. Things are looking good. And just to kind of speak to the intraday levels, this thing is going down. Where does it find support? Why do I feel like 8 was a level from before? And I think Neil just mentioned that he covered his shorts at around 8. And I do remember saying, because somebody was asking where can this potentially go when we were talking about it at 13, like from a swing trade perspective. And I just feel like the levels that were the most obvious to me was like this, which is like 950 to 10 like area kind of thing. But then right here because of this little kind of action, which lines up with 8. So yeah, that was actually a super nice fade right there down into that 8 level. Congratulations if anybody had that short in the morning on CVNA. This thing opened up just around 880, and yeah, that's 80 cents. That's 10%. You know, 10% on the CVNA. That's pretty solid there. Pretty solid. So yeah, definitely not a bad look. And again, congrats to everybody that was trading that one. Just to quickly go back, so yeah, guys, as you can see, I'm long NVIDIA here. It's yeah, this is booming, man, booming to the upside.
Booming.
We'll see where this wants to stop. I feel like, again, just to reiterate, when this breaks 232, I think we're going. And if the market wants to like run and tap VWAP, even if we get a pop on the market, we're gonna get a pop on NVIDIA. I just feel like in general, because of the 230 level, relative strength based on that level, and then once we drift away from it, it's like, okay, the long is now good. And so something that I'm looking for, especially like building the morning position, this is basically the bounce play, and then I off half of it to kind of, because I figure I off half of it, I can get it back. So I add it back, it breaks below, I add it back again, I off it again, recycling, creating the better average. I sell the pop, make the money, I sell it, I add it back, I hold, I add, sell it, add it back, and now we're kind of off to the races. So I got more size now than I did when I had over here. So if we went up over here, I probably would have made less. But at this point, if we actually rip, yeah, I want to watch that 232. Now I might miss it, but again, I like the 232. This initial pop that took place right over here stopped right at 232. So it does give me that feel that if we run to 232 and break to the upside, all things considered, maybe we do get an explosive move. So, you know, first target, the top of the range that it's showing you. Do I want to cover some? Not really, but I guess maybe I'll take a VWAP out on a little bit. But again, I really want to stick to the targets that I think are possible. And NVIDIA has just been showing us that, you know, every earnings play, it literally bounces at this level. It bounces at this level. It gets back to this level. I mean, the buyers who are here, the earnings buyers that think NVIDIA is going to the upside, come back in when it goes back to the same level. They don't just say, oh, well, it was there yesterday, now it's back, I'm not buying it back. Like, and the reason I say that is because you're watching the bid, you're watching the size, it's reloading, 100 lots, 200 lots. And so this is just something, you know, as a day trader, we're obviously not swinging this into, you know, next week and beyond, but essentially looking at this, recognizing what's actually happening in the market right now on NVIDIA and saying to yourself, like, you know what, this thing probably goes to 240. Right? This thing, like, it showed you that it wanted to go up. It didn't really sell off, right? The rest of the market was kind of sideways, down and then back up. Holds the level, and I mean, where are we next week? I have no idea, right? Do we actually rip to 240 and above? Do we actually get a 250 test? Just to quickly comment on the daily, you know, breaking I think it's like 239 would be like a high. But this thing literally feels like, it's like you have the first up day, maybe you get a sideways day, or maybe you get this thing kind of closing like as an indecision type thing, and then maybe this thing rips to 240, breaks above, and continues, right? So you get a kind of little bit of a multi-day move, and then I would say 250 is like that psychological, you know, psychological 250 level. You know, it's just like 100, 250. I imagine people taking profits in and around that range. And then based on the technicals, yeah, 270 kind of feels like a little bit of a topish, right? So, yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go, but for sure, yeah, definitely going to hold on to that. Somebody's saying, Luca, can you check Intel level 2 tape? INTC, yeah, sure, I can have a look for you. It's not,
yeah,
so...
I wanted to, can I just mention something real quick about that, Luca? Because I was just talking to Neil right now about Intel. That 25 defend looks super interesting. I don't know how you feel about that. I know you're going to look at the tape, but there, that 25 level is kind of interesting to me.
Yeah, so the first thing that stands out is this is the daily on Intel. And so the first thing you want, like, it's great to, you know, pull up the tape and look at the tape, but you want to look at it in confluence with the actual level that's showing you, right? So again, A little bit of technical analysis never hurt. Looking at the daily, looking that it's bouncing at 25 once, twice, now we're back here again. And so the real question that I have myself as a kind of like, let me put my value hat on, is this the area that you buy Intel and then hold for 30 and above and beyond, and then maybe this thing wants to actually get back to 50? So, I mean, 1, 2, 3 times a charm and then back and go, that would be pretty nice. And this is kind of the range that it's in, obviously 5-point range. We kind of get back there, and then again, intraday, guys, we get back there, we sort of dip into 25. Again, what you want to do is you want to watch the tape at 25. So you know that 25 is the level on the daily. You look at 25 on the tape. Even if it goes below 25 by 5 cents, 10 cents, that doesn't mean anything. You want to watch. Are people reloading? Is it holding that level? Are people selling it off? And I just feel like because it's kind of going back to the upside, I feel like what actually happened if you're watching it at this point is it kind of gets there. It's not really doing anything. And then buy program kicks in, and this thing now rips back to VWAP. So again, if you have somebody who wants to load the boat, in and around 25. On the day, it's below VWAP. Buy program kicks in after a certain amount of time before 25. This thing rips to the upside. Congratulations to anybody that was long that thing. You know, I don't usually trade Intel. I know Neil trades. Neil probably trades more shares in one day on Intel than I trade in the whole year. So it's like I have like one trade a year on it, maybe. But yeah, definitely a good look, that 25 level. And I think if I saw this before it actually started to move, I probably would have picked some up. But yeah, maybe this thing wants to actually get back there and just kind of recycle this level. So I think worth a shot bids in around this area, demand zone, and just watch the tape if you're actually trading and you're worried, and just look for if they're selling and buying at around the level. At this point, going into VWAP, I just feel like you're looking at it, and it's like you're seeing buying, you're seeing selling, but the thing is now it's going to be less. You're going to get less kind of confirmation at like a random middle area, right? So VWAP, volume's going to pick up. There's buyers, there's sellers. Selling comes through, buying comes through. It doesn't really mean much. It just means, yeah, shares are exchanging hands in and around VWAP. But I would say look at like interesting levels, watch the tape, watch the bidders. Are they bidding? Does program buying come into play? You know, all these things need to be considered if you're kind of reading the tape, trying to build a day trade, and then also if you're actually going to swing trade it as well. And I like to talk about that as well, just to kind of give a flip side perspective. You know, watch it there, because you fight for price intraday at these levels. Then they move. Then you scalp it out. Okay, whatever. But once things get going, you kind of want to hold, right? You want to hold, because what happens is it dips, it rips, and then it doesn't do much. But sorry, I don't mean to draw that line. It doesn't do much, but then it just floats, and it might just like float all the way to high a day. So you get the explosive move, then it just like floats to the high a day. And so again, you know, it's kind of moving. Watch the moving average, watch VWAP, maybe get some sideways action, and then maybe get that continuation float back to the upside and go there. So yeah, definitely an interesting look there. We'll see where that one wants to go. I think I just got a fill on NVIDIA, I noticed. Okay, yeah, so that was a VWAP fill. I'm just basically right in front of that. It's very, very light size on that sell. I think, you know, speaking towards buy program and then kind of drifting to the upside, the things that are famous for drifting to the upside and just making it difficult to hold, in my opinion, if you're not in at the bottom, are the NVIDIAs, the Teslas, the names that are, you know, $200, $300 stocks with bigger spreads. This right now, this move up is very, very robotic, in my opinion. Up. Rides the moving average. Rides the moving average. I think, yeah, maybe we get down, ride the moving average. Again, I'm not going to be surprised if this actually rips to 235 there. But again, it's going to be probably very, very robotic. You know, a lot of traders, what they say is, in the first 45 minutes off the open, you want to scalp a lot, because prices are going to touch, you know, the stock's going to touch all types of prices. So you can load and you can sell it and you can buy it back. Like, it's probably going to get back there. I mean, how many times does it dip and then rip all the way to the level? Like, not every time. If it does, you kind of leave it, right? You ride with the size that you go with. But the thing is in the first 45 minutes, you want to scalp, you want to recycle, you want to build the average for the move. Wait, why did I sell that more there? Oh, okay, that was not a part of the plan. Okay, damn it. Okay, whatever. It's fine. But anyways, yeah, it's basically not a part of the move. And then once things actually start to go, you don't want to watch the tape at like 12:30 on a stock that's doing less volume. You just want to say, okay, it moved off the 230 level. It's now ripping back through VWAP. It's drifting to the upside. Like, the tape's not going to tell you anything, because if you watch it, you might get caught up in, oh, I see selling come in, let me sell. And this is me kind of selling the VWAP level. But if it breaks trend even for a brief moment, and I'm watching the tape, I might say, oh, let me sell it over here, but then it just rips back to the upside and then goes even higher. So yeah, classic bot action. I like this kind of, I mean, whatever, I sold a little bit more there. That was probably an order that I missed, but essentially didn't want to do that. I wanted 232s, but most out at 234, kind of high a day. I just feel like we eventually get there. So yeah, I'm going to continue to nurse. We'll see where that one wants to go. Yeah. And yeah, for sure we'll find a few other trades. Obviously today my main focus has been NVIDIA. Like I didn't trade anything else. I was just in this kind of scalp trades, just being very patient. It's Friday, trying to keep it stress-free. And yeah, we'll see where we go. I think
Friday, baby. All right.
Long in video.
I got stuff to say now. Zim has been, shout out Michael Noss, man. Michael Noss came out this morning. I actually have a little watch list that I keep on my platform here called the Michael Noss watch list. And I update it every week when he comes out on Friday with his picks using that cold-blooded technical analysis skill that he's got there. But yeah, here it is, guys. Zim, he gave us this one this morning. Have you seen a better cup and saucer setup than this? Let's get to the daily. Look at this.
Cup and saucer.
Yeah, the cup and handle. Yeah,
cup and saucer. Is there a scroll on
saucer?
Saucer. We got the scroll because this.
I'm so excited to talk about like the pattern. I can't even get it right, Luca. Cup and handle, guys. Look at this. Look at this beautiful curl. Buy smiley faces, sell frowny faces. There's the handle. There's the breakout range. We'll get continuation. We're looking probably at 25 in the face there, guys. The next best level after that are going to be some of these top wicks here at 27 3/4. I want to say 28-ish, and then this level over here at around 20. So for all intents and purposes, 30. So the better levels are going to be 25 and 30 on this, and then you've got really, and I don't want to say a blue sky setup, but then you've got like $5 intervals until the next major resistance levels. Again, this is a shipping play. I just got an email right now from Michael Noss, and he said, you know, relative strength is one of the best ways that big money tips their hand, right? And so this is some ways to tell. Relative strength meaning, obviously, when a certain sector is performing counter to some general up or down trend. So, you know, if it's a downtrend like right now, like we've got on the ES the last little bit, and then you keep seeing shipping stocks pumping to the high side, that's a tell. So look out for that. Obviously, you know, Michael Noss doesn't even care about the macro picture. He doesn't even look at these, you know, news headlines and what's driving this. It's all about the chart. I was having a talk with Brendo this morning. He's like, when he interviewed Katie Stockton, a great technical analyst, goes on CNBC a lot, and he's like, you know what? He was mentioning this, and he pressed her on this, and he'd bring up this news item and that catalyst, and she was cold-blooded, man. She was like, no, you know, the chart says this, chart says that. So we all aspire to be that. I mean, I aspire to be that cold because, you know, I always look for the macro picture. So let's update you on the trade here. BYND, I'm out. So I got out at 2020 there. We took the 2080 break. I get 2020 as that last little out. But here's the thing, guys. We're consolidating again. We've been talking about these plays coming back. We kind of they went on a hiatus a little bit. These, you know, big move days, consolidation, break below VWAP, consolidation, continue the breakdown. We've seen these, but I think we've got volume leaders right now, and Brendo is at the big desk.
Hey guys, very one-sided board to show you at this point so far today. We've seen downside movement in a big way. I'll get to that in a sec. But 10,323 listings, U.S. listings on this board. Look at this. I don't know if I've ever seen this so one-sided. 7,757 downside, 1,500 only in positive territory with 1,000 basically unchanged. So very, very heavily weighted to the downside so far today. 215 new lows right now versus just 63 making new highs. Not a lot of volume, however. Past couple of days, we've noted at least one, if not two of these that had already surpassed that 100 million mark. TQ's top of the list so far today, 75 million, 72.5 there for Zila. SQ's here as well, about 70 million. Tesla, TRKA, Mullen, BBBY, only about 40 million. SPY on here, though, 36.2 million. So, yes, we are going down. That's Bridger Aerospace. Little tiny crazy stock top of the list as far as gainers. So yes, we are going down, but we're going down on relatively light volume. It's a Friday, bad negative economic data. So light volume into the weekend, guys, but pretty ugly for the overall market. If you haven't done so, make sure you hit the like, guys, and subscribe down below. Back over to you.
There's a whole debate going on back here, guys. What a lively Friday, Luca.
Oh, yeah.
Usually we're kind of chill on Friday. No, it's been lively today, man.
Yeah, it's been a lot of always a good time, man. Always a good time. Yeah, having a great time always. Guys, heads up, Intel is back at that 25 level, so maybe justify a reload over here. I just want to look at it one more time. I don't have any bids out right now at 20.03. Let's just have a quick look. Yeah, okay, so the level for myself is below 25. I think I like the fact that it did these wick-off bottoms, and then if we do, maybe we get that again. So I'm actually going to bid just below there to see if I can get some fills, and then just try to, yeah, maybe hold that and then see where this thing wants to go. Discretionary risk, no real kind of hard stop and play. We'll just kind of see where that one wants to go there. I want to pull up coin very quickly before I move on to the next thing. This thing had a decent range the past, just kind of past few days, but I want to see where this thing is right now, if there's any trades on this. It's on my watch list. It wasn't really something that I'm looking at, but at the 25 level, okay, yeah. So not really kind of in that range, actually selling off, but at, I don't know, what's this? This is Intel. What am I doing here? Why is coin? Yeah, that I was going to say, that's not really what it is.
Pumping,
yeah, okay,
bro.
so this is pretty interesting because this is, I think this is the earnings move, and the high of the move is 68, and the sort of low of that move is around 58. So for whatever reason, it's just kind of in this range, and I'm just wondering, do we actually get this action again? So this actually dipped below 58 and then popped all the way back to the high. So I'm eyeing that 58 level, and I'm sort of asking myself, are we going to dip below 58 and then do the exact same thing? I want to show the daily on this just because it kind of shows a better picture here. Obviously, a little bit of a wide risk in terms of this is down below 55, but this level over here is interesting, and it's right here. It's right here at like 57.5, 58-ish area. It's just kind of showing these indecision candles, and it gets down there, and then it pops back up. So I don't know where Bitcoin is, and I know you have the way better.
Have a look right now.
You have like a way better kind of.
We're really
Bitcoin
going down
chart
here
on
on
that
Bitcoin.
Guys,
dude.
Nvidia is exploding to the upside. Woo! Let's go.
What is happening?
Let's go.
Wow. Are you still in that?
Oh, baby.
Yes,
Oh,
he is. I'm
baby.
spinning the money for this out. There you go. Attaboy, Luca. Cover that.
All right, let's go. I'm like, okay, I'm not missing this one. I think I wanted like just around this area, but again, when trading Tesla, when trading Nvidia, like I'm using areas like and if I miss them, sometimes I missed orders in the morning, so I was like, yeah, let me just get some over here. That's a move, man. Now we wait. Now we wait for 235 and above and beyond. Let's go. Hopefully everybody's loaded here at 235. I mean, we spoke about this. We saw it on the tape. This is now the move. And again, guys, what I was referring to in terms of tapery, just to give a quick, Luca, you finally, someone's saying, Luca hit the jackpot finally. Yeah, finally, I lose everything except for one. Let's go. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, no, it's, so again, going back to like watching the tape, don't watch it at these like 11:30 and going into the afternoon. Like this little dip makes it
big boy move.
The thing is this little dip right here, as it happened, if you're watching the tape, you're like, oh my God, it's going back down. But the thing is it's a liquidity vacuum, right? It sells off. Program buying, I watched it, comes in at 230.60. Now, not enough for me to justify adding to my long just because I have a great average on it. And I have like the size that I want, and I'm basically waiting, but I'm watching that liquidity vacuum. I see the program buying coming in, and look at this. It retraces the whole move instantly back to the upside. Talk about dip and rip, stop everybody out. Man, these bots are savage. This is digital warfare. So sometimes, if you think you're on the right side, and you have the level, and you have the shares, buy, turn your monitor off, watch us, and just sit there and do nothing and just wait. Because yeah, it's sometimes you could kind of bamboozle yourself over and over again. So yeah, now holding that trade, we'll see where that one wants to go. Pretty satisfied with it. Lots of people in the back probably satisfied with that as well. So yeah, man, life is good. Life is good. I'm gonna throw a bid out on coin below 58. I don't know if it fills, but yeah, I'm just gonna kind of like stink bid this down below. We'll see if I get that. Don't know if I do or not like crazy amount of size, but yeah, I want to see if it gets there and then maybe add to it and kind of work it. And see where that wants to go.
All right, man.
Intel instantly back to the upside to VWAP there.
This Zim is pumping to the high side now, man. It was up about 5%, kind of tested, knocked on the door at 24, but pulling back at least for now. Let's see if we get a longer pullback. We've had a few pullbacks already and then continuations. You wonder how long that's going to last until we find that top or that momentary top. We saw 25 earlier was an interesting level. You know, that's still $1 away. There's plenty of profits to be had if that's going to be the level. So keeping an eye on Zim, and if this one continues, I mean, I'm going to get into this one. It's not really kind of like a day trade type stock, but today it's presenting an opportunity, so why not take it? And I'm absolutely getting trolled in the chat here. Dan Emmons has been like running this running gag lately that as soon as I pop the woo, he sells. I'm like, woo! He's like, no, I was short, I sold.
Yeah.
Somehow I've got the reverse juju on that, so we'll see.
You know, because it's essentially like buy the fear, sell the greed type thing.
Yeah,
So as soon
exactly.
as you're getting exciting, it's like the opposite
Overdone.
indicator. But here's the thing, guys. We just get excited all the time.
Yeah.
We're excited all the time. I'm excited to be a day trader. I'm having a great time, you know. It's and yesterday I was like, you know, I'm not having a great time, but I was still having a great time. So life is good, and that's it. I just tell myself that every day, remind yourself that every single day. Somebody was like, Luca, have a look at CI. NG?
Yeah, that was a runner from this morning.
Is this like small cap of the day? I know this thing was doing volume like 30 million shares traded. It's it's pretty much done, I think. Barcoding, not really too, it's very, very lackluster, not really giving a range. Like when you see this for a long period of time and like volume is always going to be the tell, it did the volume in the morning, had the pop and drop, and now it's not really. I mean, if it gets back above, let's say that 2 level, then maybe it becomes interesting. I'm going to pull up the daily very quickly to see if this thing went anywhere. Yeah, no, so this looks like it just kind of, okay, yeah, here we go. That's what I was looking for. So let's see if this, just for levels for just in general, what I see here. Yeah, I would say like 220 into 250. 220 to 250 is like the resistance zone. Sometimes these things don't actually get there. They'll break like a 2 level and then they'll just reverse from there. So for myself, again, I like these kind of mean reversion shorts on whatever this name is. Again, don't know what they do, don't know the catalyst, don't really care. I look for the same setup in the market. And it sometimes goes to 2, breaks, runs into the resistance area, and then the 250 short back in through 2 into like a 180 cover is more of a better setup for myself. But if it goes to 2 in the pre-market and then doesn't even test 2 again, I mean, this is like, you know, you could scalp it, but it's just not, it's not really giving the meat of the trade, I would say, from a short sell perspective. But again, for now, it's not really doing anything. I mean, if it holds 160, great, if you're kind of justifying the long to yourself. But again, volume's always going to be the tell. Volume dropped off very quickly. It's not really doing anything. I think it either breaks the low of day and just kind of dies off, or it runs back to the high. That's where volume will pick up again. So yeah, that's an interesting look. But what I want to talk about, which they were trading in the morning, I think was, so obviously yesterday, OCEA, you know, I want to start off by saying I'm sorry to anybody that got destroyed on this name to the short side. This is every short seller's fear. Lack of liquidity, explosion moves to the upside, and just no chance to actually cover, then going into a halt, trying to get out, bids not filling, and you're just absolutely, absolutely destroyed. Eventually coming back down today, actually giving a halt. But again, when you have this type of overhead resistance on any type of name, it just kind of, it does the volume, it goes up here, it gets back down, it can't break back above this range. So the key level that I actually identified from yesterday, which is not, it's not a secret or anything, but is the halt price, right? So you want to, when things halt like this, you want to use the halt levels because that's where the most size tried to trade. And then I feel like that's kind of the level of like, okay, this is where everybody's going to react to the trades. And so this was the level, be it 1850-ish, and this thing could not get above that. And that was kind of like, it could not get above that. It sort of faded. It sort of retested lower high there and then just kind of drifting into the abyss. This thing probably goes back to 7 at some point, if I had to guess, unless some type of short squeeze happened. But the short squeeze is already sort of done, give or take. And today it kind of halted to the upside. It opened up. It was a nice like kind of halt and open to the upside. But yeah, this thing just couldn't hold above 10.
Read the name.
It actually broke into 10 and like went into another halt, but again opened and then went back down, made a high again, went back down. So the thing that stands out to me on this thing is the fact that it's like it couldn't just stay above 10, right? So yeah, definitely good opportunity. I mean, it's giving like $1.50 back to the downside. Maybe this thing wants to actually get back down to 780 today. But this is a name for myself. If I was even in this trade, it'll be smaller size because of the it's just a byproduct of the type of stock that it is. You know, if it gets going, my size is my risk. I know this, so I can't take a lot of size on this. I would just never consider that. Unless, yeah, it's just a liquidity issue. And the other one of the day, just to kind of quickly go back to it, which, oh man, what was the other one?
What?
OCEA and the other halter.
BAER?
BAER, yeah, bear, but the opposite here. This one, I was like, is this the next OCEA? Let's see. And this thing halted. And the thing with this one, which was kind of interesting, is it exploded. It halted in the first minute.
Go to his
and
chart.
anytime, huh?
Go to his chart.
Yeah, you guys come to my screen just very quickly. And the thing with Bear is, you know, anything that halts in the first minute is showing you that maybe there's a potential here. And so this thing actually showed a 20 indicated open initially, but then ended up opening at like 11:32. So it didn't open there. But I kind of looked at that and I said, okay, if we get back to 20, maybe it's, oh, is it a long? Oh man, that's a.
Yeah, I took that. I
about a
based
day
it.
trader.
I based it on Lunar yesterday. I said it was a 3 or 4 way upway halt. I thought we had 1 or 2 in us on this one, so I took it. But I'm just like, you know, I don't overstay my welcome on halters, bro. You know, I rarely trade them. So as soon as we popped up, boom, I was out.
Yeah, that's if you want to show Sharif's screen very quickly because he's showing that was a long.
That's
and you know
a
what's
long,
funny?
yeah.
There's been so many times that I have longs like that too.
Yeah.
Because you see it going up, you take
you're
your
a
shot.
demon. You're scalping quickly.
Dude, if it continues to the upside, like your money. And if it
Exactly.
goes back to the downside, or if it shows you something that you don't want to see, you
You're
get
out.
out asymmetrical risk. So yeah, great trade there. Nice job, and nice job getting out. That was a great out. But yeah, Europe is now closed, so we're gonna go to Brendan at the big desk for the European update.
Similar to North America, guys, wrapping up the week in Europe to the downside in a big way, to be honest, right across the entire board here. Just waiting for the final few prints to come through, but there's the Stocks 50 ending the day 1.4% to the downside. Here's the board as it stands right now, 1.3 for Germany, leading the way it looks like, but red top to bottom as we head into the weekend, guys, for Europe.
I'm not going to read out the message, obviously, because we can't, but I want to shout out the tool worker's girlfriend. I won't read her name. I won't say her name, but shout out to the tool worker. We caught that, buddy. Nice try. But yeah, funny one. Always a good time here, guys. All right, let's have a look at BYND. You know what? I was unsure about this one being a continuation or not, but we just had a 50-period retracement on the 1 minute, and we're having a flush back down. This looks like it's a good continuation, flat bottom breakdown and break. Let's see. I mean, the bots could turn that on me, but here's what we're looking at. You know, we've been talking about these setups a while. Big flush, consolidate, big flush. In this case, you know, we've talked about this as well. You have retracements on this to stop everybody out. People getting in the consolidation range, waiting for that breakdown. They're usually flushed out to some sort of, there you go. I'm getting a continuation as I'm talking. I don't know why I'm talking and not taking it. There it goes down to the, wow. Neil, can you flush the toilet? What an unbelievable move on BYND. There it goes, man. I should have just shut my mouth and punched in. But there it goes, 50-period retracement and a big flush down. What a move on this stock. I love these high of day movers. Break below VWAP, consolidate. You know, they went away for a little bit, but now they're back. They seem to be kind of connected to somehow the general trend of the market. Even though these small cap crappers, they march to the beat of their own drum. But for some reason, you know, when we have a weak general market, the small cap crappers, they flush in this way, and who cares why? I mean, as long as it works. What a move down on BYND. As I was talking, I'm so mad that I did not have that. But wow, shout out to Compar SRX1. Yeah, I got half of that trade, didn't get the continuation. This is absolutely textbook. I am actually taking a picture of this right now, live on the stream. This is how good this setup is, man. I want to use this in an example of some sort later, but wow, love that trade, Luca. What are you looking at?
Yeah, so I'm just kind of wondering if like I should be trading Tesla right now, but I feel like the answer is no. I just seem like bids coming in here, but it is holding up for the most part. Again, guys, this was not a real trade, so don't mind this one. I didn't actually want that trade, but now looking, I mean, it was just kind of bouncing there anyways, but riding the 50 period just a little bit. So Yeah, maybe 50 period bounce lining up with VWAP over there, just at 195 for then to move back to the top of the range. It would only be a 50-60 cent scalp that I would sort of be going for on that if I do take that trade. But yeah, we'll just see. Yeah, D Brown, don't do it. Tesla killed me no matter where you go. Yeah, no, exactly. Maybe you're right. Honestly, I'm gonna take your advice and just stay away from this name for the rest of the day and go from there. I want to see if Palantir is at or in and around. Okay, no, this 8 level is just invalid. So yeah, I'm not going to pull that one up again. And I know Sean was killing Amazon today. I think he was talking about that. So let's have a look here. Oh yeah, that was a money short actually. Break sort of kind of channeling that 94 level and then breaking low of day, rejecting VWAP over there. I don't know how convicted I am with an Amazon trade. I mean, I think because it's breaking down on the daily, I mean, breaking down, give or take, not so much, but this is the level, that 94 level. So actually breaking through 94 and then kind of continuing the sell-off. Do we get to 90 eventually? That's a great question. But I also want to take a look quickly at Google to see, because this is reminding me. Yeah, see, Google below 90. I haven't looked at Google in so long. And this was like the 100 test, the sell-off. It was at 95, and I was thinking, do we go to 100 first or do we go to 90? I'm going to take, I mean, my bet's on 90, this kind of market going to the downside. I think the break below 90, I kind of feel like we potentially are going to drift into 86-ish area. That was the bottom-ish before. This market is sort of searching for where it wants to be. It bounced there the first time and then kind of stayed there a little bit the second time and then moved back to the upside. So we're obviously far away from that. I don't know if we get there today. Like, I don't think we will. That would be a significant move down considering this thing started the day at just a little bit higher, and it did tap 90 today. But yeah, the market is testing VWAP right now. So yeah, we'll see how this VWAP action wants to go. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
TMBR. I know people have been hollering at me in the chat to get on this one, and I've kind of been ignoring it. I mean, I haven't been ignoring it, but I can't do everything. Now it is absolutely pumping to the high side. Is this NASDAQ? No, it is MX. Okay, guys, so this one's on the MX network. There we go. Up technically, you know, 62% at the moment. It was super rangy. Someone messaged me really early on in the show. I'm like, I'm not going to touch this. It's not trendy. It's range bound. I mean, let me bring in another chart here. Hold on, because the VWAP is off here. So let's take off INTC. Let's put TMBR, and then we'll go duplicate in free floating window. There we go. Okay, so here we go. The black line, guys, is VWAP. So let's zoom in on that and go to the 1 minute chart actually, because it kind of really shows how range bound this was. There was really no trend. Okay, there is the move at 8 o'clock. You can tell when the volume came in here, because you can tell when the bell came in, because there's the volume right there. So this is the 9 a.m. 9:30 bell. We get a big move up. We get a top developing right below 3. We get a break below VWAP. No respect for VWAP whatsoever. It does a couple of false breaks and then bottoms out at 250. So super range bound. Goes right back up above VWAP. Doesn't really test 3. Looks like it tested 290. Break back down to VWAP. And then you get that continuation. This one really did not have a trend. Now it does. Now it's breaking through. I mean, do we continue here, or do we have another test, retracement down test into 3? You got to assume 290, that's going to be the level on the retracement here, because those were the peaks that we had to break through. So former resistance becomes support, easy peasy. Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, so you know how I trade. I'm going to look for a retracement into 3 and a bounce off support. I'm not going to chase this one, but it definitely is now moving. What's the volume on this bad boy? 35.5 million. The float, guys, if I can tell you in 1 second, company profile, click. Okay, for some reason it's not clicking. So then we're going to trust trade ideas. We're going to go ahead and put it here, TMBR. There we go. The float, guys. Where is the float? 2.9 million shares. Short float, 1.97%. That's nothing. The volume today, big boy, tons of RVOL on this one. So not even mentioning here. It's like 100 times RVOL at the moment. But yeah, let's see if we get a continuation. We probably should pull it up on our trading screen if we're going to trade it. There we go. Tough one, Luca. Tough one. I'll have to look for a retracement. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to sit at 3. So let's go ahead and I'll sit at 304. Feeling whimsical. Why not? So we'll try to defend that level. If it comes back down, we'll see. Actually, you know, I think 304 is a little too high. Let's go back and sit at 301s, and then I'll sit at in the mid 290s. So there. Adjust that to 301, and then will sit in the 295s. We'll sit at 295 for another ad. Should it break 3? You know, it may break 3 here. And then we also may get a bull flag continuation on this. It's shaping up into a continuation, or a bull flag, excuse me. You get that breakout, and you get a couple of minute retracement. You could get long here for the break of 330, and that would be a 15-penny winner. So many ways to play this. So many thoughts go through my mind. You have so many different setups. I should probably just try to isolate one and go after that.
Yeah, somebody's saying look at ATLK? ATLX. I feel like ATLX. Let's have a look here. This thing, I was about to say, man. I feel like this thing is doing no volume. That's just my gut feeling. But down 30%, which is notable. So let's quickly have a look first at the daily to see where this thing came from. This is the first time I'm looking at it. So yeah, let's have a look here. The before high of day, before the move yesterday, the high of day was around 1290. And we did kind of like a multi-day run. You know, when you're looking at these names, and let me just quickly, you know, this is what the first thing I do. I don't know this company, so ATLX. What is this company? Atlas Lithium. Okay, Atlas Lithium, yeah. Like so, 81 million market cap, right? That's basically what I was looking for. So first and foremost, what is the market cap? Second thing I want to know, and I feel like this is just silly to do because it's a lithium company, but let's do it anyways. ATLX. What is the float of this? This is, okay, 4 million float. So we know it's a small cap, 83 million. We know it's a 4 million float. Now look at the price. This thing had a multi-day run. The next thing I look at on the daily is where is the, how much volume did this thing do when it started the run? So a lot of volume on the first day, not really a lot of volume on the second day, more volume on the explosion through the high on the third day, breaking 13, running to 21. And then giving you the first red day setup. So again, this thing opened just below the close of yesterday. It broke the high, and I'm assuming it did all the volume at the high. So now let's look intraday to see where all the volume was done. And alas, all the volume done in and around the highs, above 20, and then actually giving you the fade into 13. So I mean, this thing, now again, not sure the catalyst, not sure why it had the up move, not sure if there was any news on the down move, not sure if it was a buy the rumor, sell the news type thing, but down 30% right now. It's, this thing is, when you see a setup, when I see this on the daily, I know that this is probably like the top, and now we probably like do a bunch of inside days and fade back down. For my own self, if I was looking at this thing, I'd be looking at the 10 level, I'd be looking at the 13 level, and then I'd be looking at like in and around where the volume was done. And so it kind of feels like there's a little bit of volume here. Like look at volume profile. So essentially, I'm going to draw a few lines, but like here, here. So the volume was done above 18 into 21. And
wow,
so even if it gets back there, it does line up with VWAP.
You should look at your NVIDIA position,
yeah,
bro.
it's fine. It's fine.
It's amazing.
I'm letting that go. NVIDIA's going to the moon. NVIDIA's going to the moon. And I am $4 in the money. Ladies and gentlemen, I am $4. I repeat, $4 in the money on this NVIDIA trade. Let's go. Let us go to the moon. Where am I covering that? I'm never covering. I'm never, ever covering this trade, ever. I'm kidding. I have to cover the trade. But yeah, anyways, going back to this very quickly, if we get back to VWAP, you're probably going to run into that over VWAP resistance there. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. But again, it's not really exciting. There's no real volume being done. Let me just go back to my NVIDIA chart very quickly. Sharif's saying, yeah, look at your NVIDIA trade. I go, oh, buddy, I see it. I see it. So this is the thing, and this is the mistake of this trade. But again, it's a product of multitasking, so I'm not going to beat myself up. I don't care. But why am I covering? Like, I didn't want to cover the second one. So essentially, like the first VWAP cover, the second was like just above, so like getting that like pop in case we like dip back down. But the logic on covering 232.50, like in front of that, the logic on covering 233, I wanted to cover at 234. I kind of like missed that. I think we probably get back there. But again, I think this thing's like running the highs. Like I think we're probably gonna like run the highs of intraday highs, and that level is 234.74, which lines up with 235. And yesterday 235 was the level. So again, where I get out in and around that range is not really going to matter. It's like more of an area, not a hard level. So I'm not going to be offering out exactly 235, but it's like I think 235 target. We already ran and tested the 234, kind of giving that pop and dip. Again, you don't want to really watch the tape and get bamboozled. You don't want to watch and think, oh, it broke trend over here. This thing is now floating to the upside very robotically and giving you the explosive move up, doing a lot of volume. Now we probably go back and then break 234. That'll be my guess. Somebody was asking, saying, Luca, how are options affecting stocks that are being traded today, or whatever the question was. But essentially, how are options on expiry today affecting stock? So the thing is you got to do research on that, and I don't know off the top of my head. But if you think that there's a lot of call options on NVIDIA right now at 235, and if you think they were sold yesterday, if you're actually watching when did the open interest take place, when was the volume being done, I don't think this is the case on NVIDIA, but I'm giving an example. The closer that we get to 235, like assuming, I mean, the morning didn't transact that volume, it probably gamma squeezes into the level. Now, a gamma squeeze, I'm going to loosely use the term, but again, it doesn't, when people say gamma squeeze, they think, oh, $10, $20, like crazy moves. Like a gamma squeeze can technically still be like a 20-cent move into the level. Like it is theoretically like a gamma squeeze, but it's just not anything substantial. So yeah, if you're looking at, if you're trading like, a large cap, like look at the options. It's worth it to do a little bit of due diligence and find, where is a lot of the size in the options market positioned. And then you kind of watch the tape and you say, like, do I recognize something here? So yeah, NVIDIA now going back to those highs. I think this thing's going to run up 235. Safe to say, again, I'm not really watching
People
the tape
yelling
too
at
carefully
BBBY here.
Yeah, is BBBY going?
Apparently.
Yeah, it's, Sean's showing the NVIDIA trade. So I want to just like pull this up very quickly to see this. Yeah, this is like, are you still in this? Or are you out of this? Yeah, still in? Yeah, so, and I love the arrow there. Is that the arrow just pointing to the moon? Show the screen very quickly.
He took $7 yesterday. Can we do it again?
Oh, he had $7 yesterday. Can he do it again? See, $7 I will never have. I don't think I will ever have unless it's like a DWAC. Like, well, I mean, if I get 7, that'll be a new record. I'll tell you that much. But yeah, guys, look at my screen very quickly. Pull up the screen just very quickly here, just to kind of show this. Yeah, this arrow is basically, this is saying, look at these perfect buys at the bottom, and notice the recycling here, right? Notice how it's buy, sell the pop, sell the pop, sell the pop, but then hold for the move up, still holding the trade, and this is basically saying, like, this is going to the moon. So, yeah, let's see if this wants to go to the moon and continue. 235, obviously, next target. I think if we break that and continue to the north side, I would eye 238, 239, because that was the high from yesterday. If we get to 240, like, that is a move. But again, we are down 1.6%. From yesterday's close. So even if we get back there, it's not like a 6%, 7% move to the upside that now it's like, okay, this thing moves 7%. No, it's like now this thing is actually flat on the day, and are people saying, oh my God, now FOMO kicks in and chasing, and then we actually break 240 to the upside. So yeah, it's a great trade there. Congratulations to anybody that had that trade. They spoke about it on the morning show. We kind of spoke about it. I gave the levels here as we started the show, and this thing was still at, in and around that 230 area. So yeah, great trade there. Tim Z in the chat saying, Luca, how many espressos, bro?
I saw that.
Like, I had a double spro this morning. Somebody, I don't know who messaged me on Instagram, but somebody's like, bro, you drink so much espresso. Like, I haven't seen somebody drink as much as me, because they were saying that they drink, I don't know if you're watching right now, but you were saying like, oh, I drink as much espresso as you. And I started laughing because I was drinking a Spro as he sent me that. So I just sent him the picture of the Spro. I was like,
did you put a picture of a Spro yesterday, the cannoli?
That's
different.
Night.
Okay.
Last night, nice after dinner, cannoli. Yeah, I see you in the chat there. Yeah, so Spro Life, baby. Last night and this morning. I'll probably have another one in the middle of the day today, whenever kind of
I'll be getting
goes
him
for
one.
that walk
I'll
there.
be getting him one.
Yeah, guys, Tesla is kind of making its way to 200. I think at this point, and again, I don't necessarily, this setup, so going back to where the market is just very quickly.
We'll talk about BBYs.
Yeah,
Don't
we'll
worry.
speak about
we're gonna get to
BBY
it,
in
I
2
promise,
seconds, but I just want to say very quickly to kind of, because the market's kind of moving to the upside right now. This setup is similar to yesterday in the sense that we went down, we started barcoding. So the barcode action is giving me the vibe that it's like nobody really wants to sell it here or start to buy it. And then for whatever reason, at 11:05, I come on the show and the robots are like, buy program right now because we know this guy shorts. But little did they know that I'm long, and the long is not wrong, and we're now going back to the upside. So let's see if this thing wants to go to like 394K. Use these levels with a grain of salt. I'm not exactly like, an A1 futures trader. I don't really like have the right levels unless they're mystery lines, which are probably Arun's lines. But I'm going to use 390 to 4K as like an area because that's where it was before the down move. So maybe it wants to like get there and then face resistance. But obviously nothing goes straight up forever unless we're hopefully talking about NVIDIA in the next 20 minutes. But yeah, maybe you could have a look at BBY. I don't
Yeah,
wanna talk
I'm
for,
popping up.
forever here.
Yeah, no problem here. So it looks like as if it's been holding that 200 period quite well today. You get that big move up. That's when we kind of got alerted to it right after the bell there. I remember Neil was looking at getting into this as well. It looks like it topped out at 168. Does that Christmas tree shaped recovery, that V shape right back down, but most notably stops at in front of that 200 period. We get another move up, but again, notably, we don't make a newer high. It's a lower high here, and we move right back down. And where are we stopping at? We're stopping at the 200 once again, but again, notably, a higher low. So we're compressing here. We have a series of lower highs and a series of higher lows, and that's been happening a little while. And that is until this breakout point right here at 161, where everything came to a head, and then you had that increase in volume to justify or to kind of evidence that move up. And now we're breaking through that range. We've made that higher high. We want to test the high of day, though. We're still a penny or two away from it. But yeah, we're inching higher. So, I mean, I don't like trading BBBY. I won't be trading this name. If anything, maybe I'm looking for a breakdown below VWAP, and I know maybe secure some shorts. I know that they're quite easy to get on Day Trade the World's platform. So shout out to DTTW for that. But yeah, so hope that helps here. Where are we? Let me actually have a look quickly at the daily to figure out what some daily levels are in terms of resistance should we continue here. So yesterday we didn't make the day prior to that, the high was 177, so that's going to be a level, and then the day prior to that was 180. Okay, so we're looking at $2. I would say $2, that's the main level of resistance should we continue our way up there, but $2, and then we'll talk after that. Let's get to $2 first. Now, quickly, back to the same trade here, BYND doing the exact same thing. The exact same thing that we saw last time, which is that flush down, consolidate. Let's see what it does. Have we exhausted that downward move? This will be flush number 1, 2. This will be the third. You know, usually you see 2. Sometimes you see 3, but you know, definitely not as often as you see 2. No question about that. So you're kind of risking it a little bit here. It's going to be a bit of a gamble move. Maybe the better move is to wait for that retracement, same one that we saw here, where we retraced right into the 50, and then quadunk, we flushed right back down. Maybe look for that. That way, kind of, you have a better cost basis in case you need to get out. Now, if you get in at a retracement of the 50, let's say it's around 1990 or so, give or take that area, you're out, in my opinion, would definitely have to be the break of this high over here, which is at 2060 area. So you're risking about 70 pennies. So it's got to be worth it for you. That's why it gets a little complicated in around this area, but still up 13%. So a lot to give back. I mean, depending on what side of the field you fall on, this either was a good report or a bad report. I don't happen to believe much in this company, but I could be wrong. All right, guys, let's see what else is going on. We were talking about TMBR. We'll have to look at that one quick. But ZIM now making that move. ZIM is zipping again to the high side as it wants to definitely test that 24. So it seems 23.98 is the high there. And looks like we're knocking on the door at 24 again. We said probably 25 was the best level here in terms of, a real resistance level, and then above 25 we're looking at 30. So that may be a move for a different day, or we may see 25 today. We'll see. Up 4.7. I can't even talk. What's going on? 4.78% on the day. So we shall see if there is another move in that. Timber, I wanted to get in at 3. And so far, just as I say I want to get in at 3, the Huadunk flush comes in, and we come right back down below 3, and I think we came down to 293 here. This is still a good level, though. Let's go to the 3-minute chart on this. A lot of support at this level. Look how many wick tops we have at that 295. You always say 3 because that's a whole dollar level. You know what? You want a nice round figure, but the fact of the matter is the price action took place around that 295, and that's where right here, all of these wicks right here as well. So 295, a good level. Is this an area to get a buy? It's also not that far away from VWAP. Let me look at my other chart. So it looks like on my other chart, 280 is VWAP. Right here is 290. So 10 more pennies around this area. Tough decision on this timber. I don't know if I want to get in here. You know what? Maybe I'll just get in for a little bit. We'll go a little bit right here. I don't know. Now I feel like I kind of missed a bit of the move on that. Let's just punch. We get the fill. Where do we get the fill? 302. Let's see if we can hold this area. Now, I'm definitely going to look to add at 295. So I'm going to go ahead here and I'm going to say, you know, not even 295. I want a better price. 294. Let's sit at 294. Now, where am I wrong? I think if we get a decisive break of this 290, I'll just call it quits. That'll be, you know, 13 pennies worth of risk. There we go. Coming right back down, possibly get filled at this 94. We'll see. I'm looking for a defend of this area, this general area here. We definitely need to defend. If we don't, it's not the right trade, and it's time to get out, Luca.
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations to Steve, saying, Luca, going to have a toast to this one later, banked on the NVIDIA long. Congratulations, that was all you. And yeah, toast to more beers, toast to more beers. But yeah, 100% congratulations on that one. Yeah, I'm basically holding this. You know, obviously now it's going to go sideways middle of the day. But yeah, sometimes these large caps, they just move and then they just like stay there and then they like move again. So yeah, I'm basically holding for the dream on that one. We'll see where it wants to go. And then there was something else that somebody said here that I wanted to quickly pull up. Maybe it was a question of some sort. Or, no, I don't know. Oh, yeah, here we go. Dan Emmons. Yeah, you made me laugh here, saying Saturday morning finance shows. We are, like saying, we are sick of the market roller coaster. Just get me out. Get me into treasuries instead. They pay 5%. Yeah, when they tell you to sell, that's when you buy. That's to my understanding. When they tell you to sell, that's when you buy. When they tell you to buy, you know the deal there. Yeah, just follow that. Do the opposite and get paid, man. Get paid. Let's look at Tesla here because I know this thing is getting close to, well, not really, but somebody was bringing it up here. Yeah, I wonder if like 198 into 200 gives some type of resistance. So before, and let's just kind of take a little bit of a step back on this name. 198 was the bounce, was like a good bounce sort of demand zone when this was above 200. And I'm trying to refresh my memory into when that was. If it was here, no, I think it was this time. Yeah, it was right over here. So we actually like stalled out, and this was at like 197 to 198. Now again, with Tesla, it's gonna be a wide range most of the time. So kind of dipping here and then popping, sort of dipping, rejecting, selling off, back through, doing like just barcode action over there, popping again, dipping, holding that level. And I feel like now that we're below, if you think short, right? If you're thinking short and you're thinking what name can I short? You know, don't short NVIDIA because this thing is like, this thing is mooning right now. But Tesla down 2.4%. If you think the market's going to kind of turn to the downside, you want to find some weakness, you want to play off of a level, I feel like that 50 period on the 15-minute is maybe like a target that it gets to. It lines up with the 198 to 200 range. It's just kind of right in the middle there. And I feel like with Tesla at a 200 level, at a 100, at a 300 level, what I tend to see, especially in the afternoon, is it could easily get to that level. But again, this thing, you know, if you want to short 200 for a swing trade, maybe shorting 199, like 89 is not a good idea. Just because, like, if it gets there, it's actually going to break 200, and then who knows if it actually keeps going or reverses from there. But I just feel like for myself, if I'm going to take this short, I probably take this short at like 199.20, like closer to this, just above this 50 period on the 15-minute, and then I hope that it like gets there, gives me the fill on the break of the 199. That's the stop orders. I want that short. I want the quick retracement back down. And then if I catch it, I catch it. And if it keeps going, it's just basically risk management. So again, 15-minute, I'm sort of zooming out on this thing and kind of trying to find general levels here. But yeah, the 200 is a hard level just for myself because 200 psychological level. The 199 is like my short target area. If we get there, I'm shorting this thing. And if it stays here and goes back down, it's just a no trade. But I mean, hindsight, yeah, maybe I should have stuck with that 195 long. But again, I didn't even want the long, so I'm just like, okay, let me get out of this thing and go from there. I am now long Intel. Heads up, guys, long Intel. This thing is below 25. So I'm cool with this position. Let's see where it wants to go, if it wants to stick around here and just kind of barcode. I'm willing to add to this if we keep going to the downside. So I'm just going to nurse this position and see like if we get a pop. I mean, we got it the first time, we got it the second time, we got it the third time. We're dipping back down. I think we eventually pop back to the upside. It is down, so I'm not like we're kind of like down on the day, but I'm going to respect the general level that is more so an area, and we'll see where that wants to go. But before we see what happens with Intel, let's see what's happening now with Big B at the big desk.
Hey guys, halfway through as we head into the lunch hour here, still a red Friday shaping up here. Let's have a look at how things are shaping up at 12 o'clock. 1.2 for the S&P, the Dow full percent still. All three, Russell 123,000 in the red as well, to the tune of a full percent. The Russell 2,000 faring a little bit better. We're off the lows, got to 2% there for the NASDAQ 100 very briefly. So a bit of a bounce underway, but nothing significant to speak of yet. A few things of note from this morning, if you were with us. We talked Square, we talked Block, we talked Beyond Meat, and Boeing on the watch list as well, temporarily suspending deliveries of the 787 Dreamliner because of a production flaw that was discovered. So only temporary, but it was downside and is still downside in the pre-market to start the day off. This one, however, not so much. Yeah, nice look here, trying to get back above 77. That's a bit of a significant level from after the close yesterday for Block, still up 3.5 off their report.
All right, guys, get out of that TMBR trade. I may reinitiate it. I think I may have actually got out a little too quick here, if I'm being honest. I didn't give it much room. I added on that dip into 94, and then I think it came into the 80s, and that's when I saw 80 prints, and I got out. I still don't dislike this for a continuation. I don't want to have a long bias on this and say, oh, you know, it's bounced off these levels, so therefore it must continue to do that throughout the day. That's not the way to trade. Trade what's in front of you. So for right now, I'm out. Cost me like 12 pennies plus the average. So I did average, to be fair, but not a big L at all. Actually, fair enough to say. So building your way into that, still on my radar. But here we go. We talked about this BYND continuation south. Again, if this was to materialize, it would be the third move. So less likely to happen than the second move. In either event, maybe the safer trade is to take this retracement into the 50 period here if you want to rinse and repeat. Usually I sit in front of it a little bit. I don't always want to sit right at it in case it doesn't make its way quite up to the 50 period, but this would be an interesting trade. Let's look at the 15-minute chart here to see kind of where the levels are that we need to be aware of. And as I'm saying that, did it just flush? No, it didn't. Okay, so it's still holding that level. So it hasn't flushed yet. I thought it was flushing. I'm like, no, there's no way. It is flushing, Luca.
Why no Riyadh on the VWAP there?
What?
On the VWAP.
What about it?
Like the red line.
The red line is the 50 period.
Oh, 50 period.
That's what I wanted. That's what I was just saying, right?
You missed.
Yeah. No, I didn't get it in here. I was talking, and then as I was talking, it did the flush, right?
The classic.
It's classic, man.
Yeah, I'm going to do this and short this level here.
And it does it while you're talking.
Okay, I was going to short there, I swear.
Okay, so here it goes. I mean, it looks like it's continued. It did this last time. While I was talking about it, it continued to make newer lows. Now we're looking 1930 in the face. You know, we're at the lower end. We did get to this level back down here, so we really haven't made a newer low yet, but it looks poised to continue to the downside. You got to assume 19. I want to look at the 15. There it goes, breaking through the 20s. There it goes. Now we're going to see teens. That's the second time that's happened today, man. I'm sick of this. Anyway, oh my goodness, that's very frustrating. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so this one, it ends up being a good move, but we only participate in one move, not three. But there it is. Same setup, guys. Flat bottom breaks on these high day rejection fails, especially when they are below VWAP. These are solid trades. I think that I don't know what the win probability is. I've never done the empirical study, but you know, just anecdotally, they look like they succeed more than they fail in certain markets. We talked about that. In certain markets, I think definitely bearish markets more than bullish markets. That's what I see so far. What else is going on over here? We have that ZIM continuing to zip through and want to touch 24. So here comes 24 again. You worry at these levels about a double top, you know, and a bit of a retracement. This is kind of one of those ones that may be up 3%, 4%, 2% every day for a little while as it kind of continues to make its way through the pattern that we talked about, the cup and saucer pattern. Right, there we go.
Cup and spro life,
yeah,
baby.
The cup and spro life, baby. No, in all seriousness, though, the cup and handle pattern, I mean, wow, look at that. That's crazy.
You know, cup and handle, to my understanding, is better on the daily. Like it's
this is
like
the daily.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like a daily, just for anybody that's kind of like curious in terms of these patterns. Patterns are always going to be more significant when you're zooming out and looking at the daily. You know, some patterns are only, in my opinion, applicable to the daily. So I would never look at a cup and handle pattern intraday. That is a recipe for disaster. But again, if you find a level at the bottom there, the way that Zim kind of bottomed out there and showed you that support, and you like it, and you take the long, and it runs up, and you see the cup. You see the cup, you see the handle, you're like, oh, baby.
Oh, baby.
Oh, baby. Hold on to that one. Yeah, maybe it goes, but obviously trade your own book there. I want to quickly say, Michael in the chat, Michael David Robinson, I think you were talking to me referring to like the yield stuff, saying, yeah, go against, it's easy to not go against macro levels because obviously day trading, yeah, for sure, 100%. You know, we're not really getting into too much detail regarding like, you know, long-term managing of money. Which can be very, very boring. But yeah, for the most part, if you're in the right names, they're obviously going to move in your favor. And so for myself, as a day trader and as, you know, a swing trader sometimes, when you see levels like this on NVIDIA 230 and you take it, and if this was a swing trade, if I was able to swing trade this, I would obviously scale accordingly, scalp myself out, but then I would be holding to see, does relative strength come in? That 230 level is pretty interesting. The risk with that, of course, is a gap down. So, you know, over the weekend, this thing gaps down potentially. If it gaps down below 228 or something happens, then you're obviously taking the L on that position because it's now like below the level. So few different setups going into next week for this one would be, you know, does this thing open below 230, which would be a significant move? All of these traders would be underwater, and it would be like that would be a heavy resistance zone because a lot of people would be offside. But for the most part, does it gap up? And then do people start taking their profits, you know, in 240 and above, and then we kind of fade the gap back down? Or do we just open at the same area and then nothing really happens and you kind of go with it, right? So yeah, multiple ways to look at the trade and kind of position your trade and then move it into sort of like a swing trade. Intel is dipping down a little bit lower here, so I am going to just add to this one. Yeah, sure. I'm going to add to this one if I can get the fill down here at 93s. I'm willing to just continue to add to this, because it's very, very slow. And even though it rejected VWAP and is going lower, I just don't think that we're going to like sell off. And if we do, like, I'll just off it because my risk is tight on it, so I'm not really too worried. Somebody was asking, I mean, I spoke about the daily, but just very quickly, somebody was like, oh, like long-term levels on Intel, is it a good buy? First and foremost, I have no idea. I have no idea. It could be good. It could be bad. Sometimes maybe good. Sometimes maybe terrible. So yeah, there's that, right? You want to keep that in mind. But it's bouncing here once, twice, 3 times. So that doesn't mean that it's going to bounce again, but it's just showing you that it wants to sort of bounce in and around this area. Now, you don't necessarily want to play a swing trade bounce the first time. Like, it's probably going to stay here for a little bit because it stayed here like, I mean, this was what, October 7th to like October 13th. So it did stay there for a bit. And then over here as well, it like stayed there for a bit. So this is now the first time that we are now back here. So does it like stay here for a bit? Or do we just like break the level and then continue? I have no idea. I mean, when you're talking in terms of long-term positioning, you know, it's you know, like there's so much other things that come into play. You know, I don't really want to comment. You obviously should speak to your financial advisor about that one. Top Trading Toad, 3K, and Lucas shows us his mullet. Oh man, you should have tuned in yesterday. I had no hat on, but yeah, man, 3K likes. I'll take off the hat. Until then, the hood is staying on. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, because then I can't hear things. But yeah, guys, yeah, sure, 3K likes. I'll take off the hat here for you guys and show you. So hit that like button and subscribe. Don't forget to subscribe there. Tesla is reversing just a little bit. Congratulations to whoever mentioned that they were offering Tesla at about 197. I saw that come through in the chat, and I was like, yeah, I think that's pretty good. I mean, it's sort of like kind of barcoding here, and I like the short over here. If the short's going to be good, if this is like the real resistance and the short's going to be good, it's not even going to get there, right? Because this is like the kind of high from the morning facing that resistance level, and then it sort of gets above there and then doesn't really hold and then flushes back below. So now 50 period, if I think, you know, this is hindsight, so if I was in this short, which I wasn't even thinking about it, but if I was in this short, I would be eyeing the 50 period for the mean reversion, then potentially VWAP, then potentially low of day. Not to say that it gets there, and every time that I try to hold that last piece of the trade, it doesn't actually work. But yeah, it just feels like if we're rejecting here, and if we go back down, if this market wants to sell off, like Tesla I feel like is the one to go. But yeah, I don't honestly believe that we're going down. That's just my opinion, but I don't think that we're actually going to go down the market. It showed us that every single time it goes down, it just like rips back up. So this is now that kind of dip VWAP area. Do we actually get back? The one thing that doesn't surprise me, you know, it's been the common theme all around. Anybody who's been trading this market actively knows exactly what I'm talking about, is the move breaking above a prior level, sorry, a prior like high, like breaking above and then reversing the whole move. So this is the down move. You get the pop. The high here is like 72s on the ES. Then it dips back. It makes the high and it flushes again. Now, mind you, this is like right off the open, but like flushes again, then kind of spends time here, right? It's not really bouncing. It has to make a low, make another low, then the move up starts. So then look at this. This is the high of that move. It makes the high, quickly flushes back down, then goes back down. So this market is prone to breaking the level, doing the volume, going back, and then giving you the move. And I want to just kind of give you guys a sort of equities perspective on it, not to talk about the same names, but I think this was a really good example here of how that kind of applies to futures. It's applying to equities. It's just a common phenomena that we see in the market. It's a hump for liquidity. This is the prior low of that move on NVIDIA. Then we're sort of bouncing. You would think the support is going to hold over here. It doesn't. It actually goes up. It flashes down, stops everybody out, creates a low of day, and as fast as it went down, it went right back up. So it did it once. You know, it did it here. It did it here for this dip buy. It did it here, right? I came on the show and I look at my thing and I'm like, no, don't tell me I'm gonna get stopped out on this on a low of day move. It was literally I sit down and the bots are like, there he is, let's stop him out. But to no avail, I stick with it and we move all the way back to the upside. So again, just the phenomena of the market and the robots. I might sound crazy when I say this, I recognize it, but all for fun. The robots are looking for liquidity. They are hunting liquidity, and this is how they find it. They like break the level, right? So if the long is gonna be good, they're actually breaking the level to trigger the stops, to catch the shares, to then get a better price so that it goes back to the upside. So they do it on the high side, they do it on the low side, they clear out both levels. More so on small caps, it's very violent, but on large caps, it's the same thing, man. These liquidity providing robots, they can do anything that they want. Exactly, Garrett, this is digital warfare. What do you think? You think things are going to just work out for you and go in your favor? No, man. These things, this is savage, and we call it as it is. This is the world of day trading. It is literally digital warfare, and this is like a laser, man. They come in with like lasers and start firing, and if you don't know that they're lasers, you're going to get like your ear ripped off. So you got to like know how to dodge them. You got to know what you're doing. You got to not put the stops in at certain areas.
It's going to scare the kids, bro.
It is what it is. But again, trader terminators out there, it is what it is. I just feel like by me telling my experience with digital warfare, it'll help somebody out there. And so I just feel like, you know, if you're new to trading and you're like, because people were saying yesterday, I lose all the time, buy, sell, this, that, I always lose. It's digital warfare, man. You're not meant to win. But again, and as Sean said it best in the morning, he said, shout out to all the traders trying to make a living, full-time traders out there that are trying to make income from this. You know how difficult it is, right? And I laugh, man. Me too. I'm trying to make this work. I'm trying to, like, you know, make a full-time income. I want to make millions of dollars every year if possible. But again, no pain, no gain, and it comes with a lot of pain. You got to kind of learn the game. So again, this is just a byproduct of the market that we're in now. Sometimes trending markets, little more volume, more liquidity, not going to do this. Or in the morning, not really going to do this. But again, even look at the like the long at 230 is good. That's the level. Respect the level. Give it a wide stop. But look at this morning move. It goes up. It holds VWAP. It looks like it's going to explode to the upside. What does it do? It literally breaks the high, does the volume. Now, not by much there, but does the volume. Right, does a little bit of volume there, and then flushes all the way to the lows. So it's like it clears out the longs, it clears out the shorts. The bots don't want any of us to make money. They want to make all the money. So with that in mind, you got to stick to your levels. You got to have high conviction in your trades. You got to risk it for the biscuit. The game is hard, and you know, it is what it is, man. If it was easy, everyone would do it, and then there'd be no money in it. And this is kind of now a move down on NVIDIA that we're seeing. Again, I'm still in the long. I have a great average. I'm not really worried about this trade. Even if this thing comes back down to VWAP, it's fine. Like, I've already kind of covered everything that I... Yeah, I just think, like, it's... even if we come back down to VWAP and 230 and I lose on the last portion, like, I don't care about that because I basically took my money. If I didn't cover this here, I would have covered more at the top, like, because it would have showed that it's like, oh, high a day. But I just feel like I want to hold, like, the last piece that I have here for a potential, like, 236, 238, maybe end of day. Like, I don't know if that's possible. But again, if we come back down and I lose on the last portion, you know, it's not gonna kill me. It is what it is. I'm just gonna, you know, try my...
Watch any boxing?
Boxing?
Yeah.
No, thank you, by the way.
Of course.
I talk so much, I let it get a little cold, but all good.
But Bradley suggesting a very interesting topic. Chat, who do you guys got this weekend? Jake Paul or Tommy Fury.
Is that who's fighting?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not a real fight though.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Jake Paul and Tommy Fury?
You want to say
Is Tommy Fury not the huge guy?
And he's knocking people out.
And Jake. Oh, okay, yeah, no, yeah. Tyson, yeah, Tyson Fury. Sorry, I thought you meant Tyson Fury. I was like, dude, Jake Paul's gonna get destroyed. Okay, yeah, no.
Well, dude, Jake Paul's beat legitimate fighters. I mean, I'm
Is
not
your
a
mic
fan
off?
of YouTubers.
Is your mic off?
No, my
Someone's
mic
saying
is on,
Sharif is
guys.
muted. Okay, yeah, we should be good.
My mic is on, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, no, my mic was on. All right. No, guys, I didn't have my mic muted. So, yeah, Tyson Fury, Jake Paul. Who do you guys got? That's what we were talking about right now. AX saying it's Tyson Fury's son. Okay, he's muted. Mike, it's not on. Sharif. All right, guys, let's talk about a little trading. We'll get back to this in a bit. I'm building a position in TMBR in anticipation of defending this $2.95, $3-ish level. We've been dancing. We've been doing that dance in between $3 and $2.90. Got super tight stops on this. Not married to the position. Doesn't go my way. I'll cut it like a bad haircut. I don't really give you know what. I'm looking for that break of 3, though. In fact, if we do get that break and continuation above 3, not that just superficial break of 3, a break and close and show me you're trending, I'm going to add to this position. It probably bears worth looking at the longer term picture on this one. Duplicate and free floating window. Let's change this to the daily, and then let's zoom out. So here we go. And then Fahad is challenging somebody again right now. Fahad is in one of his challenges. What? What did he say? Yeah, so Fahad, you're not. Yeah. Will Salt Poppy beat Jake Paul? Will Salt Poppy, Fahad wants to know, will Salt Poppy beat Jake Paul? All right. There's a whole discussion going on here, guys, about who knows more about boxing. There it is. There's the discussion. Fahad's intense. Neil's in the middle. Neil doesn't care. He's eating and trading. It didn't really matter to him. He's just chilling there. Yeah. No. Well, Sean wants to put money on the line. So here we go, baby. Back to TMBR proudly. Let's bring back the chart there. Still holding at this position proudly. There we go. Into $3. That's what I'm looking for on that one. JD, what keeps you so calm in terms of non-trading habits? I don't know. I'm not really a calm guy, to be honest with you. Like, I'm mostly calm, not too calm, I'd say. Would you call me too calm or medium calm or normal calm or?
What do you mean? Wait, sorry. What do you mean too calm?
My personality. Would you say that I'm calm, not calm, or extra calm, or no, or somewhere in the middle?
I'd say you have a calm demeanor.
Oh yeah.
I think so.
Okay,
But you have like two sides. Like,
a little bit.
Like
I
everybody
get
gets
excited.
excited.
Yeah,
everybody gets excited and has like energy. You definitely have energy.
Yeah.
When a winning trade comes through.
Yeah,
remember
I'll
back
start.
in the day?
Woo!
Boom! Remember the boom?
Oh yeah.
Straight from the back when he started, we were trading, and I remember I was in a trade, and I think we were in the same trade because it exploded to the upside.
Yes.
And I was like, let's go. In my head, I said this. And Sharif's like, boom! And I was like, I love when I'm in a trade and then I hear something from somewhere on the floor, and I'm like, yeah, we're in the same trade there. That's
Yeah, you know exactly, because it can't be that good a timing, right? Like, that's the thing. Guys, it has now been put in the chat. Who is better at boxing? Jake Paul, Salt Poppy, KSI, or Tommy Fury? Who do you got, guys? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to say I've seen the most from Jake Paul.
Who is this guy, Salt Poppy?
I'm going to go ahead and say it's Jake Paul. Tommy Fury is leading right now. I mean, I guess we'll find out. What is it, Bradley? Saturday night? Saturday night, guys. It is Saturday night. It's going to be very interesting. I love boxing. Guys, I don't want to call myself a boxing connoisseur or anything like that, but I've been watching boxing going back to about 20 years now. I mean, I've taken everybody from Felix Trinidad to Roy Jones Jr. to James Toney, Into the cruiserweight division with Vasily Girov. That was a James Toney fight. Obviously following Holyfield from his weight up from cruiserweight into the heavyweight division. I mean, I go back ways. Lately, haven't been watching too much because time is now not as readily available as it used to be, but I love boxing. I'm a student of boxing. I boxed for like 3 years. There we go. I got filled here on the TMRB, and I have to be really careful because if it flushes, this is the level where I want to get out. We're at the 50 period. This is an inflection point. If it does not pop at this level, or if it continues to make newer lows, I got to get out of this. So, this is a tough one, tough decision to make right now. We'll see what we do on TMBR. But yeah, Beat Fanatic saying Sugar Ray Robinson. Yeah, don't know too much about him. He's kind of like from the 50s. I know about Sugar Ray Leonard. I know about Sugar Ray Robinson, but I don't know too many of his fights, right? But I go Leonard, Hagler, Hearns. I know the 80s quite well, from the heavyweight division to the middleweight division. Hey. Salvatore Sanchez, baby.
Sanchez.
End of story, Neil says. There's no... died in his early 20s. Yeah, that's never a good one.
Wait a second. Can we just talk about Rocky Marciano for a second?
Of course, the
legend
only
himself.
undefeated heavyweight champion. Yeah, Rocky Marciano, man. Of course,
Yeah,
of course, you're gonna bring
Marciano,
up Rocky
the best
Marciano.
boxer of all time. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, guys, no, but
Lennox Lewis, shout out to Kitchener Waterloo. So that's being mentioned in the chat. Lennox Lewis.
I used to box back
Yeah,
in the
so
day.
do I, yeah.
I used to train. I didn't.
But out of shell.
I didn't fight professionally. Did you fight?
I didn't fight professionally. No.
Like amateur though, not
Yeah.
professional. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many fights?
3.
3 fights.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
how'd you like it?
It's just no time. I love it, man.
Yeah,
Like,
it's something else. I never fought like boxing. For anybody that doesn't know, you box, you train, you do amateur. You know, to give you an idea, it's like you get like some of the guys I was training with, they had like 200-300 fights in the amateur before they actually.
they got good pedigree.
Yeah, and I was like, well, you know, this is I sparred in the ring. It was a great time. I loved the training, but
Montreal is really good for that in
yeah.
Canada.
Yeah.
They got the solid gyms for. I mean, you have Atlas Boxing in Toronto, but that's really. I mean, that's. I don't want to say it's the only one.
I used to train at this guy's gym, Everton McEwen. I don't know if you heard. It was like a small gym. Anyway, shout out to him. He was a great teacher.
Shout out.
And yeah, lots of funny stories and good times at that gym. That's way back in the day.
Why are people making fun of boxing? Raul Monegro is saying, LOL boxing. What's wrong with boxing? Boxing is a science, my friend.
Yeah, it's, you know what? Shout out. I mean, obviously, somebody mentioned, you know, Mike Tyson. Nothing to be said. Like the greatest. Watching Mike Tyson,
Most
and I think
entertaining
it was on Joe Rogan's podcast where he was mentioning, you know, Mike Tyson coming out of prison was a bad man. Like those fights were like, wow, like
he was angry.
Yeah,
he was ready. He was ready for blood there.
Yeah.
But I was going to mention something to you right now. Completely slipped my mind. All right. Well, when it comes back, I'll definitely bring that up. I hate when that happens. TMBR, guys. Causing me all sorts of issues here because it's really not breaking down below that level, but at some point I gotta give it up. We're back into that VWAP area. It's a good level. It's not a bad level. I got out of it. I shouldn't have got out of it. I'm taking little paper cuts on TMBR here, which kind of sucks because you don't want to take these paper cuts, but sometimes that is the price to pay for the eventual breakout. But I'm gonna continue to keep my eye on this one. The 50 period is crossing VWAP, not really a big deal. VWAP's at 282. I mean, it hasn't really hugged VWAP like you want to see. It's broken below it, but never really closing below it. Not for a while, not since about 10:50 or so. So the better part of an hour and a half has it been respecting VWAP. By the way, the white line on this screen, not the correct VWAP. So it just depends on where you anchor it from. Oh, interesting, Luca. I want to get your inputs on this, man. Okay. So you know how VWAP works, obviously. It's the average price where the majority of the volume took place at. Now, I was listening to this, proudly come to the main screen. I was listening to this on Josh Brown's podcast, The Compound. I don't know if you ever listened to that, but yeah, it's an interesting little finance podcast there. And they had a technician on. And the technician was like, look, you have the 2 biggest trades in the day, the open and the close. And when you anchor VWAP at the open, it really ends up tainting the real VWAP intraday because of the amount of volume that's coming in at that open. Whereas if you're trying to intraday trade, you may benefit less from anchoring right at the open as opposed to waiting for a certain amount of volume to conclude itself and then anchoring it from there, which I don't know how to do on this platform, which I'll have to learn how to do. Apparently he was looking at it data-wise. I'm regurgitating information. It's not original information. Apparently he gets better results intraday, and he says some of these hedge funds are now doing that to to kind of judge their traders, because you're judging your traders based on
that's
exactly
definitely, I know exactly what you're talking about. So I don't know where our VWAP is, where it pulls our VWAP.
I think it's where the data starts, 6 a.m.
So it's just because I was gonna say, like, so I pulled it up quickly on our platform to check, and there's no way to like anchor it to one thing or the other. But essentially, my understanding of the platform here is because this is where the data is. Right? So it's actually whatever data is being shown on screen, this is where it is pulling VWAP from. So because I have the data starting at 7:30, and again, I can adjust this, but I can essentially go like, let's say like 9:30. I think this, let's see if this works. Usually when I do this, it crashes. So let me just, okay, I think it's gonna crash. But essentially, if I cut off the previous data, it is then gonna take VWAP from there. But it might show the same information depending where it's anchored to the candles. Like I'm assuming like the open of the candle, the close of the candle. I don't know if that's correct to say. So again, the intricacies of it with our platform, I'm not super familiar with, but that is actually a good look now that you bring that up, because most of the volume, if you guys can see before this thing disappears, there it goes. The opening print, the closing print is where most of the volume is going to be done. So for example, on NVIDIA, 9:30 is the open. You're seeing here, or sorry, this AMD now, but you're basically seeing all the volume being done on opening print. And if it's a volume weighted average price, which is essentially what Sharif is referring to, then you have if the opening print is included in the VWAP calculation for the rest of the day, it is then going to have the heavier weight towards that opening print, which is going to adjust where VWAP is. So I would make the guess, and maybe I'm going to butcher this, but again, if the volume is done down here on the opening print, then VWAP is going to be dragged lower for like the rest of the day, or at least for like the opening kind of drive. It's going to be a little bit lower because that volume was done down there. But if you remove that opening print, then VWAP is actually going to be higher because it doesn't have like that volume weighted kind of print at the bottom down over below. So it's actually an interesting take. And I would say you don't want to overcrowd your charts, especially as a day trader. So for myself, I keep it very, very clean. I don't put too many things on my charts. These are all math related moving averages and VWAP and MACD, RSI. It is all just based on the previous price action. It's just a mathematical equation. So for myself, because I've studied them and I've used them before, but then I've gotten to the point where I like use them and then I remove them all, and it's like down here that the MACD is now crossing up to the upside, like because it's just at the bottom of the range. ATR, like it's just showing you the obvious, right? So great to have on there, but VWAP more important. I'd say you could even use both and see how price reacts, right? So maybe
both
VWAP
as a reference, maybe with different colors.
Yeah, maybe you just run a test, right? Maybe you say to yourself, okay, I'm going to use both. This is the VWAP, but this is the other VWAP. Maybe let's say for whatever reason, this is the other VWAP for the day, right? Just kind of loosely saying it, and you're saying, okay, wait a second, like this VWAP, it just goes through that, but this one is like respecting it more, like whatever, and you have to do this for like, do it for like 1,000 days or pull data.
Or if your software allows you to backtest data, right?
Yeah,
so I know the Trade Ideas software, we didn't mention that today, but I'll bring that in real quick here. The Trade Ideas allows you to backtest some of these strategies to see, is there validity behind this type of setup? Should I be wasting my time or is this something that's valid? So by the way, each and every one of us, Sean, Neil, Brendan, myself, we all have our proprietary layouts, and those are all available on the Trade Ideas website. So if you guys go there by hitting !Trade Ideas in the chat, one word, it'll populate a link, and then you can click that, and when you sign up, you can ask them, or you can go strictly to the website, download the little file there, and you can have our layouts. You guys know the drill. This is my gap scanner. This is the stock chart that shows me all the deets, short, float, you know it, the news, the daily, the minute, and then all my watch lists here on the side that I watch for daily to keep my eye on. So right there. Now, we get in at 288. Again, on TMBO, we're cruising for a bruising on this one. I'm in like almost 10 pennies in the money here. It's popping up to the high side. I'm looking for a break and continuation of 3. I want to defend this level. I've taken several paper cuts along the way with the hopes that eventually, you know, we're going to get the continuation and the level hold. The level general area has been holding. It has been holding to a T, which is frustrating, especially if you're trying to really limit your losses and your risk on this one, because it's not going to behave the way you want it to behave. It doesn't care how you feel. So it's going to continue to run on its agenda. And, you know, I'm holding good levels here. I'm going to stop looking at it. I've got my stop in place. I'm in the money on it. No point staring at it. Let's have a look at Zim. Looks like we topped out a bit here now. This is the Michael Noss pattern that he showed us this morning. In case you haven't seen it, zoom out, look at the cup and handle pattern that is let's might as well show you guys. Look at this. I mean, I mentioned it before, but we're mentioning again. There it is, big circle, and then a consolidation, and then a breakout of the range. So this is a good possible swing trade. But today it presented itself as a day trade because of its strength. So we took it north, Luca. What else is going on here? BYND continuing to consolidate here, but not breaking down with the same vigor. We've exhausted that selling. It looks like as if an equilibrium here is starting to form between buyers and sellers for the moment. I want to say around that $19 area. Now, does this warrant a long where we find maybe a bounce, maybe back into that 20 area? That was a clear area of support earlier, now probably going to be resistance. This could be an interesting play. Technically, we're still up 11%. We had a big boy move, I think, up to 30% today, maybe a little bit shy of that on BYND. We're looking 19 in the face now, a long period of consolidation. But here's the thing, guys. Below the trend lines, making lower highs on this little consolidation area I'm talking about right here, and we're making lower lows. So, you know what? Don't jump the gun. You know, you probably have at least, 50 pennies worth of room if you kind of wait for the confirmation of the breakout on this one. BYND looks nice. From a possible long, it looks like we've exhausted that big boy selling to the downside, Luca.
Yeah, I want to quickly talk about Alibaba because this thing from yesterday, I was referring to this and I for whatever reason, just remembered. But I was wondering if 90.70 was going to come into play, and 90.70 being again, I was referring to this yesterday, so I just want to bring this up very quickly. This is the start of the year. January 3rd was the start of the new year. The opening print on that day, where, obviously opening print, lots of volume coming through on that day, then actually having the run up, was like 90.90, and then obviously this thing was around 90 to 91, give or take. So yesterday we're at 93. We had earnings yesterday morning, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, yesterday morning Alibaba earnings. We popped above 100. We dipped back down. We faded all the way back down. Now it's like multi-day to the downside. So, I mean, great trade to the downside. Congratulations to any traders out there that hit this at 100 and swung this into 90. I mean, 10% return in like 2 days. That's amazing. Yeah. Especially on a large cap, unlimitedly scalable.
You said that really quick, bro.
Yeah, because I don't want to butcher it quickly. But essentially, watching. Yeah, just very quickly, watching the 90.70 level, hitting in the pre-market, so nothing there, coming to 90, off the open, ripping to the upside, dipping back down. I think in this scenario, again, I wasn't really focused on this, but if I saw this setup, showing you that 90 wick off bottoms just before the open, ripping all the way up, dipping back down as fast as it did, in my mind, this is a bounce play, and you play the low of day. Again, market's always looking for liquidity. We're running back to the lows. Does the 90 area hold? It does. It literally makes a low, and as fast as it gets there, it reverses more than 50% of the move back to the upside. So you could wait for 90 to break, breaks the low, comes back up, you hit the long through 90, ride it back into VWAP. That's $1 win, and I think that would have been the one trade on Alibaba if I did have that.
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
It's a perfect representation of his bullying personality. Him and his partner Pradley, the two firm bullies. I want to call them that. No, shout out to them, love them both. Absolute tongue in cheek on that. Yeah, Pradley's he's talking smack in my ear right now, trying to make me feel bad. Shout out to Bradley. All right, guys. Looks like we're not ready to break out yet on TMBR. Still in the money on this one, but we got a bit of a retracement here. Don't like this look. Go up through 3. Let's go, bro. I don't know if you saying, Sharif, get off TMBR. It's not going to reverse, my man. I don't know, man. I feel like this might be an interesting hold here. Again, lots of price action. Look at this. At this level, former area of resistance. So looking for an area of support, and it's kind of bounced off these levels. Like, have a look here, right? This is the 3-minute chart, mind you, so it's a little less distorted. If we go to the 1 minute, you can kind of see this a bit better. Look, we make a new high, we tank, we make a new high, we tank, and we're kind of in that range. Look at this, right at that 290 area. A lot of touches around here that we get back down. We get rangy again at that 250, a lot of holds, and then come back up to 285, very rangy until we break out. So it's been good at holding the lower and the higher end of its ranges. That's kind of why I like this. Again, it's a VWAP hold as well. It's holding VWAP at the moment. That's my play on this one. But I get what you're saying. You know, it's not acting appropriately, but you know, it's not going to care about what we feel. LeBron lost to Relics. 2:45 p.m. That's hilarious. Okay, so more trolling there from the guys in production and the chat. Guys, in case you don't know, in case you're just joining us, we've raised over $11,000 for the fund for Syria and Turkey. And thanks to Fahad for making that happen. And guess what, guys? Because we raised over $5,000, initially our goal was $5,000. That was doubled by True Trading Group, who donated another $5,000, and we've since raised another over $1,100, I believe, so far since that time. So as a result of reaching $5,000, Fahad is going to shave his head live at 2:45. Yes, on the closing show. And Halim, is it going to be Halim? Oh no? Okay, so that's not happening. Okay, so that's been changed. Initially, it was supposed to be Sean's barber, Sean and Prad's barber, was coming down the road to come in and do it. That's been changed at the moment. So I guess somebody else will have the honors of shaving his head. And by the way, he's donating that hair to a child, to a children's charity cause. And so there will be good use of that hair.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of hair, bro.
I know, man. I was talking to him in the morning, and I was like, yo, you're going to shave your head, like, bald? You're going to go with, like, nice fade into the beard?
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going bald.
Yeah, he's doing it full bald.
He's going to shave it, and then he's going to, you know, clean it up and then go bald. So, yeah, no, that...
Luca, quickly, before you take it. Guys, but before we put up the poll, it showed us how much we had actually raised. So before the poll kind of took up that part right there, it showed where we're at. There we go. Pradley puts it back on. 11K raised, 15 goal. We're running it till Tuesday, guys. We're running this fundraising drive until Tuesday, till essentially the last day of the month, February 28th, Luca.
Yeah, somebody asking me, Luca, what are you doing with NVIDIA? Nothing. I'm holding, if it goes all the way back down, breaks the level and stops me out, it is what it is. If we get back to 230, I'm going to try to kind of recycle that level again. But again, it's you know what it is? It's the fact that I covered this by accident. I'm only saying this because you asked. I covered this by accident. This cover should have been 234. And then the next cover was going to be if we kept going up. Like I was just kind of holding on to the winner. We broke trend on the 50 period, and we just could not get back above that. So if you were in this trade and you're watching it break trend and you're like, I need to take profits now, that would be that would have been a good spot, you know, hindsight 2020, a good spot to cover that trade in and around 233. But the thing is, for myself, like as a day trader, I'm like long at the level, and I'm like, sell the winner, sell the winner, sell the winner. So I already sold 233. I wanted to get 234s if I didn't sell it there. And then the last one would have been, let's see if 235 breaks, and then let's see if I can get like 236, 237 area, like if we like continue to drift to the upside. Now, I could have sold it, but it's just a part of my plan. I'm just like, I don't care. Like I'm holding that last piece. If I lose on the rest of the piece, I lose. Like I don't, it doesn't really bother me. Heads up on Intel, this thing is printing, man. This thing is like, you know, adding to that just below that 25 level, getting back to 25, you know, taking the just above 25 on that. So basically this is like the long, and I want to like add all the way down. And then as we get back, I like cover the break even, and then now I'm like, this is the money trade. So now like 10 cents in the money on this one, which, you know, Intel with the range that it's in, nothing to drive home about, but you know, it's let's see if we get to VWAP, and I'm going to get a cover there in and around VWAP. It 1, 2, 3 times respected. So yeah, maybe we get back there and I'm going to respect it. Somebody in the chat was like, sometimes I like to disrespect VWAP just for fun. And
at least they have a whimsical side. Okay.
Yeah, so
you gotta be.
I don't even. That made me laugh. I can't remember who it was, but I was like, I got to bring that up very quickly.
Yeah, because I say that a lot. I say this stock is not respecting VWAP. It doesn't hold this level. It doesn't care about this level. And you know, sometimes the price action is sporadic, and you have to kind of acknowledge that. No matter how much you try to look for, what is it? Where is it bouncing off? What, you know? Sometimes the better look is the tape. In those, I'm sorry, the book in those circumstances. By book, I mean the level 2 market depth, whatever you want to call it. Sometimes in this case. Perfect segue here. In this case, I feel TMBR is kind of respecting the price action on the charts. I just secured shorts for this TMBR. Shout out to Sean and the guys. But, you know, I'm still long biased, but I don't want to have, you know, I don't want to like just say, okay, well, this is the only way that I see it. If it's not long, I'm not taking it. No, this one's got room. I've been watching it for a while, and if it goes to the low side, doesn't go my way, I want to be ready for it. So I've got it. VWAP getting trolled, says Tony Price. Yeah, nobody's above trolling on the midday show, guys. Well, there probably are some people. Renata Haddad is asking Luca, do you prefer to buy gold or actual gold? Oh, like you mean gold stocks or actual gold? Okay, Renata, he's at the moment, but I will let him know. Indisposed is what I'm trying to say at the moment. But as soon as he comes back, I will let him know. TMBR holding. Still that 285 area. We're long at 288s. Now we're back into 94. Still looking for that break of 3. Nothing to report on that one. BYND is not done going down. It's done with the aggressive breakdowns like we saw initially here through VWAP and then continuation through the 200 period. But it now stair-stepping down. It's become a much more stable, slow, predictable trade. Giving back the goods, man. I mean, we're up at 30%. Now we're below 10, 9.68%. We broke 19. Now we're looking at 18 3/4 in the face. So very interesting. PKD saying Google sideways action. Yeah, I can see that. Geez, that looks boring as you know what. Let's have a look here. This is what they were talking about. Look at this Goog stuff over here. Really hugging VWAP. This is the 3-minute chart on Google. Very ugly chart, very range bound, kind of 88, I want to say 90 to the low side, then maybe 89, 20 to the high side. Very range bound. Not much of a trade for me to be had on that though. Wow, BYND, geez, it's just going. Let's go quickly back to TMBR. Yeah, now we're back into that one. Decent. What else? Chill Vibes, AMC. I didn't have a look at AMC today, to be honest with you. Let's have a look at AMC. What do we got on AMC? It's kind of a nothing burger, to be honest with you. Let's pull it up, AMC, and then we'll duplicate and free floating. I'm getting better at this, guys. Okay. So AMC, you know, we talked about this one earlier. It had a big move up. For some reason, the volume started coming in at like 10 o'clock, 10:45, 622 top, and then it was a series of lower highs. We're still in that lower high range. We haven't made a higher high, so you're excited, yes, because we're getting back into that 200 period, and I applaud you for noticing the trend. But if you're looking for a breakout trade, unless you're going to play some of these ranges, in which case you're too late on this one. Looking for a breakout trade, it's going to break above 616. We're still at 613. I don't have a trade personally on AMC at this moment. Too range bound for me, but it did hold $6 like a T there. Look at that. Breaking it a couple of times here by a few pennies, but subsequent to that, really holding and then popping off through 615. So if you're able to scalp 15 pennies, you know, with a 2 or 3 penny risk there, that good on you. But it did hold 6 several times. Actually, 6 is a very interesting level going into AMC. If I see that level recycled, I'm wise to it. But now we are moving up, baby, on TMBR. We just broke 3, but now we're rejected below 3. Look at that. That's an ugly wicking candle, but it's showing that the trend may continue to the high side. So I'm holding a decent position here. I've got shorts ready, but I'm long at the moment. Let's see if we can continue. We broke 3. But that's not good enough. We need to close above 3, right? This is the 3-minute chart, mind you. Let's flip to the 1 minute. What does it look like here? Look at these series of holds. Whoever was telling me to get out of this stock, why? It hasn't shown you that it's going to break down yet. BYND showed you. Here's what I mean by that. comparing these two because they both look like flat bottom breaks, except one's not breaking. Look at this. This one was the big move up, and then you had the consolidation sideways, and then below VWAP, key, below VWAP, and then you get the flush down, and then you get the continued flush. Not the case, is it, with TMBR? We are above VWAP. You gotta differentiate between them somehow. This guy is eating up a storm over here. I like it. Usually I'm doing that. Back into $3. We are on TMBR. By the way, guys, this is an Amex stock. So yeah, you know, I'm not trying to implicate Amex or anything here or the OTC markets, but just be cognizant of that. It's an Amex stock. What is TMBR, Luca? We didn't even really talk about it. Let's pull up the old trusty profile here. Timber Pharmaceuticals is a clinical stage biopharmaceutical company. The company is focused on the development and commercialization of treatments for orphan dermatological diseases. It is also focused on developing non-systemic treatments for rare dermatological diseases, including congenital, I'm not even gonna try to say that word. That's it. There we go, baby. There goes the break of 3. We're taking a little bit out here. There we go. Nice trade there. We're dropping the cash on this one. We get a little bit of revenge. Not enough, though. We're still red on the name. Let's let this run. We're getting a good little move now. We got honestly like 20 pennies more if we want to test high of days. Right? It's shown its propensity. Let's go back to the 3-minute chart to really test at those levels. Have a look. Every time we kind of made a level, we retraced, tested that level. Went down again, tested that level. You know, it's very zigzaggy. So let's, yeah, it is. It's very zigzaggy, right? Yeah. So let this one run. We held 3. We didn't get the flat bottom breakdown because that was the risk here. We had a flush off the high and a hold above VWAP. But it didn't break below VWAP, guys. And now it's reclaimed 3. I'm riding this one to the high side, Luca.
Yeah. Thank you for covering there. I was enjoying myself a nice bagel with peanut butter, just a little bit there.
Oh, it's peanut butter?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, because you have peanut butter at the desk.
Yeah, guys, I don't go anywhere without peanut butter. Just very quickly, I roll with little packs of peanut butter.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. The little packs of peanut butter, courtesy of Aroma. Hopefully they're not watching this because I take peanut butter every single morning from them. But
should sponsor you, if anything.
Yeah, but you know, peanut butter or whoever, Jiffy or whoever, any peanut butter brand. You want to sponsor me? Yeah. Feel free. It's funny because somebody in the chat was like, Luca, if I send my resume in and give you like a huge tub of peanut butter, will you put in the good word? Yeah. Absolutely, I will. Absolutely. Yeah, I love me some peanut butter.
Can I let you know, Renata Haddad was asking while you were gone, would you buy gold or do you want to buy the physical gold? Because you've been I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you've been a bit of a gold bull, no?
I like, so gold, again, I say this every time when I talk about gold, I'll pull up GLD. It's a slow trade, right? Gold is a slow trade, and it's just, it's something, in my opinion, that I would have some gold in my portfolio, my long-term portfolio, and I would just never sell it. If it goes down, I would buy more, and if it goes up, I'll never sell it. So that's kind of my thesis with gold. But kind of speaking towards that, the ETF of gold is, you know, because there's a lot of call options on the ETF, if everybody actually goes to exercise and get the gold that they think that they own, it doesn't actually exist, right? So, you know, you own the ETF, you own the options on the ETF. There's just a lot of like a lot of outstanding. It's kind of, think of how it's like, you know, what's the term for like naked shorts, where like there's not enough shares to cover. I don't know if I'm like saying that correctly, but essentially the AMC, the GME squeeze, they kind of sold short more shares that are available. So the short float was essentially 150%, which I think legally is allowed to be 150%.
Yeah.
But the short float cannot exceed 150%, right? So I think they're allowed to loan out up to 150%. But exactly, it's exactly. So the term, thank you for that, naked shorting. So, you know, with that same ideology, if you don't understand what I'm saying here, but with the options, it's the same thing. So there's a lot of just derivatives outstanding. And so if everybody goes to then claim the gold in this ETF, they can't actually get the physical gold because they just oversold it too many times via derivatives. Now, if you look in the fine print of these ETFs, what they tell you is you can't actually claim the gold. So when you go and buy these ETFs, they'll say in the fine print, like, you can buy the ETF, you're exposed to gold, we have the gold, but you cannot claim the gold. And before, when the GME kind of craze was going down, people were saying, yeah, maybe a silver squeeze comes to fruition. And some of these institutions quickly flipped into the fine print. You cannot exercise the silver. So I think gold and silver are heavily manipulated. The price is heavily manipulated. And this is not me speculating. This is actually a fact because you see in the news, for example, like one of the banks in London gets fined like $1 billion or whatever for manipulating the price of silver and whatnot. So, you know, there is manipulation that goes down. You know, it is what it is. But maybe they're suppressing the price for that reason because they outsold too many contracts, and it's a huge liability on that part. And how they do it and whatever, I just don't know. But again, going back to the thesis of the gold trade, and again, guys, it's the daily of like GLD. If you bought this thing 10 years ago, I think it was like 10 years ago. But yeah, if you essentially bought this thing 10 years ago, you didn't make any money.
No.
But you didn't lose any money, right?
Yeah, but you did. Because
you lose
yeah.
to, yeah, exactly. So now the thing is, obviously in a range, you know, let's say you bought 150 and it went to 180, like you're still getting a return there, right? So, but for the most part, for myself, my approach to gold is it is a way to protect wealth. It is a way not to lose.
Yeah.
Right? It's a way not to lose. So if you're concerned with, I think I might be losing, I think I might lose a lot, well, I like the gold trade, I like the exposure there, but it is a long-term trade. It's not something that I don't like buy and then try to like sell the highs and stuff like that. But again, I prefer physical gold personally because you actually own the gold and you can barter with that gold. Right? Now, the downside to owning physical gold, obviously, is once you take delivery from the bank, you know, if you own the gold in the bank and then you go to somebody and I go to you, Sharif, and I say, Sharif, I have gold, it's in the bank, do you want it? And you say, yeah, I'll buy it. You go to the bank with me, the bank has it verified. But if I have the actual gold, if I have a gold bar, maybe I shave some off.
Yeah,
you got to
exactly.
weigh it.
Yeah,
It's like this liability.
It's
You got to know what
different.
you're doing.
Yeah,
you got to trust me and that sort of thing. So again, there's pros and cons to either situation. I just think like having actual gold is pretty sick. But again, I'm not like loaded up on gold bars. Like I mean,
And
a perfect
I don't
world-
know how you got the gold, but I don't know in Canada you can get them directly from your bank. I know TD was out of them for a while. They were like out of the whatever ounce gold bars, but basically you can go to your bank and buy them that way. You don't have to go to like a resale gold guy to pick up that. You can get it from just your bank. Here's the chart, Bradley. Come to my screen. Go away. A bit of a double top. This is the Canadian, by the way, guy. For our American friends here, this is the Canadian. This is gold pegged to the Canadian dollar. You know, you've got a series of lower highs here. This is obviously a long-term trend we're talking about. This is this is a good, better part of 3 years here. Went up all the way in 2020, August 2020, popped up to 27.59. Then we had a lot of volume. Look at this. Oh my God, the volume on the gold here was ridiculous. Overshadowed the volume here in July and August 2020. But this volume here in March 2022, you recall, that's the beginning of the war, right? A lot of people ran to gold. And you had another price spike, the Ukraine war I'm talking about, 26.76. And then we're making new highs again now come January, February, but we're retracing now. So very kind of a range-bound peaky trade with lower highs. I mean, I don't know what to make of that at the moment, but it's something worth observing. A series of lower highs, but interesting. I mean, I don't trade these commodities. You read a lot that commodities tend to trend a lot longer for longer periods than these equities. All right, back to the equities at hand. TMBR scalped out some at 305 for a nice 20 penny winner there. Holding still half the position, waiting for $3 to hold. It's holding for the moment. Now we're low below $3, albeit by a penny. I'm sitting up at the $quarter at 325 to get filled. 324 actually, sorry. To get filled, it'd have to make its way up there and to test days highs. That may be a while. I may add at these positions again, but I want to be cognizant of the fact that this could materialize into a flat bottom break in the exact same way that BYND did, which is to make a high, to come back to VWAP, to hold VWAP, to pump up high again, not make a newer high though, make a lower high, retrace back to VWAP, and then eventually break. Be cognizant of that setup. Just because TMBR, has been trading well today doesn't mean it's above that kind of play. So I'm definitely on the lookout. I've secured shorts for TMBR, looking for that one, either to the high side or low side. I could care less. I couldn't care less. Someone ever told me, like, if you could care less, then you could actually care less. You ever think about that? You got to say, I couldn't care less. Some people say, I could care less, meaning that you could actually care less.
I have a friend who does that all the time.
Watch your words, people.
He doesn't care about any of the words that he says, and he always like butchers the sayings. And I'm like, yo, you know you're butchering everything that you're saying.
Yeah, you got to.
And he's like, no, what do you mean? He doesn't even know what he's saying, which is kind of funny there. But yeah, it's I couldn't care less, which is a great mentality sometimes in trading, because then you just kind of ride your winners and see where they go. I know people are asking me, like, what are you doing with this NVIDIA trade? What is the point of riding it all the way to a loser? It's you know what? I looked at Sean, and I was like, I'm in a $4 winner on the last piece. I'm holding for the moon. And he's like, yeah, maybe it gets to 7. I was like, maybe it does. Maybe I'm going to exceed my record of a unrealized per share profit.
Okay.
So I was willing to do that. Yeah, so he's still holding too. So it's, you know what, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Judge me for it. I don't care. You know, next time, one time, let me. I would love to tell the story about a trader in the back, but maybe I'll
just leave the name out of it and tell the story. Leave the name out of it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a trader in the back. Okay, and this is a funny story. There's a trader in the back. Legend in the back, okay? Yeah. Every day in the pre-market, he is long one of these crap companies.
Oh, I already know who it is. I already know who it is, of course.
He's long one of the small cap crappers in the back. Every morning in the pre-market, I walk by, this guy is long, and he goes, oh, buddy, we're going to the moon. We're going to the absolute stratosphere over here. And I'm like, okay, what's the play? What's the level? Where are we going? And every day,
I miss sitting beside him. That's all I can say.
Every day, we run up in the pre-market, as you guys know, with a lot of these kind of small cap names, and then we reverse the whole move, we go back down. Now, obviously scaling out accordingly, everything kind of good, but holding for the dream. And, you know, the dream was just never, it just never came to fruition until yesterday on the OCEA.
No, he was holding?
The OCEA.
Yes.
All the way from the bottom, and again, just to pull up this chart for anybody that's new to the stream right now and tuning in, from the bottom all the way to the top, You
got to be kidding me.
We're going nuts in the back. I was not involved in this, and we were going nuts in the back, and I was so excited, man. I was so excited for him. I was just excited. Like, I was like, let's go.
Good on you,
I was like,
dude.
where's the target on this? At first, I'm like, maybe 50, maybe 69, maybe 400.
69, 69.
This is going to 2,500. Boom, bang, and yeah, it didn't. But if it did, potential retirement money. So yeah, congratulations.
Hey, there you go.
But yeah, maybe next time actually gives exactly. Warren Buffett, nice name. Warren.
I love that. Yeah.
Lottery
Where's Warren
ticket.
Buffett? We haven't seen Warren Buffett lately. Remember?
Yeah. I haven't seen.
No.
People come and go. I'm sure everybody's doing well. Hopefully everyone's doing
Guys,
well.
TMBR just made a new high. We just broke through. We're at 312s. I think we got up to 312s there. So not showing its intention to flush. Reclaim 3 super quick. I'm sitting at the $0.25, a little bit below the $0.25 to scalp out. In fact, I'm itching to add to this position because I really do feel that we curl into the high of day. Maybe not break it, but we definitely test it. I want to, I don't want to add to this position. I didn't have enough initially. Anyway, I'm going to let this one run. But yeah, it looks good. It looks good. Guys, BYND has continued to sell off. Now we are looking at the $18.50 area. Very slow mover to the downside, but consistently lower highs, consistently lower lows. It's a trending stock holding below the 50 and really not really giving you any opportunity on an upward retracement to get in here. You just got to punch. And kind of ride it down. I mean, where does that get exhausted? We can kind of zoom out here and try to see if we can glean any major levels. Here's a duplicate on a floating window thingy again. All right, so let's maybe go to the 10-minute chart here to kind of get some levels. Where do we got? We got 10-minute right there. Okay, so yesterday's high of day. Yesterday's high of day is that, where is that at? 18. All right, so we do have a support level, you got to say, on the chart here at 18. Otherwise, it was kind of a bit of a gap. That gap was created by the move this morning, where like right at 4 a.m. we popped up right in from where we stop up 17.15 all the way up to 20, broke 20, and then obviously we continued again, making a high here at 22.88. Ever since then, it's been really slowing down here. Now we've gotten to the, I don't know how relevant this is, guys, but I'm going to comment about it anyway. We've gotten to the 200 period here on the 10-minute chart. I don't know how persuasive the 10-minute chart is or how many people use it, but Yeah, so this one, it's interesting at these levels, but I still say the $18 level is a better level, or in that area for a possible bounce, a long bounce. Maybe front run it a little bit and give yourself a little bit of room out to the position. But yeah, BYND continuing to make lower lows, and at the moment doesn't really show you its propensity to go higher. We haven't talked about them. Well, I mean, I haven't talked about the ES or the market in general at all. I've kind of been focusing on these other names, but the market, here's what the market's been doing. We made that big move up. This is where Lucas started printing and everybody started getting really excited about the NVIDIA. This was the pop up there that came in at around a little bit before noon, I want to say around 11:50 or so. And then we trended down. We reclaimed VWAP to from the high side, consolidated above it, and now we've been trending down again. We have lows that we have to work with here, 39.47. You got to really assume, you don't have to assume, but you say the better level is that 50 because, you know, you didn't really close below the 50 there. You have a lot of wicks, but the price action is above that 39.50. It's the $half level. You go with that. So we have that to the downside. And then, you know, we've got the high. The high is far away from where we're at. He's still on. I'll get to that in a second. 40.23 is the high, but we're ways away from that. And that was made much earlier on the day before that PCE number came in and showed us how sticky inflation is. The better level, I'd say, though, if you're looking to the high side, is that 39.78 area. That was the last peak. That was the NVIDIA pop there. Since then, it's been one move down.
I want to just quickly talk about what we're referring to. So the OCEA trade from yesterday. So here's the, share my screen very quickly. This is how the trader traded it in the back. So as you guys can see, this is long at 7, if you guys can see that, right over, I'm just looking at the screen. Yeah, there we go. Right over there, long at 7, one in, taking a little bit of the win, scalp trade, absolute legend, running up, selling some. I've been here before, selling, it looks like it's going down. Guys, these trades are not easy to hold, man. These things jump around, it's tape teleportation. So if anybody wonders, oh, why would you sell on a dip and not on a rip? Why would you sell at a bottom of any of these moves? You don't know where things are going. You never do. Tape's always going to teleport everywhere randomly. But this is how the trader traded it. In at 7, scalp, scalp, scalp it out. Sell some more on the strength. Sell a little bit more. Sell a little bit more here. Sell a little bit more here on the open. Sell more on this up move. All the way up. Selling some after. Look at this, man. Notice how there's no sells above 18. This is because this trader is like, we are now and I was telling him, I'm like, if we go to 2,000 and above, like, think about how much money you're going to make. Now, this thing's at $25. I understand that. But, huh? What was the cup? So, yeah, I actually bought cups for people in the office here. And the cup that I got this trader was just hold it. Because, yeah, this trader loves to hold there. So, yeah, just hold it. Holding through 3 up halts on the upside. That is insane. That is insane. And then, you know, opening back down, getting out on that down halt. I think at this point, I do remember what was happening over here. It halted at 27. It showed 30. And then it never tapped above 30. So, like, it never indicated that the open would trade above 30. And then it was showing that it was going to open below. And so, again, up halt, opening higher, up halt, opening higher, up halt, opening lower, that is the out. Holding some for the dream, getting caught in the down halt. My favorite arrow, if you're listening to this, my favorite arrow is this one right here. This out is my favorite one because that just shows that you are willing to hold some to see if this can actually go to 2,000 per share, like an HKD or something. I mean, we're always going to have these one-off events. I call them black swan events in the small cap world where things go crazy and they go from 7 and then they just go ballistic. Where's the top? Is it 50? Is it 80? Is it 200? Nobody knows, right? So we've seen this before. We could definitely see it again. It can happen from time to time. And I just think that, you know, you try. Yeah, Zeus, exactly. Zeus saying the dude is a legend. Absolutely. I was not in that trade. And I was just like, I was so excited watching that. But, you know, you're going to get these black swan events from time to time. And I think when you recognize the certain situations where you actually want to hold for the dream, like take your shots because it's worth it. So, for example, what was the other one? Oh, God, it's on the tip of my tongue. Was it Cala? C-A-L-A? Or was it? No,
Cala. Yeah.
Was that the one that went to like 50 or whatever?
Yeah, wasn't the one that you held for like a $16 winner?
I
remember that.
So it's like recognizing like what are the names that you should be in.
You just complained today that you weren't in a $7 winner. You were in like a it was like $10 winner on Cala.
Yeah,
I remember
but it's
that
different.
specifically.
It's different, though. It's different
Okay.
because those trades, like small cap trades,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
that is
of course,
that
of
is
course.
possible. But like a large cap trade is in my eyes at least, it's a little bit different there. So for example, with this Nvidia long, like I'm like holding for the dream, but the dream is not like 1,000. But if I'm in like a thing that's going nuts, it's like I'm actually thinking like I think we can go to 1,000 here, ladies and gentlemen. And then if we lose everything, like whatever, it is what it is. But we're gonna go to Big B at the big desk for the energy update.
Hey guys, bit of a choppy afternoon here for crude oil. Back to the downside right now. We got back up to 76.5 and kind of double top before rolling over once again, but chopping around within the range. We're up 1%. We did come all the way back to where things ended off going back to 2 days ago after being very negative initially this morning on more supply concerns and more demand concerns after the inflation data obviously came out hotter than expected. Higher inflation means more interest rates, means possibility of a recession to come, leading to lower demand. So overall, the headlines today just pointing to the fact that a bit of a bounce in supply would increase that chance as well. So back to the upside right now, but only just. Trying to test 76 right now, up 1%, guys, for crude oil.
Yeah, guys, interesting look there. I wonder what the energy landscape picture is going to be, given some of the new recent developments in the political sphere with China now looking to mediate or looking wanting to play the peacemaker here for the war in Ukraine. Sad as that may be, you know, the politics still involve themselves, and they seem to filter into the commodities market and even the equities market, obviously. So let's see what that ends up doing. But a good look there. Thanks for that, Brendo. 316 now is the most recent high on TMBR. We're long 88s. Yeah, we're long 88s. I didn't want to sell at 16 because I got a resting order here at 25. But now here's my thinking. Are we still at the point where we could retrace here? Is this the setup? Is this the pattern that I would be looking for a flat bottom break? And the answer to that is an honest no. If I was looking for a flat bottom break here for a sell, I would not be looking for this pattern. Doesn't mean one won't materialize, but you know, we play an odd in like the realm of possibilities here. That's what I'm looking for. So what does that translate to me? That means I'm looking to add here. And I'm looking to add at specific levels. I'm thinking 3, maybe I'll sit in front of 3. We've defended 3 somewhat. You know, the last little drop there, we made our way down to 296, and then you had an immediate pop-up, and we made a newer high, right? So I'm thinking here an interesting area. Now, I don't even know if it gives me 3. I may have to front-run that, like 305. Anyway, I'm going to sit at 301. I'm going to sit at 301 here. Enough talking about it. Let's see what happens. I'm going to take a little baby position here at that 301 dip, and I'm looking for a retracement and a move back up. Mohammed Al-Barash, I see you. You've been saying DNMR. I see it. It's on my scanner, up 31%, 6.23 million shares. It's moving nicely. I'm just preoccupied with a different one, but I'll look at that right now for you. A DNMR, small cap crapper, obviously. Let's duplicate the screen on floating window. We get that. This is the 3-minute chart, guys. Shout out to Michael Noss and the Trade Ideas team. DNMR, Danimer Scientific. Danimer Scientific is a performance polymer company. The company is specializing in bioplastic replacements for traditional petroleum-based plastics. The company is a producer of a word I'm not even going to bother saying, biodegradable plastic feedstock alternative, which the company sells under its brand name Nodax. All right, cool. So they probably have an ESG score through the roof, I'm assuming, because they are looking to replace oil-based plastics with some, I'm assuming, more it says biodegradable, so probably friendly. Making a nice move here. Is there a catalyst? I don't see a catalyst here. I don't see one on my blotter. I don't know if Brendo has one. DNMR. It could be a multi-day play, in which case I should be able to tell by looking at the daily on this bad boy. No, it is not. Today is the first kind of real big day. You've had an oscillating price action here with various highs and lows, but today definitely a very big bodied candle from the downside, making newer highs. Looks like 264 is the newer high on that. We're going to have to give this one more attention. Yeah, shout out to Mohammed Al-Barash for letting me know about that one. Maybe we'll change this BYND since we're done on, well, we're not actually done on this trade. I'll change Zim. Oh, Zim found a top there. That's a nice one. We talked about that one possibly coming in. So NMR, and that's on New York, Luca. We'll hit that one real quick. DNMR.NY. Oh, there we go. I got to go this way. So yeah, look at this. Up and to the right, guys. Pumping to the high side. What's the float on this bad boy? We need to know. We need to know more information. 90.5 million shares. So it's bigger-ish float. What's the daily on this one? Let's have a look at the daily on DNMR. Where are the resistance levels? We're definitely going to encounter, well, not definitely, but we'll likely encounter something at the peak here, which is about 280. We're like not even 20 pennies away from it. 280 is a level, and that 3.25, definitely. 3 and 3.25 are definitely a level. Above 3.25, it's smooth sailing to like 4.25, 450, right? Which is a lot for these stocks. I mean, like we're talking real small here. So that is a look on that. Now, did I get filled on TMBR? No, I did not. So it came back down to 302. I'm sitting at 301, so I don't get the fill. Now we pop back up into 307, continuing our uptrend. I want to add to this one. I'm now a little bit more biased long, but Luca, in case it goes against me, I've got shorts.
Yeah, I just want to comment here. Somebody in the chat was like, Luca, shouldn't you exit NVIDIA? So just show my screen very quickly here. And I'm not saying this negatively in any way, but I just want to just say one thing here very, very quickly. Let's go. And somebody, I think it's Greg Moore in the chat, saying hedge flows say maybe NVIDIA gets another bump up. Yeah, hopefully, man. Hopefully, because I am still long and strong, baby. I'm hoping that this thing... Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah, I just, yeah, we can't, I know you can't hear it. It's I don't know how to, like, link it or whatever. But you guys know the video. You know the video, so I am not selling. And, yeah, never always sever. Oh, nice name there. Luca, you should have sold the NVIDIA at 234. Yeah, it was, you know, because I sold 2 at VWAP by accident, so it's just like, it is what it is. Like, so this sell was 231.50, but it should have been up here, and then I would have sold, like, the last piece. But, yeah, it's all good, man. I am basically waiting to see, do we get back to 230? Because then I want to reload that long to see, does it act up? Does it look the same? You know, playing off of that general low. The market is kind of just drifting to the bottom here with no real, like, you know, conviction.
Yeah, go on.
No, sorry.
Excited, yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, what's going on here? The market is drifting to the downside. So I just feel like, do we get back to that 39.50 and then hold again and then pop back to the north side? So it did it the first time. We had the run up. It might do it the second time. It might line up with NVIDIA. I'm taking the long at that point. I'm going from there. Sean saying I'm still short Apple from the sticky note 147. We could have a look here at Apple at where it is. This thing's below 146 right now. Man, what a banger short at 147. Jesus, that was pretty solid there. Clean level moving back to the downside. Now at low a day, do we break low a day and continue? I think the market has room to like go lower and like, you know, again, in the hunt for liquidity, do we actually get lower, break the lows, and then have some type of reversal? So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But, yeah, best...
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
Shout out to Grant. Grant knows what I'm talking about. I was singing that. A comp SRX1 knows exactly what I'm talking about. You can't say low multiple times and not have me sing it, man. I mean, I'm going to sing it. I'm a human being. Guys, we got that 301 dip. And then once we got that 301 dip, we popped up nicely into 310. Doesn't change the plan. Still sitting at 3.25 in front of 3.25. Looking for that fill, for that continuation. I'll be very happy when we make a newer high. A newer high will be at 316, 317. I'm talking about TMBR and Amex stock here, up now 60%. I was long initially at 88, scalped out here through the break of 305, added on that dip back into 3, and now looking for continuation. Bit of a slower mover now, but showing me the right things. TMBR on the list there. It's the #1 gapper. Not since the open, but on, yeah, it's both. No. It's the #1 gapper since the open. It's not the #1 gapper on the day. It's up 60%. BAER technically up 75%, but BAER down 21% since the open. So all about looking at what's doing well now. Shout out to Michael Noss. We're going to mention that again. Bring out the Trade Ideas scanner here. Have a look, guys. So on my scanner, there is this positioning percentage kind of like indicator. You guys see that in the middle here. Pradley, can you go full screen so I can show the people here this a little bit better? Pradley, can you go full screen? Yeah, it's okay. I just want to show the top. Yeah. So here essentially is what I'm talking about, guys. This bar here shows you how close we are to the highs. So when, basically what we're looking for is what's strongest now, not what was stronger this morning or stronger like half an hour ago. So having a look at this bar shows you where the aggressive stock movers are. So even though something may not be at the top of the list, right, because it's not it's not higher than, say, a TMBR, but it's doing a lot better right now than TMBR. For example, EVER here, but this is personally traded. So you got to filter by volume. That's what I notice about these. It's going to show you a lot of fluff stuff that you really can't intraday trade. These are more swing trade-ish type stocks because of their illiquidity intraday. So that's kind of what I'm talking about there. I love that kind of that aspect to the Trade Idea Scanner. Shout out to Michael Noss. We got to minimize this. And this, by the way, is the VWAP scanner. I want to use this a little bit more often. I got to incorporate this. So this interesting scanner here shows you what's rallying to VWAP and what's pulling back to VWAP, and it's constantly scanning the system, constantly scanning what's out there and bringing that to you. And this here is the what's it called? Advancing versus declining volume, so you can kind of have an idea where the general market trend is. Red is declining and green is advancing. So a couple of good things to use there. What's going on? How come I maximize that? There we go. All right, here, back to TMBR. Looks like we're retracing back to defend that $3 level again. Have to keep my eye on this one now that my average is 95 as a result of the ad. So I have a higher cost basis. We need to see this continue to make higher highs. Higher highs is going to be 317, Luca.
Yeah. Yep. Jeff Ross, you are not trading NVIDIA. You are dreaming. Buddy, I'm dreaming. I'm dreaming, buddy. So somebody's saying DNMR. Any thoughts on this one? I gotta there's gotta be a name for this type of pattern here, where it goes up, goes back down, holds the pre-market low area, and then just drifts up for the rest of the day and then makes a new high. I'm looking at this, I'm can this be a hockey stick pattern maybe?
We can call it the Christmas tree pattern.
No, but not really, because it's this is the port and then it goes up.
Maybe the Christmas tree with
guys,
a left arm?
What pattern? Name this pattern. Because how many times do I pull up a chart on the day
here,
and it has this exact pattern on it? So I feel it's got to be something like this, and then if you know whatever type of pattern this is, I almost is this maybe a hockey stick pattern and then you got the tape there. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Let me know the swoosh. Yeah, swoosh actually. That's way better. The Nike swoosh. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah, let me just do that one time very quickly here. Having some fun with it. Then that was so bad. Okay, wait. That was terrible. Here we go. One more time. Second time's a charm. Swoosh, baby. Not too bad on that one. Easier. Okay, yeah. Let's just pretend that just do it. Just do it. Just hold. Never sell it. Rising wedge, I don't want to get too into what actual patterns are. I want to kind of, in the back with some of the traders in the back, we would have some funny market patterns. So we would say at some point we were looking at this and it was oh man, this is the angry market pattern where it just wants to kill all the shorts, and then something like that. But it's just we're just kind of having fun with it. But again, seeing this pattern over and over again, I feel this is the the J-hook pattern. Yeah, how is it possible to draw a swoosh that bad the first time? It's Neil, man. It just slipped, man. It just slipped. I was can we delete that? Can we just cut that out so that's never there on YouTube ever again? Please don't embarrass me there. That was just, I don't even know what that one. But I like that one. The Nike swoosh. The swoosh pattern. Next time I see it, I will call it the swoosh. It just slipped. Yeah, man. It's So let's do something else here. What else is moving here? Somebody before was Luca, Palantir levels. So let's quickly pull up Palantir to see where this thing is. I was looking at it to see if 8 was. It actually did hold 8. Kind of sad that I didn't recognize this. And I initially said, 8. It's been through 8. It was at 790. But I think it was from yesterday that it was actually holding 8. and then it dipped below, popped back above, then started to drift upwards. So again, guys, if this is a very common theme that we're seeing, and I love kind of when I get the opportunity to draw things. It's like it's showing you that this is the support, right? But then it does the dip. This is like the stop out, right? And it's like a W because the bots are winning because they stop all the longs out. Then they go back up. Then the move starts happening to the upside. So if you're in this trade, you might see this on a different pattern in the future. But if you see, just do it, Nike. Yeah. If you see this trade in the future and you're like, oh, this is the support, I want to go long. Like leave room. Like I almost want to say like leave room for this. Because this is a common theme in the market. I'm going to call it like it is. It just seems to be happening over and over again. So just you say, okay, 8 is the level, but I want to leave room in case it actually goes to like 788 and then back above. So you have the 8 long. If it goes, okay, great, you get out. But if it dips, you add. Right? If it does a little bit of a dip, you sort of don't get bamboozled. You add. Now your average is actually below the line. So now going forward for the rest of the day, instead of having like an 801 average, you have like a 796 average on that. Then it drifts back to the upside, and you're laughing, right? You're laughing because you kind of took advantage of that little bit of a dip and rip. So when you recognize these patterns and you think maybe this is actually gonna happen to me, don't let the bots bamboozle you, man. That's the worst thing that could happen. It's just the same thing that I did here on NVIDIA as an example, kind of like a real-time example from this morning. Like this would have stopped out old Luca, but new Luca is like, no. I've seen this before. I don't believe it. This is a level. I let it break. I put my stop order in to go long back through the level, so I didn't get run over. I let it go down. If I lost on the trade, I would have lost on the size that I had here. When it went back through, I added the size. Then I took the size off for the scalp trade, essentially fixing my average. So like the average of here, just kind of math, whatever, but essentially fixing my average. And then at this point, my average is like 230, right? So instead of my average being like 230.40 or 230.30, it's now 230. So I got a 30-cent better average. Now if we actually get back to 220, I'm like, oh, I got 20 cents of room here. So again, yeah, man, scalp demon. It's these are the scalp trades that you look for, right? So it's like long bounce play. Recognize that they're trying to stop everybody out. Let it go down. For NVIDIA, I traded it this way. If it was Palantir, I would have traded it a different way. I wouldn't have done the long back through. Just a product of the velocity of the moves. But essentially, the dip, the long back through, and then you have the better average, you have like more size, and you didn't get run over. And if this actually went back down instantly, like I would have just offed like that position, and then I would have offed the rest of the position of the level that I was kind of like trading off of. So, don't get bamboozled by these bots, man. Know the games that they're playing, recognize the patterns. If you see it once, twice, thrice, try to add in a way, like what can you do differently to be better and to get better, and then you kind of grow from there. So again, I love this channel. We kind of sit here and we trade the markets every single day. We trade the markets live every day. And, we sort of see what's happening in the market. And I just love sitting here and being like, look at this, right? This is what they're doing, so don't do that, then do this. It's just me calling it like it is. Build a strategy that you guys can replicate and you guys can do. Shout out to the real day traders in the chat trying to make a living. And again, Sean also was mentioning, saying that, it's also a great way to make passive income too. If you're not, actively day trading every day, maybe you trade the mornings or maybe you trade, once a week and you swing trade. It's definitely a grind, and I respect that grind because it's not an easy job. Not easy, man. Not easy at all. So, shout out to you guys in the chat for trading every day. I know I see a lot of familiar names in the chat of people talking. Dan Emmons, I never heard that one before.
What?
Passive losses. So, yeah, if you guys are looking for passive income from the market, Dan Emmons is like passive losses.
There's passive losses.
I like
those seem to come by really easily.
Yeah. Oh man, you can. It's a hard game, man. It's a hard game. Everybody knows that. But the funny thing, what was it? It was like a crypto thing where it was like, and it was an inflation. Like the classic inflation talk. It's like if you don't invest your money, you're gonna lose 8% inflation. Yeah. So what I do is I invest my money in crypto.
I lose
just this
100%,
80%. I've lost 80% of my wealth just this year.
Disastrous.
That's kind of. I love those memes, man. I post them on my Instagram. So if you guys feel free, if you're not following me, follow my my Instagram. It usually comes up, the Nightbot like posts the Instagram and stuff. Follow. Exclamation mark Luca if anybody wants to type. Sure, if you want to type that there.
Absolutely.
Feel free to. There it is. Perfect. So follow me on Instagram if you want. I tend to repost these memes. A lot of espresso, a lot of Italian foods and stuff like that. If you're into that, feel free. feel free to follow.
Guys, what?
Sammy's saying when live next, when you live next. So guys, we, and somebody else was asking too, we stream live every single day, all day, Monday to Friday.
Yeah.
We trade markets live every single day. We start at 8:30 in the morning Eastern time, and obviously closing off with the close at the market at 4 o'clock or just after 4 o'clock. It's always a fun time, man. Sometimes things are slow, sometimes they're amazing. This morning was bangers with NVIDIA, and obviously in the afternoon the short was good all the way back down. We're now going back to the upside, so maybe we get some crazy volume coming into the close, and I kind of feel like, if I wasn't in this trade, I don't really know if I would have like reloaded and then held for the move up. But because I'm in from like a way better price, and I want to sort of pull up like a 5-minute here, maybe like kind of like a zoom out a little bit. It's like dip, higher low, right? So if this is now a higher low, and if we go back to the upside, maybe towards the end of the day, I can actually get that 236 fill. So it's the thing with myself is, if I added here right now at 115, I know there's no way I'm holding to 236. I'll be selling it like at 232 or whatever. But yeah, I should have. Maybe I should have like reloaded a little bit here. Oh, and you know what I missed? I missed the 230. I just realized this right now. I was talking about adding a 232 long. 232 long was actually a banger. Look at this, man. This actually broke 232 at 11:27, and it ripped all the way to 232.50. Like, wow, like I even called that. I was like, I need to scalp this long for like a 20 to 50 cent win. Like that's like a free money trade for myself. And I called it, and the reason that I called it is because this move up stopped at 232. So it literally ran to the upside, stopped right at the level, and then never traded to the upside. But I think the long is going to be good, and it's just above VWAP. So yeah, I would have slammed that long if I actually like was paying attention. But I don't know if maybe I was like saying something else or whatever. But yeah, anyways, it's hopefully we get back above VWAP and just trend to the upside. Still holding this, going for 236, 237. It'll be awesome. And yeah, hopefully we continue. Melissa in the chat, he is handsome, hair a problem. You're talking to me? My hair, it's like I got, like, yeah, or maybe I shouldn't do this because I said after 3K likes. Where are we on the like over here? We got 2,400 likes. All
right, that's not bad.
Guys, we get this up to 3K likes.
I'll do
a nice little spin around, and you guys can see the full mullet. Michelle saying shave it, bro. Never, dude.
Why?
Never. Because, yeah, you know what? I did the mullet one time because my brother was like, yo, do a mullet.
Okay.
And I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to do a mullet.
Okay.
And I did the mullet, and I was like, yeah, you know what? This is me now.
I like it. Okay. Yeah, okay. It doesn't really matter. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. I personally think it looks good on you. All right, guys. TMBR, we flipped from long to short there. We secured the shorts. So take a little bit out, and then we add. So we have a poopy cost basis, and then we take it out through the break of 280. Now we're knocking on the door of 280 again. We need to see some continuation south. But this is sort of how these flat bottom breaks brew and start to develop. There's a lot of support at this 280 area. Even though we've broken through it, every time we come back to it from the high side, there we go with the flush. We get back into mid 70s. I'm sitting at 70 to get filled, 73. Let's see if we can get 72. Flushing down here, I'm sitting at 70, 65, and 60. Let's go, baby. Bring it down. I'm in a heavily sized position here. I could get out here for a winner, but really, what's the point? I'm not following my rules. I'm giving in to fear. I'm not even going to look at it, let it fill. There we go, 71s. I'm also in this long, in this Zim long. This was a VWAP bounce hold that I liked. I didn't get the great price that I would have liked at the $0.50 at that 23.50. I got in a poopy 71. But we'll let that one develop. Back to TMBR, still continuing to head south here, but slowing down. Looks like there's a buyer here at 73, a bit of an iceberg because I'm not seeing anything reflected on the book. A lot of selling come in here, but being absorbed by this buyer at 73. I saw 72s momentarily, so a lot of fluctuation in the price action here. Blue on my tape, by the way, usually means below the bid. Red means down at the bid, so that's what that means there. So I always look for blue to see kind of momentum selling to the downside, and I look for orange and green to see momentum buying to the high side. But there we go. So we're still kind of, trading within that range. I'm going to have to give this one patience and room. BAER. People yelling about that in the chat because is that NASDAQ? Yeah, I think it is. People yelling about that because it is making a move back up, reclaiming VWAP. I wanted to punch into this one at 8 1/4, but I'm like, nah, watch. It's gonna reject off VWAP, and you're already nursing 2 other trades, this and that. And I made all the excuses in the book why not to punch into this now. We're knocking on the door at $9, 8 3/4. Lots of speed on this one, and it's kind of spready, if I'm being honest, for an $8 stock, sometimes as wide as 7 pennies. So give this one room. I need to nurse the trades that I'm in. I think we've gotten down here. Where do we get into 72? Now back into 76. You want to see continuation on TMBR, but usually flat bottom breaks are a bit more aggressive than this. That's what concerns me. They're not, no two are alike. I mean, I don't want to try to make it sound like they're carbon copies of one another, but usually get like some vigor in that selling. Looks like it's being met here with some buying. So, and it has been a bit of a range trade. So be careful with that one if you're following. BAER pumping through 9, going all the way up. Where did we get up to there? I think like 9.15 or something. Yeah, exactly 9.15. That's the high of this 1 minute candle. Looking to pump higher. BAER 104% on the day. Waking up. It's been asleep, Luca. The majority of the day, it had its big boy move right at that 9:30. It was really, I don't want to say easy. Nothing's easy to trade, but it was easier to trade in the pre-market because I was telling Brendo this when it was at the big desk in the morning. It kept retracing right into VWAP, wouldn't break it, respected the hell out of it, and would bounce immediately back up. So if you had any dip trades, which is typically how I like to trade, these small cappers, you printed nicely on that. So we'll continue to watch that and see what it does. Back here, the TMBR, knocking on the door of 72 again. We're sitting at 70s. I'd just like to get filled, please. Hurry up and go down. Again, 72, 73, we're being met with a lot of buying. I'm not seeing it reflected on the book again, so it leads me to believe an iceberg order. In case you're just joining us or you're new, iceberg typically means, where the size is not reflected on the level 2 here, which shows you all the different size orders at different price levels. But, usually you can hide your order, the size, the true size of your order. But in exchange for hiding that, you go to the back of the line in terms of priority to fill. So there is a trade-off there with that. Looks like we're, I'm not going to get out here. No, I'm following my rules. I'm going to wait for the print and no buts about that. The other trade that I'm in here, doing nicely. Through that 70, getting continuation through that $0.75. We want to see that ZIM continue through that 23.75 and maybe test up 24 at some point, Luca.
Yeah, somebody was like, it's a good thing you're not watching NVIDIA because it's looking scary. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to look then. So let's just quickly, with the BAER, to add to what Sharif was mentioning here, with these small caps, a lot of the phenomena is the high day clear out that people talk about. This is more common on floats that are low. So again, when you're looking at these names, you want to pull up float checker, you want to go BAER, check this. This is 3 million float, 13. So let's just 35. Ooh, okay, maybe check. Do you know BAR float?
Yeah, sure. I'll look
AR,
up
just double check that
because
it's actually a wide range. So I would say that looking at the tape, this thing BAR is 3 million. It's 4 million.
34
float.
million. Yeah, Brendo and I were having 34.5, but Brendo had different numbers. And then we looked it up online. It's a lot of conflicting numbers on this.
Yeah, no, this is not 34 million float. Look at this, man. There's literally there's some bids that are like here, but anytime you see 11111 like this on like an $8 stock, that's a small cap. There's no way that's 34 million. That's 4 million float vibes. So I'm gonna go with 4 million float. And anyways, going back to the logic of high day clear out, it's the kind of phenomena where you get the up move, you get the down move. It looks like the short is good. It retraces, it goes back down, it holds a level for whatever reason. So in this case, it was just above 7, holding that level, never really testing and breaking 7. Then going back to the upside, breaking VWAP, starting the volume move back to the upside, eyeing that 10 level right now, which in my opinion is a level just because it's like psychological level there. And then I would also say like 1017 halt level, 1050 level, 1096 level, and then high a day. So these are kind of my general levels here. And again, some are more areas as opposed to levels. But as we see, I think this thing probably gets to 10, if I had to guess. And then it's going to run into resistance with like an over-under 10 action. But going back to the high day clear out, if I was a short, and most shorts, I just feel like this is the phenomenon. They have their stops at high a day because how high can this thing go? This is the daily, guys, for anybody wondering this thing. It's like if we break the highs, I mean, are we like going to go to 36? Like, are we gonna go to 20? Like, no, it's like, who knows where we can actually like go with this thing, right? So that's why like everybody would have their stop there. So if shorts are involved on this name, and somebody wants to try to squeeze them out, they like try to run that to high a day in terms of like some type of manipulation, hunting for liquidity. So again, we're far away from it. A move from 9 to 1250 would be a wild move. But we've seen it before. It happens with low floats. It happens when the volume is there. This thing did 30 million shares, so I personally don't believe it can get to the high of the day. But if this thing did like 80 million shares, yeah, then it would easily get to the high of the day. But again, low float, anything's possible. If the float is locked, it doesn't even matter. This thing can get to like 13, 14 in 5 seconds. And I'm just kind of looking at the tape here, and I just don't see, there is like some, and you know, take this with a grain of salt, but like I'm gonna filter this now and just say like 9. It's like there is still like 3,000 shares, 6,000 shares coming on these gateways. So this doesn't show me like a super like locked float. But if it was all like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 across the board with a 3 million float, susceptible to tape teleportation, and that's where things get really, really interesting. So I would watch that 10 level for over under into this resistance zone. If it clears 11, maybe we like sky to like 1250. And then if it clears like the high of day, which is 1250, you either get an over under short there, in my opinion. I didn't pay for short, so I'm not going to partake in it. But yeah, that is like an area where do we go up, do we go down? Your guess is as good as mine. Feels like would be a high day clear out on a Friday, but obviously anything's possible. You just want to trade the setup that you're used to and manage risk accordingly. But yeah, just heads up on that one. You know, this type of move right here, what it just did here, the break to the upside and quick flush down, like this is what I talk when I say clear out, like this is a clear out. So it's like it makes a high, it goes down, the volume drops, it does a clear out, it quickly shoves down. Like to me, this is breaking the high, it looks good, and then it slams back down. So this could be the top of this potential move here. I mean, I've seen so many times these things, like they go up. Like in a perfect world for algos that are trying to squeeze everybody, they do the high day clear out, but they don't necessarily need to. It depends how many shares are actually involved there. So yeah, that's just my thoughts on that one. Yeah, somebody, I knew of you saying bear not making it to 10, no way. I mean, yeah, like I don't think it does. I don't think it gets to 11. But you know, anything's possible. Just make sure you're managing risk on the trades that you take.
Yeah, taking a nice long here on Zim, almost 10 pennies in the money. Bit of a slow mover, took a good sized position on this through 270, looking for continuation. The idea here is, even though I'm late to the party, it's a VWAP bounce and then high of day test. High of day, 24.18. We'll have to exercise patience on that one, just like we're exercising patience on TMBR short. It's stacking here at the bottom. This could be a continuation or could retrace. I'm looking, if it's a retrace, to add to the short at around 285, which also happens to be VWAP, to get a better ACB and a bigger position, even though this is a fairly sized position that I've got in at the moment. It's been, again, bears repeating, that it's been finding a lot of support at the 72, 73 level and bouncing from there. But this is kind of what I'm looking for, a consolidation sideways. But you know, when you're in real time, you want it to go a lot faster. Zim, back to that. Continuing to print green candle after green candle to the high here, 4.25%. This is the one we Michael Moss talked about in the morning show. It's got the couple and handle pattern on the daily, and it's having a big day breaking out of that range today. We missed the actual move until I was alerted to it by somebody in the chat, but now we're kind of participating in the secondary move, which is that VWAP balance. That's what I'm looking for. You heard the guy to my left, Luca, talk about BAER, spitting some serious facts about that and how some of these small cappers operate. It looks good at the moment, despite the fact that it wicked up above 50, cleared everybody out, like he said, because it is continuing. If you were to isolate that candle, remove that candle with the big wick that went through 50, it is a bull flag. Look at that. We're continuing to make new highs, right? So there we go. Back into the 930 area. We got that nice bounce off 9. Yeah, broke 9. It cleared everybody above the $0.50 and below the $0.50. It broke through 50 and broke through 9, all in the same in the 1 minute candle. It was able to do all that. So how do you play this one? Try to get on the lower end of the range. If it's continuing to print higher highs, look for maybe a VWAP dip, right? VWAP on BAR is 850. Maybe you front run that 860, 890, but it could flush on you, guys. I mean, it's up a lot on the day. It's up over 100%. So lots that can happen there. Having a look back at TMBR, still in the mid-70s, about 5 pennies in the money, but looking for that flush. Need to exercise patience. Zim, continuing to head in the right direction. Nothing really to update about that. What's the chat up to? Holding both of them. LAZR mooning, somebody says. Chris Mayer saying, oh, let's have a look at that. That's the LiDAR company there we talked about there and their importance in self-driving technology. It's up 9.79% on the day. It had a bit of a breakout there above, I want to say 798. Let's bring in the chart here to have a look at that. LAZR, duplicate, go away, cancel. Duplicate the floating window. Here we go. Just have to make sure that I'm good to go on all of my trades. Yeah, I'm fine. So there we go. Yeah, LAZR moving nicely. This is the 3-minute chart. The volume on this one really came in a little bit later in the day. What is going on here? Yeah, came in later in the day. I mean, it had some initial volume on at the open, but then you had like that period where it really kind of just got super choppy. The volume started coming back at around 1 o'clock. Yeah, around 1 o'clock or so. Do we have any updates on this one? No, nothing showing up on my news blotter. Let's see the daily chart to see if we can get any levels on this one. Yeah, so it looks like we are at an inflection point here. A lot of action taking place at above this $8 area. Look how many times we got up here. Last couple of times we rejected. But it looks like we're reclaiming the 200 period. And oftentimes, this will be used by short sellers to take shorts off these major moving averages on the daily chart. The 200 period, like the 50 period, some of the most used. So be careful if you're looking for a swing here or if you're looking to take a high at daybreak because we are awfully close to that 200 on the daily, which may spell a reversal at any moment in time. So have a look at that. Zim, same thing. TMBR, same thing, Luca.
Yeah, guys, just to kind of go back here now that it's sort of playing itself out. High day clear out on BAER, flushing back to the downside. Yeah. I would watch this specific level right here, this high, which is 936. It made that high for a specific reason, and then I would watch this level right here, 956. From here to here, if it breaks that, it'll jailbreak probably to the upside to 10. I don't think it has the volume. Volume's dropping. Needs volume to continue. Probably goes back down. Wouldn't be surprised on that one. But best of luck if you're trading it. I am not. I'm just chilling. Somebody was like, Luca, your patience might be paying off on NVIDIA. I know. Let's see where this wants to go.
Yeah, someone was telling you to worry about that. You're like, I'm not worried,
They were like, don't look
baby.
at it. It's scary. I was like, I'm not going to look then.
No.
Thank you. I'm not going to look.
And now you're looking
somebody's
and
like,
you're
Luca,
printing.
it's paying off. So now I'm like, let me
now
look.
I'm looking.
Where is this? So let's have a look here very quickly. Yeah, it is. Oh, I guess you were talking about like this dip. Yeah, see, this is the thing, man. I don't want to get bamboozled, so I should turn the screen off and, not look at it. But, no, obviously I have to keep the screen on for you guys to see. John Mark saying new game plan today, Luca. Yeah, today, so it's Friday. I wanted to keep it stress-free. I looked at the market. I looked at a lot of these names. The names that I was looking at, the things that I was looking at, the levels that I was looking at, I didn't love them. So I just said to myself, I'm not going to stress myself out. I want to just kind of keep it to the minimum today. Keep it stress-free, keep my profits, and just kind of nurse the trades. And that was kind of the logic on that today. So yeah, diamond hands with NVIDIA and kind of see where it goes. I had like an Intel trade. Just kind of my Intel trade here was basically like long and then sell as a part of the plan. If we get back there, I'll maybe try it again, but it worked great, can't complain. I had one Tesla trade by accident, so this wasn't a real trade. So yeah, essentially traded Intel, traded NVIDIA, basically chilling, not trying to do really too much. And yeah, somebody in the chat was like, I have a 97% win rate. Does anybody want to look at my trades? I honestly don't believe that's possible. I don't believe that's possible. Anybody that's like, oh, I have a 97% win rate. So it's like, okay, I get that. You always win because you never sell and you always average in. And then
or
when
you
lose,
sell too quickly and you scalp very little.
Yeah, and then
rather
when you
than
lose,
letting it run.
when you lose everything. I get that. I know that style. I had a friend in university, and he was like, we were getting into
97% win rate.
We were getting into trading, and he goes, this was when Kite Pharmaceuticals and Juno Therapeutics were going. I don't know if
my goodness,
you remember.
Of course I remember.
Yeah,
Juno,
so I don't know if you guys remember in the chat, yeah. Juno Therapeutics, Kite Pharmaceuticals. We were in at 17. Okay, we were in at 17.
Wow.
Yeah, on Kite Pharmaceuticals.
Okay.
This thing starts to go to the upside. Okay, and I talked to my friend at the time, and he goes, Luca. He's like, I have the perfect strategy for trading. I think I'm never gonna lose.
Okay.
And I go, okay, what's your
nice.
strategy? He goes, if it goes down, I'm gonna buy. If it goes up, I'm gonna sell.
You don't say.
He goes, if it keeps going down, I'm gonna just keep buying, and I'm never selling.
Sounds
I go,
foolproof.
what if they go bankrupt? He goes, no, not gonna go bankrupt. So this thing would go up, it goes down, he buys it. It goes back up, he sells it. It goes down, he buys it. It goes up higher, he sells it.
That's
it goes
great
down,
for
he
a range
buys,
trade.
He buys.
Uh-huh.
It goes all the way up. They ended up getting bought out for 165 a share. It was an absolute banger trade that we had.
Wow.
The guy is still in business, living large. But,
Good for him.
It is
Who could
the
hate
one-off.
on that, man?
It is the one-off. I think it works well if you have good fundamental analysis or you have a good kind of like understanding
Sounds
of
like
where
a range
prices,
trader, though.
Yeah, well, where prices can go, swing trading. It works well with, you know, BTFD, if you know what I mean, on certain names. Yeah, that's what we call YOLO. And I was like, I love this strategy. I'm going to apply this to options. And I had a great run for like 2-3 days before I blew my first account.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, you know what? Let me just get back to this. Let me just go back to the drawing board over here and see where that one wants to go. Yeah, so that was a lot of fun there. And yeah, that was fun times, man. Kite Pharmaceuticals, Juno Therapeutics, buy the dip, hold. They're curing cancer, and they got bought out, both of those names. So they're not actually public, can't pull up the charts. But yeah, the CEO of Kite Pharmaceuticals was the highest paid CEO ever, to give you an idea. So it was like Elon Musk.
Hold on, is that the guy that went to jail?
No.
Oh, that's not the guy that was overcharging people for the pharmaceutical companies?
No, I can't remember his name, but he was being paid, and don't quote me, but his total compensation was $195 million in 2013 or something like that. $195 million in 1 year.
Intense.
Cleaning up, man. Cleaning up. That's awesome.
All right, I just want to mention this trade, Luca, because here we're getting to the lower end of TMBR. We've been knocking on the door. Here are my outs, guys. These baby blue lines or turquoise or whatever, however you see it. These are my resting profit takers. The shorts here, we're developing a flat bottom here, consolidating sideways to the lower end. But you know, at any time, this could pop up and reclaim the level, right? But I need to be cognizant of that, especially because we've been met with a lot of buying. Usually these flat bottom breaks, you know, they've got some momentum to them, some oomph, you know, they blow through levels. This one, it'll blow through, it'll get through 73, then it'll find new buying at 72. It'll get through 72 and find new buying at 71. You know, they don't usually act like that. So I'm a little worried, I'm a little concerned, something to know there. The trade that's doing a little bit better, though, is the one that we're 10 pennies in the money on, or 11 pennies in the money, 13 pennies in the money now. On ZIM, it's continuing to head to the high side off that VWAP bounce. I'm looking for possibly to take some profits in front of 24. You assume, you know, that the whole dollar level will end up acting as some area of resistance. That's the assumption I'm going to go with. So that's what we are at now. Where are we in the like count, though, Luca? We're at 2,400. Guys, Luca's going to give you a 360 of the mullet if we get up to 2,800.
Yeah, we could
2,800. 2,800, guys. That's measly 400 likes. Guys, smash that like button. It's Friday. It's been a good day. You had this guy take like several dollars on NVIDIA. The big kahunas were killing it in the morning as well. We've got some great trades on for you today. What am I?
I love
And
that.
Neil will wrap. If we get 1.5K likes on the close, smash that like button, guys.
Bang! There we go.
Love it.
Yeah, Michelle, I'm chilling, man. 2:30 and chilling. Let's go to the moon, baby.
We're pumping here on Zim, guys.
2,600. Let's go. I can do it at the thing over there too. At the screen over there, if you guys want the nice 360 view of the mullet here. 2.6K.
we got a new
Yeah,
screen.
do a nice little 360, no problem.
Is there
of my disaster
Bradley,
show? Like
are
the
we able to
video.
get that camera angle on the
subscribe.
new TV setup? Yeah, he's gonna give it a try. There we go. All right, Bradley working on that while I sweat because of this TMBR trade, man. Oh my goodness, there we go. Oh no, not that one. The one of the new setup over there with the monitor and the camera, the one that Mark's been working. Come on, man. It's just a matter of pointing the camera. Give me a break. All right, there we go. This guy's killing me over here. All right, we're locked in 2 trades, guys. We've got about 9 minutes left on the show. It's been great. It's been a great week, shortened week, but it's been a good week on the markets. I'm very happy with this trade that I've got on ZIM here. It's a slow mover, but it's the right mover. Maybe I should be more about these slow movers. They're less risk and more directional. TMBR is just annoying you know what out of me. It's not giving me what I want. It's like coming right in front of my profit takers, but I think I will benefit from being patient with this one as it is setting up in a way that I've seen before. Flat bottom breaks. After a big flush through VWAP, I'm looking for continuation. In fact, here's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to add on that 50-period retracement because we've seen how well that one worked with BYND. 50 periods around that 283. On the 3 minute, it's around 285. Let's just go ahead and split the difference, 284. I'm going to add more shorts. Yes, I'm going to add more shorts at 284. Let's go ahead and sit right there. If it retraces, I want all the smoke on this one. I'm looking for a flat bottom break, but just, yeah, that's basically it. Luca, the market reclaimed VWAP here at 39.67. We got some nice moves here on some of these big cappers.
We did. And before we kind of close out the show, 8 minutes to go, I want to just quickly talk about the options on NVIDIA because somebody was asking about it. Just got my hands on this, so let's do this very quickly. These are the options expiring today on NVIDIA. So the notable ones that I see initially, which I kind of pointed out here, this is the strike. So this is 235. These are calls. These are 240. And what we see, open interest, for anybody that doesn't know, open interest on options contract is essentially how many contracts are open and outstanding. So 25,000 contracts, you multiply that by 100 to get the amount of shares. That is 2.5 million shares for the 240 contract. So 2.5 million shares, remember that number. How much volume is the amount of volume obviously traded on that contract today? So, you know, majority of the volume, again, someone can buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell, and it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the open interest. But open interest showing you how many contracts floating, volume showing you how active that actual contract is. So the 235s and the 240s are the more active ones, and the 230-250s as well have 47,000 contracts traded today. But the notable thing that I see here, just at a first glance, is the fact that 2.5 million shares is outstanding, and I say that loosely, at 240. We are not close to 240, right? If for whatever reason, in the next 2-3 hours, NVIDIA, I don't know why I have Meta up here, if NVIDIA, for whatever reason, skyrockets to the upside and gets anywhere close to 238, 240, if it goes like this, for whatever reason, to 238, you best believe that the people that sold those contracts at 240, I don't think they're hedged. We're so far away from that. I just don't see a scenario where they're hedged. Now, they could have been hedged from yesterday, so that's the only scenario where it's a possibility, where we kind of got up there. It's sort of like, but we didn't get close, right? We didn't get at 240. 240 would be a fresh level, and I would imagine that there'd be enough shares in and around that range to hedge the 2.5 million shares, because NVIDIA did 42 million shares today. How difficult can it be to get 2.5 million shares of NVIDIA if this starts to move to the upside, assuming that you're kind of on the other side of those contracts? Probably not difficult, right? So you say to yourself, is there any potential that these options are going to drive this thing up? I mean, if we get close to 240 and we break the 238, I just think, like, yes, we are going to really go to 240. That would be like some type of squeeze action. But for the most part, because we're far away and because these the contracts that I'm looking at, in and around the 230, 250 and the 235s already did so much volume. I mean, like 10,000 open interest on 235s with 47,000 contracts traded. I just don't see like that. That's not going to be like a market mover if we get to like 235. Now, it's obviously things are going to move. Like we could still get there and continue to drift to the upside. But I just don't think like those contracts are going to actually drive price as significant as something as like a more offside contract would do. So like a 240 or a 242, something that like, oh, we didn't see this coming, and then if it gets there, kind of all types of fireworks happen, right? So in terms of looking at options and trying to gauge, are these options gonna, you know, move the stock? Is the tail gonna wag the dog? In this scenario, I personally don't think so, but maybe you guys beg to differ, or maybe I'm missing something, and that's the beauty of this game, man. You can have your opinion, I have mine, and we roll with it, and we bet on it, and we see what happens. Alex saying, Luca, how we find out change in open interest.
Options.
There's that's a good question, actually.
You want me to pull this one up? I have this.
Do you have like the change in open interest?
Yeah, the change. Yeah, I can go like this, and I can see the chart on it. Where is it? There we go.
Okay, so that's actually on, show Sharif's screen.
Oh, okay, that's
I don't think that data is available, honestly.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know if that data is available, but that would be something that you have to. Is it available? I know IB is super intuitive with like some of that stuff.
Yeah, so here it is.
No, but that's the price of the
That's
option.
the price. You're talking about the change.
The change in open interest. I honestly
Let me
don't.
have a look at that.
That's a great
I'll have a
question,
look, yeah.
and I think again, this is something that I haven't looked into in a while. I don't think that data is readily available. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody in the chat can let me know. Which kind of broker has that, or which free website has that? That's something great to know. It could be something that you just manually track. Which who wants to hear that, right? Top option on Webull. I don't use that platform, so I'm not really too sure. But again, that's obviously something that's very interesting to track, because if something has 1,000 open interest and then the day of goes to like 20,000 open interest, it's like that day somebody opened 19,000 contracts, which is like huge, right? So I think it's like option whale. Yeah, I know you're asking the same question. I don't know where that information is, but essentially, it's option whale posts when a lot of these things when like a big kind of like option order comes through. You'll see it. So, for example, when George Soros is like shorting the market, and he's got like a $2 billion outstanding, like like it'll be posted.
You know the
Unusual
Nigerian
whales,
brothers?
Yeah, sorry.
You're an options guy, or where?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
the Nigerian
he's-
brothers.
yeah.
They use unusual options volume, right?
Yeah,
So how do they?
exactly.
Are they looking for volume at different call and put prices for unusual? They're looking at they're puts. They're put guys.
Yeah, they.
Sean says they're looking to sell you something, guys. You guys are the prophets. Do with that what you will.
Yeah, but
Sorry,
essentially
Luca.
that's again,
Unusual
if I
whales.
figure out that information where kind of that is, I will IBKR implied volatility over open interest.
IBKR is implied volatility. Yeah, there is ways, Luca. I've looked at how to play with some of this stuff. I don't know how to do it at the moment,
find
but
it,
I
I'll
will
let you
get
guys.
to. I will get to it. I know that there is ways, Luca. I'm 90% sure here that there's ways to do it. But
Yeah, we'll figure it out, and we will we'll let you know when we figure that out. Guys, 2.6K, no mullet appearance.
there's no
man.
mullet. There's no mullet, guys.
appearance.
We need
It's,
2,800.
yeah, 200
Yeah,
more
I'm
likes,
sorry,
guys,
man.
and it could be at 2,700 or 2,699. So it
Yeah,
might even just
yeah,
be
those are
100
okay.
likes, guys. If you're watching the show for the first time, 6K people towards the end of the show on a Friday. Are you guys tuning in to watch the man, the myth, the legend cut his hair at the end of the day?
I can't
I
wait.
know I'm sticking around for this. This is gonna be hilarious.
Hold on, Liz is getting it ready. I don't know what she's doing
yeah,
over
she's
there, but
back
she's
in
like
already.
she's dealing with Fahad's coif. Who knows what's happening over there? But things are in motion. Things are being prepared, and bald he will be at the end of the day, guys. Let's talk about this ZIM trade. I'm very pleased with it. I scalped out a baby piece here at 88. Now I'm sitting at 95s. I'm willing to get filled at 95s. I'm ambitious. I feel that we may be able to trace to the whole dollar, 24. I'm not overly greedy. I'm not saying high of days, 24.18. You know, I don't think this one has a kind of oomph like the small cappers to reach that high of day retracement. It's a bit more of a swing. So maybe all the money that's going to be in it's already been formed, and we have some intraday traders taking profits like myself. And so I need to be cognizant of that. Now, TMBR, still locked in this trade. It just retraced, but I'm sitting here at 84s for the ad. It doesn't quite fill me, pops right back down into 75s. So I missed the ad at the moment. You know, I mean, you can't catch them all. Yeah, setting up two trades, happy with both of them going in. Green day for me. I am, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am, what is that? That's 6. So I am 5 for 6, which is not bad, right? It's not the biggest green day, but I'm my accuracy. I've got 97% accuracy today. No, I'm playing.
97%.
Right, no, I'm
Guys,
kidding.
The only
kidding.
90% accuracy I have is my free throw shot.
Oh,
free
there
throw
we
shot.
go,
Look
there
at
we
Red
go.
My free throw.
Yeah, he's trying. Neil's
These are-
giving him a look.
These are Steve Nash numbers.
Oh, there you go.
These are Steve Nash numbers, buddy. Yeah. Ask when Greg comes on the show next, guys. You can ask him. He'll vet for me, man. We played ball the other day, or like a while ago. But I was hitting those fadeaway threes. Yeah, man. I shoot. I don't play defense. I don't play defense. So if I have a team, I need somebody to play defense. I'll play defense,
okay.
but I don't play defense. Like I'm not really trying to be like like get it and grab rebounds and stuff. No, I'll just make up for it
Look
for
at this.
hitting like
Implied
3 over 3.
volatility. We're getting at least some information here. Look at this. IVol history. Implied volatility versus history. I don't know what this means. 75%.
Well, that's just saying like the implied vol. If that's over like 1
is
point,
this?
it's showing that the historical volatility was more than like what the implied volatility is right now.
Okay.
But yeah, that's a good.
Look, I think we're done though.
Yeah,
We're out of
yeah.
time, eh?
Oh yeah,
It's Friday.
It's Friday, man.
It's Friday.
Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. Thanks so much for hitting that like button. If you did, 2.7K. Maybe next time the mullet will be around next week.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere.
You missed it.
Yeah, we're going. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna go to Big B at the big desk. Had a great time. Hopefully you did too. And see you guys later.
Ciao, guys.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock. Welcome back. Couple hours left until we get to the weekend. Let's have a look at how the markets are setting up here as we head through the final hours of the day. 1.25% for the S&P 500. We're off the lows, but only just right now. The Dow 1.2%. It's been all about the NASDAQ, specifically the big ones, the NASDAQ 100 leading the way all day long to the downside, following a number of Fed officials coming through this morning with comments suggesting, yeah, they're not done yet as far as interest rate hikes are concerned. That is hurting crypto markets as well. 3% for Bitcoin, better part of 3%, 2.7 right now for Ethereum. Back to the downside we go as well, 1.25 right now for this group, the S&P 500. It's the tech sector that's been leading all day. Autodesk and Adobe here, 7.5 and 12.3. Autodesk, ADSK off earnings. INTU, tough to see there, but that's into it. They reported better than expected results. They were up 3.5%, now just 1.2%. So anything that's green, even getting sold to the downside. Here's a consumer discretionary group, the entire group in negative territory outside of a few in retail land that are looking pretty good. We do get more from retail land coming through next week with earnings. Boeing downside 4.6% on that note this morning regarding the Dreamliner. Some delays in production because of a fault that they found. There's Moderna down 5.3%, leading the way as